Down the Lynchburg defense in just a second, but here's the Ferrum batting order. You just heard from Ty Mason there, one swing and one out. It'll be Carlos Castillo, the shortstop grad student from Miami, batting second. Kyle Markowitz is the designated hitter. He is a senior hitting .449. That's good for the second best batting average in the ODAC. Sean Baxter, the cleanup man. Seth Shannon, catching switch hitter, will hit fifth. Eli Elliott is the left fielder, batting sixth. Gregory Mello, the third baseman, hitting seventh. J.J. Mulhern batting eighth, and J.J. Tyree, the second baseman, rounding out the order. Tyree is from Daleville. We'll let Evan Gates tell you where that is when we get down to Mr. Tyree. But it looks like we've got visuals back again. We're working on them here. There is one out in the top of the first inning. It's Ferrum in town taking on the number 2 team in the country, the Lynchburg Hornets.
Well, tell you what, whether you had a visual or audio of that first pitch of the game, that was a little scary for Colt Ryder on the mound. And I don't really care what experience level you have. You got that righty and lefty matchup and see the swing that Tyler Mason takes. I mean, that'll open your eyes a little bit.
Great point. Mason aggressive up there. He went looking to do damage on the first swing of the game. Carlos Castillo, hands held high, playing shortstop. He's got 39 hits this season. He'll bang one to right center field. Long run for Parker Cato, but Cato will make the grab there. There's 2 away in the top of the first inning. Markowitz will step in. Let's set the Lynchburg defense here in a fast-moving top of the first inning. Brandon Garcia playing short. Batman and Robin combo features Ben Jones at second. You've got Maddox Tsutsui at the hot corner. Playing first base today will be Eric Hyatt, at least in game 1. Sean Pokerock will be the battery mate for Tyler Kaltrider. And in the outfield, left to right, it's Logan Webster. And 2 guys you've already heard from, Joe Munitz in center and Parker Cato in right field. Left-handed swinging Kyle Markowitz takes a slash and comes up empty. It's an 0-1 count.
You can really appreciate the familiarity of this defense because the great Hornets teams in these last few years have really featured not only great infielders, but also that outfield has become very consistent. And I think after the start of the year, you're seeing this team really feel comfortable having those 3 out in the outfield, but also Parker Cato, a freshman being in right. You know, Joe Munitz is somewhat new to center. They're really starting to look like professionals.
Really are. And it's been a big key for a team, like you said, that in years past has had elite outfield defense. These 3 are starting to get close to that level here. 1-1 delivery from Colt Ryder was just inside. It's now 2-1 to Kyle Markowitz, senior from Hilton Head, South Carolina. He's hit .449 in 17 ball games this year, so he's not played in all of them, but every game he's been in, the DH has really made an impact. Infield's got him played to pull. Eric Hyatt has his heels on the outfield grass at first base. He'll spray one. Hot shot to Maddox Tsutsui, who throws across and gets the final out of the visiting half of the first inning. We'll stay right here because we got on a little bit late. You know, as a broadcaster, you come up with all these notes and talking points and narratives, and then you have a technical problem strike right before the game. You don't get to talk about them. So we will stay here and remind you again, Lynchburg is the number 2 team in Division III baseball. 22-4. They're 9-2 in the ODAC. We had an ODAC graphic that we might have done away with, standings, but Lynchburg is at the top of the conference charts. We'll run down the rest of them, but let me first tell you before you jump in, Evan, Ferrum 14-13. They are 4-9 in ODAC play, sitting in 10th right now. The Panthers would love to get into the tournament, and of course, if you don't know, top 8 in the ODAC go to conference tournament play.
That's right, and if you're going to know anything about this Panther squad, it's that they are hot hitting. Second in the conference in that batting average stat. Lynchburg obviously the top in the pitching department, so you know that's really the battle to watch, the one that we just saw where Ferrum had 3 cracks of the bat but 3 outs to start this ball game. And so I think it's interesting. We've seen on Fox Field, Guilford came in, another hot hitting team. Now Ferrum. Can this Hornets team continue to be strong defensively and show that good pitching can beat good hitting?
That's the old baseball narrative, right? That good pitching and defense will beat good hitting. Doesn't always play out that way, especially in the college game with the metal bat, and maybe not all those plays you see made on TV with the major leaguers. Not all of those defensive plays get made at the college level, but so far so good for Lynchburg. They have been pitching it. They have been playing defense. It's a Lynchburg team again that turns a lot of double plays again this year, Evan, and that can really be a pitcher's best friend. But you did see that narrative playing out already there just in the top of the first. I mean, Ferrum you have to say the Panthers hit 3 balls hard.
It's tough, too, because this is a man on the mound for Lynchburg, Ryder, who has, one of the best K to walk ratios in the nation. And you see those strikeout numbers, you're thinking, okay, what is today going to look like against a very good hitting squad? And you don't necessarily need those strikeouts, but like you said, that makes the defense so much more imperative, and the Hornets showing it in the top of the first.
Brandon Garcia, Hollywood, will lead off for Lynchburg, who is clad in the red top today with white pants. Ferrum in the road, gray top, gray pants. It'll be Brandon Garcia, Joe Munitz, Ben Jones, Sean Pokerock, Joe Gordon, Logan Webster, Parker Cato, Eric Hyatt, and Maddox Sutsui, the order for Lynchburg. They'll go against left-handed junior from Dunsville, Virginia, Essex High School, Gavin Stone, who is 3-7 in his career, and this is just start number 2 this season. And when you were listening to the Lynchburg coaches before the game, they said this was a little bit of a curveball for us. We did not expect Gavin Stone to make this start here in game 1, so that could be an adjustment for the Lynchburg offense to try to figure it out quickly. It's a 1-1 count to Brandon Garcia.
Well, 3 lefties at the top of the lineup for Lynchburg. You wonder if that goes into the equation, but this Ferrum squad, you want to try and catch the Hornets napping, but it's so difficult in game 1 of that Saturday doubleheader, because when you're going up against Ryder, it's not necessarily one of those games that you want to write off, but your chances are so much lower than maybe game 2. But then you got Nick Matfield. So, how do you go about the equation? Again, Gavin Stone, a guy who I think is ready to face the test.
Gavin Stone missed outside with the 1-1. The 2-1 is upstairs, and now Brandon Garcia in a hitter's count. Defense for Ferrum, it will be Seth Shannon, the battery mate, doing the catching for the Panthers. It'll be Sean Baxter at first, J.J. Tyree second. Carlos Castillo is the shortstop as Brandon Garcia walks. Third baseman will be Gregory Mello. In the outfield left to right, you've got Eli Elliott, J.J. Mulhern, and Ty Mason for Ferrum. Lynchburg has the initial batter on the bases. Brandon Garcia this season, he doesn't walk as much as Ben Jones, but Brandon Garcia will take walks with the best of them. True table setter stuff. That is free pass number 18 this year for Brandon Garcia. It'll bring up Joe Munitz, who's got 27 walks himself. Munitz comes in hitting .329 on the season. Check swing at the first offering, and it's a called strike 1.
Well, folks, the stat to watch in this game for Gavin Stone, he's only allowed 13 hits this season. As we said, this is just appearance number 7. 8 of those have been for extra bags. And this Lynchburg team, when they find the gaps, they can run here at Fox. So it's all about cleaning up things early. And like you said, for Brandon to get that leadoff walk, that just really gets the carousel started.
Great point there about the extra base hits. I think for Gavin Stone, it's a guy, if he can pitch at the knees, if he can keep the ball down, you can limit some of those extra base hits. And really, he'll have a good chance to be competitive today against a Lynchburg lineup that we've both pointed out does feature a lot of left-handed hitters. Top 3 in Lynchburg's order are lefty swingers. And that can be a pro and a con for just that reason. If you run against a shutdown left-handed arm on the mound, all of a sudden maybe your offensive numbers do take a bit of a dive. It's an 0-2 count on Joe Munitz. .328 career hitter. Sophomore really made a name for himself last year in March and April. Playoffs weren't bad for Joe Munitz, but he was as hot as you can get to start his career in the month of March. And then when the calendar flipped to April, this is the first Saturday of April. So baseball season, really, believe it or not, is winding down pretty quickly. This is game 27 of 39 for Lynchburg. For Ferrum, they're 14-13, so this is game number 28 this year for the Panthers. Coached by Eric Owens, we've got another great coaching battle. Coach Owens in his first season, he was a player at Ferrum. He's the career batting average leader. Ended up being a 4th-round draft pick for the Reds in 1992. And Eric Owens played better part of 9 seasons for 5 different major league ball clubs. You and I were talking about that connection. I mean, it's got to bring something, especially to the hitting side, when you got a professional hitter now as your manager.
Well, especially just confidence. I mean, this is the NCAA Player of the Year.
There's a good swing. There's a confident swing from Joe Munitz as he blitzes one right up the middle. First hit of the ball game for Lynchburg. Brandon Garcia took a short turn at second, but held his ground and then retreated back to the bag. Lynchburg's got 2 on with nobody out. For Ben Jones, Benny Bombs can be explosive, and he has been explosive again this season, hitting .380 on the season. Plus, he's got 33 walks. Ben Jones has taken 117 free passes in his career. Gavin Stone will have to be careful here with Ben Jones, one of the all-time best, batting with runners at first and second and nobody out in the bottom of the first inning. First baseman sliding in for Ferrum, but Ben Jones is not going to bunt. In fact, he is hacking. He sends this one to deep right field. It'll stay in the ballpark. Brandon Garcia tagging. Tyler Mason with the grab there and a strong relay throw, but Garcia does advance to third base. Runners at the corners now after Ben Jones flies out to right field.
Well, you got to feel confident now because Pokorak still at the plate, runners on the corners and one down. But want to turn the page back to Joe Muniz. You were talking about what he's done this year. This guy didn't have a hit in the first 4 games of the season. And granted, it's some of the toughest competition you'll see all year. But what Lynchburg has been able to get from him in that 2 spot has not only helped him and his numbers, but you're seeing Brandon Garcia and Ben Jones get that more confidence because you know at the top of the lineup you really can't avoid anybody.
I agree. Joe Muniz has been so integral for this Lynchburg offense this season. He was last year, but this season as well. Pokorak likes the first, sprays it by the diving shortstop there. Lynchburg is on the board early. Muniz will hold at second. Pokey ambushing a first pitch fastball and really stung it hard. Lynchburg on top 1-0.
Sometimes it's as easy as that. Right through the 5-hole, just have to rifle it, and you're seeing this Hornets team. We mentioned velocity for the Ferrum hitting side. Lynchburg's getting some strong stabs at it, and it's easy-looking offense so far.
Well, even Ben Jones, I know Ben Jones had a productive out there getting Garcia to third base. I think Ben Jones was just millimeters or less away from hitting his ball out of the ballpark. Joe Gordon will get the bat off his shoulder, does not swing, and it's an 0-1 count. Joe Gordon comes into the game hitting .407 this season. Junior DH has been part of a sort of a carousel at the designated hitter spot for Lynchburg, Evan.
I think that's a good thing to keep in the discussion as well because Lynchburg has so many different hitters, and you know we've seen in the past, we talk about pitching, we talk about defense. Well, this Hornets offense has just exploded, especially when you look at recent times and in this ODAC slate. Sometimes you see it take a bump early in the year and then it starts to really go off against some of these ODAC opponents. I think it's a similar story this year.
I think the Lynchburg offense might be hitting their stride. 0-2 pitches up and out from Gavin Stone. We'll see how the junior lefty for Ferrum can maybe minimize some of the damage right here. Not the way he would have wanted to start. 1-2 coming up with runners at first and second. That's Muniz at second. Pokorak at first. Nobody holding him there. Joe Muniz is going to take off. Both runners go. Gordon swinging. Runners will have to hustle back. This ball is lifted into medium center field, and the catch is made there by J.J. Mulhern. 2 down now in the bottom of the first. Lynchburg leads 1-0.
Kyle, how long are we going to go until we see a strikeout? Like, I know an inning isn't exactly a crazy amount of time, but the way that they're swinging right now, I don't know if we will even get into double figures today.
Well, you're right. I mean, both teams have really swung the bat early in the count. First, second, third pitch. So, good point. That's one way to get the strikeout numbers down. And I think that's probably the book on Tyler Kaltreiter, the pitcher for Lynchburg, is you got to attack him early because if he gets a 2-strike count on you, he's basically lethal from that point forward.
The conversation is closed if you get to 2 strikes. And you think about this Lynchburg team now scoring first in 5 straight contests. So you know their offense is going to produce. It's going to be about perseverance for this Panthers squad. And can they come back in the top half of these innings and obviously just keep those counts competitive? Because like you said, when Kaltreiter gets in a rhythm, that's the toughest part of this game is when he's just drilling through the lineup.
Logan Webster, senior, took a fastball in the outer third. It's an even count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Webster will foul this one back in our direction. And now it's 1-2 with 2 outs. Runners at first and second. Ferrum went down in order, but hit the ball well all 3 at-bats, we thought. They'll have Sean Baxter due up, who's riding a 17-game hitting streak. Can't wait to tell you more about the senior from Woodbridge, Virginia. Here comes the 1-2 from Gavin Stone. Logan Webster, good take to lay off of that pitch. That was close, and now it's Deuces Wild on top of the board anyway. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Lynchburg leading 1-0. Parker Cato is on deck for the Hornets.
Tell you, that was a stone-cold take with 2 strikes.
Yeah, good look from Logan Webster. See if he has to do it again. The 2-2 inside. No, easier hold that time. It nearly hit Logan Webster. Runners will be on the move now with a full count and 2 outs. You see the catcher, Seth Shannon, come out and remind the infielders that the runners will be running, so you probably have to throw across to first base on all but the hardest hit ground ball. Here comes the payoff pitch from Gavin Stone. Up and away, and it's another walk. Second free pass he has issued this inning. And go back to the take on the 1-2 pitch. Like you said, from Webster, awfully close. And he really trusted his eyes there in the strike zone awareness to hold up.
Isn't it crazy how one pitch can change a whole ball game, too? Sometimes you think it's the nasty swings, it's the loud contact. It's a chance like that that brings Cato to the plate, and you've got the bags loaded. This is a big opportunity.
Sure is. More pressure on the pitcher, Gavin Stone. His first one is low and away. Seems to have trouble finding the strike zone after looking very competitive for a stretch of about 10 or 12 pitches.
Well, this Ferrum squad using PitchCom as well. Not as much of a new conversation now, but you've seen some of the different signals. You wonder if they're going into different sequences.
Yeah, occasionally you can see Gavin Stone hold the glove up to his ear and his head to try to get a better audio. There it is right there. Yeah, you can see that on your screen. The glove right hand up to the right ear, just trying to get a little better sound on the pitch call coming from the dugout. Parker Cato will go downstairs and lift one over the Lynchburg dugout. It's a 1-2 count with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Lynchburg leading 1-0, but a chance to break it open. If the Panthers could get off the field here with only giving up 1 run, Ferrum might feel like they take a little bit of momentum actually going in to the second inning. Parker Cato sprays this one into center field. Long run, but the catch is made there. Grab on the run by J.J. Mulhern to prevent further damage. Lynchburg does strike first. Hornets on top 1-0 after 1 complete at Fox Field.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Lynchburg scores 1 run on 1 hit. They do leave 3 stranded, 2 in scoring position. Hornets on top. The big hit was Sean Pokerock. 1 RBI with the single that he powered through the left side of the infield. Kyle Haney and Evan Gates hanging out with you. It'll be split duties on the broadcast side as Ethan Morotsky will come along for game 2. And I'm so excited to be here with you, Evan. We haven't watched a ton of baseball this year, so we were thrilled to get to do it again and thrilled to get to see a great matchup.
You got to go back in the time machine to the York series last year, and that was pretty early.
Wow.
That was an ODAC play.
Wow.
So we're having a lot of fun. And Kyle, I mean, the best part is it really feels like baseball season now. You have that first month of, dry. It doesn't feel like anything's color graded outside. Now you got the green in the trees. It just feels like festive here at Fox.
That's a fantastic point by you. The pro guys have started up. The minor league guys have started up as well. Congratulations to our very own Grayson Thurman, former Lynchburg great, former Lynchburg closer, who is on the roster this year in New Hampshire again, starting in AA in the Toronto Blue Jays organization. So, yeah, it really does feel like baseball season, though. Great call. Here's Sean Baxter, senior first baseman, hitting .438 this year. Got a 17-game hitting streak. Might be on hold. Ooh, that one off the end of the glove from Maddox Tsutsui. We'll wait and find out if that is a hit or that's an error. I don't know. Evan, I'd love to hear your opinion on that one, and I'm sure our fans will have their own opinion on whether that should be a base hit or an error.
That's tough. I think it goes down as a hit because of this. You think if Garcia gets that ball going to the other direction, and granted, he's one of the best infielders in the ODAC, that is a tremendously tough play to have to execute. And Tsutsui, I mean, he had a great direction. I don't know if that's exactly an easy play to make, but you make just a few steps back instead of kind of closing in on it, you might have that out.
That's the second time this game, back-to-back innings. We're only in the top of the second, but back-to-back innings that Ferrum has swung at the first pitch and put it in play. This pitch to Seth Shannon, actually the first time Tyler Kaltreiter has not thrown a first pitch strike. He'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike as Shannon, switch-hitting catcher, fouls this one away. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that one there from Maddox Tsutsui, you know, the old ordinary effort standard for a fielder on whether it's a hit or an error. Coaches have a little different standard that they use. The 1-1 from Kaltreiter is lifted to the left side. Triangle ball here between short, third, and left field. Brandon Garcia will wave his arms, make the call, and then reel it in for the first out of the inning. And it looks like, by the way, we can report that Sean Baxter has continued the hitting streak. They have ruled that a single, so 18 consecutive games now for Sean Baxter with a hit.
Took 1 pitch. It's like numbers from the show.
Yeah, that's really impressive there for Baxter. He's still at first base as Eli Elliott, the left fielding freshman from Marion, North Carolina. He's hitting .310 in 7 starts. This will just be his 8th start of the season. So Ferrum, like most college teams, Evan, the lineup hasn't exactly been set, but I think those tentpole guys, those big hitters they really lean on have really been locked in. And for a guy like Baxter, obviously, he's been locked in for 18 straight games.
Well, there's consistency in the numbers, even if it's not necessarily in that starting lineup yet. And when you look at the hitters averaging at least 2 plate appearances per game, 8 of them have an OBP above 400. That's getting on base over 40% of the time. And so you know whoever you plug in, that's a number that doesn't lie. Because, yes, you're going to see different pitchers have different hitting stats, but when you can get those walks as well, it really helps.
Fantastic point by you as Eli Elliott will show the bunt but take the 1-0 pitch that was outside. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 out in the visiting half of the second inning. We're at James C. Fox Field in Lynchburg. A little more on Ferrum. I love what you were talking about, OBP, on base percentage. I was looking at just raw hit numbers, and I believe it's 8 players have 20 hits or more. I think that's fantastic that they just have not only quality but some quantity there swinging the bat too. And you're right, whether it's a different guy in the lineup or not, this Ferrum team seems to find a way to get on base and find a way to hit.
Scary for a starter because there's really no easy outs in this lineup, and you know that someone like Kaltreiter is ready to face it. But again, when you allow that leadoff guy on, it's not exactly easy to maneuver through.
Good transition back to the starting pitcher, Tyler Kaltreiter. Through 6 2/3 innings against Roanoke last weekend. Did give up 10 hits. That's the most hits he's given up this season. Kaltreiter will get a swing and miss on the 2-1 slider. It was just 2 earned runs for TK against Roanoke. He struck out 6, walked 1. In 7 starts this year, Kaltreiter has only yielded 5 earned runs, and he's only walked 3 hitters.
Those are professional numbers.
They really are. Got a check swing there on a very nasty breaking ball. And you know, you and I talked about Ferrum swinging early. I think we're going to be talking about it all game. First pitch, second pitch. Again, with Kaltreiter, you know he's only walked 3 guys in 7 starts. So why wouldn't you expect him to be in the zone? Yes, you have to have some discipline, but why wouldn't you go up there and attack early? Here comes a full count pitch to Eli Elliott. Went inside and locked him up. There's your first TKO, and it's a backwards punch out right there for Tyler Kaltreiter. 2 down now in the top of the second.
Eli Elliott tried to sell that one a little bit and probably frustrated heading to the dugout, but that's what Kaltreiter does so well. He almost punches you out where you least expect it, and it's placement like that that has him in the top 10 discussions for your ERA in the nation.
A gutsy pitch right there. They'd been staying away from Elliott. Go back inside with the heater. Great location.
what I think is so impressive about Cartwrighter as well, I mean, you can look at all the different stats, but, I mean, opponents are hitting under 200 against him. So, you talk about the walks and you think, okay, maybe the hitting numbers are accelerated a little bit. He's still limiting these teams, and he's faced really some of the best in the nation.
Gregory Mello will bounce this from the third base. Tsutsui fields a high hop, and then the bazooka shot all the way across the diamond. 120 feet on target for Maddox Tsutsui, and the inning is over. One hit, one left stranded. That was Sean Baxter, who continued the hitting streak. Hey, let's just continue to talk and stay right here. Kyle and Evan hanging out with you. We'll get a roll call going on here with some shout-outs, figure out who's watching the game today. Right now, Lynchburg leads 1-0 heading to the bottom half of the second inning. And I want to touch on some other things, too, Evan, back to these meticulous notes that we prepare. Very cool for Ferrum. We talked about their first-year head coach, Eric Owens, in his professional playing career. Actually, two former Ferrum head coaches in the dugout. Darren Hodges is an assistant coach this year. He was at Ferrum as the head man for a bit. And also Abe Naff, who was the longtime legendary Ferrum head coach. He went on to be the athletic director at Ferrum for a bit. Abe Naff played his college baseball right here at the University of Lynchburg. So there's the tie-in.
How about that? And I mean, that's pretty cool to see the disparity. Obviously, you see the head man for the Panthers right now, Eric Owens, getting his playing ball at Ferrum. But you see it very often that D3 players like to stay in D3 for coaching. I don't think it's a coincidence, and I don't think that it's for a lack of skill. Because you think about some coaches and you think, oh, maybe they just don't have the resume to go D1. And I think it is the complete opposite with some of the guys in the dugouts today. They could go a lot of different places, but you see what it means to stay with these ball clubs. Fantastic
point by you about, we probably, some of us, maybe myself included, we think about Division I in anything as moving up. Well, maybe we should just think about it as moving to a different level,
maybe
not necessarily
sideways.
Sure, exactly, yeah. Absolutely right. Eric Hyatt's the hitter. He'll take an off-speed pitch from Gavin Stone, who's still out there for Ferrum. And really, you have to say for Stone, did well to leave the bases loaded and only yield the one run last inning.
Well, you have to look back to that Virginia Wesleyan contest. Lynchburg left him loaded after one as well.
Soft serve out into center field. Castillo, the shortstop, really with an athletic acrobatic try there to slide feet first with the feet pointing basically at the center fielder to haul in that one from Eric Hyatt, but he could not get it. That will definitely be a single, a soft single, but a single nonetheless. Lynchburg with 3 hits now. I think I might have misspoke. Lynchburg did have 2 hits in that first inning, Munitz and Pokerock. So Lynchburg now with 3 base knocks total in the first portion of this contest. This will be Maddox Tsutsui. Third baseman is a sophomore. He'll get the bat out in front and offer up a bunt, pull it back for a called strike one.
That play from Castillo, it almost feels like he did the hard work, and it was just missing the final cherry on top. But you like to see that if you're a coach, understanding that awareness is there. I think, the Panthers are probably hoping he finishes that play, especially considering there are no outs on the board.
Tsutsui will square around to bunt this time. It caromed off the bat foul, and now it's an 0-2 count. Runner at first is Eric Hyatt. Maddox Tsutsui hitting 182 this season. He's got 2 hits. One of those is a double. Very capable. I think he just needs more looks at live pitching, more reps out there at third base. Of course, if you don't know, Eric Hyatt's going to take off for second. Yeah, good read there by Hyatt. That ball hit the glove of the catcher Seth Shannon and bounced away from him. Hyatt is in scoring position now, so Tsutsui wanted to bunt him there. Hyatt got there anyway. 1-2 pitch coming up. But if you don't know, Lynchburg had been starting Gavin Collins at the hot corner, not just this season, but for the last 3 or 4 years in a row. And Collins injured at the moment, trying to work his way back into the lineup. Tsutsui will swing on this. Soft to the left side. Castillo's going to have no problem with that. And there's your first out of the home half of the second inning.
Well, you really hope Collins gets back soon. And credit to Tsutsui, because he has really allowed this team to not even miss a beat in these last few games. Really competitive stretch here in the ODAC. But when you look at Gavin Collins and some of those hit numbers, he's second in program history with 225, and he just needs 227. So really give him 1 or 2 good games and you're there. But you want that to happen sooner rather than later.
Kellen Clark is a freshman who has also played a few innings at third base. In fact, did go in and play there in that Virginia Wesleyan win, which was a 5-4 victory for Lynchburg on the road. You heard Evan talking about Lynchburg scored 1 in the first, left them loaded, and then it was a 4-run explosion. Eric Hyatt is going to take off. He might get caught stealing. Did he get around it? Yes, he did. Wow. Houdini move there from Eric Hyatt. The left hand, it was now you see it, now you don't. And the third baseman, Gregory Mello, did not argue the call at all. He must have realized, I missed him trying to go for the tag.
Second to third is a rescue, one out on the board. But you understand that's what the Hornets want to do, and Coach Beasley wants this team to be aggressive around the base paths.
Lynchburg has been aggressive. Brandon Garcia will pop one up in the infield. First baseman calling for it and catching it. That's Sean Baxter. And there's 2 outs. That was a big pitch right there from Gavin Stone. Eric Hyatt, not the most fleet of foot, but believe it or not, he's 4 or 5 in the stolen base department this year. Lynchburg is 67 for 86, just right above 78%.
How much stock do you put into the numbers at this stage of the season? Because we've talked about this in the past, and it is incredible to see what Lynchburg is doing to be 22-4. You got to have a good foundation. Do you think that the numbers improve even more during the ODAC stretch? Because this conference is so tough, but Lynchburg has played everybody under the sun so far.
Yeah, that's an excellent question that you pose. Travis Beasley, the head coach for Lynchburg, and myself were talking about what's a good percentage, where do you want to be? I mean, yes, you'd love to be 100%, but that's not realistic, as Joe Munitz hits with a 2-0 count. The pitch from Stone is off the plate, now 3-0. I mean, I said if you could be over 80%, I think you'd feel good about that, because I just think the extra bases you're going to get will negate the runners that you get thrown out in the long run. I don't know. I don't have any hard science to back that up. Here comes the pitch. That is a called strike, 3-1. But it's, I think it's one that every manager maybe has a different number, and maybe all situations are different as well. Maybe you don't even look at it from the bird's eye. Maybe you look at it under the microscope and evaluate each specific one. Joe Munitz, 2-hit game already for Joe Munitz, and he's got an RBI, pulling one through the right side. Lynchburg leads 2-0.
Well, rifling and stifling early here for Munitz. The second inning already 2 for 2, and to drive one in, it is timely contributions from this Hornets squad, and something that you love to see at this stage of the season. Really patient approaches, and you're seeing it show up on the scoreboard.
Got himself into a hitter's count there, back to that patient approach that you were just talking about. Fantastic hitting from Joe Munitz. Lynchburg leads 2-0. A chance to do further damage. Breaking ball in the dirt. Great read from Joe Munitz, sliding in head first. Munitz is in scoring position. He did not run on the pitch, but out of the pitcher's hand, he saw that curveball was going to be low. The catcher was going to have to block, and he took second.
Well, think about this. If you're Gavin Stone on the mound, you don't exactly feel like it's been a terrible inning. You allow that leadoff hit to Hyatt, but giving up those 2 free bases is really starting to hurt. That's why Lynchburg can have these big innings, because they just run you out of a game.
Hyatt's single was soft. You have to say that. And really, you mentioned the base running and base stealing for Lynchburg has been a key so far in this one, and that's what the stolen base can do for you. Is now it's a 3-0 count for Ben Jones. You don't have to hit doubles and triples and home runs to score. You can score on 2 singles as long as there's a stolen base or an advance like Joe Munitz just had.
You're in the wrong part of the lineup, too, to be flirting with fire, because you know that these Hornet hitters here at the top, you have Hyatt and Satsui lead off the inning. These guys are not only patient, but they've seen so many different situations and been in so many tight games throughout their careers that they're not going to bite at those first few pitches.
3-1 to Ben Jones. Wanted another one, but got under it. This will stay in the ballpark. Center fielder calling for it and then making the grab. But another run-scoring inning for Lynchburg. Joe Munitz drives in Eric Hyatt, who had a key stolen base in there. Hornets on top, 2-0 after 2 complete. We're on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. You're watching the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Two complete in Lynchburg. Sun's starting to come out. We're supposed to get over 80 degrees today. Fantastic day to watch a ball game. Weather looks a bit unsettled in Central Virginia tomorrow, but we're just fine today in this matchup between Ferrum and Lynchburg. Close proximity, too. We don't talk about, Ferrum's not a long trip away there, just outside of Rocky Mount in Franklin County. And so the recruiting pool for these teams is pretty similar. You could maybe make the case for that for all the ODAC ball clubs, right? But I don't know. I think it's cool. I like the geography. You know that, Evan. I think it's a fun part. Look at this shot right here. What a crowd we've got today. Fantastic look, a fantastic place to watch a game here at Fox Field. And you usually get to see some fun baseball down here.
A lot of fireworks on a Saturday. I got to pose this question to you as well. Ferrum's going D2, and this is something that has kind of really changed the picture in the conference, but you've been around the ODAC for a long time. Do you think that changes the recruiting pool? Does Ferrum get players they don't get in D3, or do you think, it's more for other sports where you see that?
I think that's the idea, right? I mean, that's what you're hoping if you're Ferrum. And now there's some complexities in that that are way above you and my head, but we're entitled to our own opinion, just like everybody is. But I think that's the hope, is that you do get some different talent pool that maybe you can't reach at the Division III level. Maybe you go wider, and it's more of a nationwide recruiting. This one's grounded to the second baseman, Ben Jones. J.J. Mulhern is out in 2 pitches. Again, back to the aggressiveness for Ferrum. Tyler Kaltreiter actually threw a first pitch ball, which is rare. J.J. Tyree will be the hitter. But just continuing that discussion, because it is a fun one. Emory and Henry, of course, did this a few years ago. If you don't remember, E&H was an ODAC school for many, many years, one of the founding members of the conference, I believe. So they did the D2 jump. And I know some of the consulting firms and the experts that help them make the jump are also helping Ferrum, because there are some things you need to navigate. Again, it's fairly complex to do that.
It doesn't look like it from the outside. Everybody here and the fans are like, all right, you wear the same jerseys, you got the same logo, just put a 2 instead of a 3.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, maybe some of it is simpler than people realize, but I think most of it's more complicated than people realize. And it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, we wish Ferrum the best of luck. They jumped in the ODAC in 2018 after being a member of the USA South Conference. Of course, Avert has done that as well, as the USA South has really sort of drifted more south. That conference at one point used to feature Ferrum, Avert, and Shenandoah, and CNU was in the USA South at one point. So that landscape, everybody looks at the D1s and those massive conferences, but the D3 conferences change a bit too, as J.J. Tyree comes up empty on a breaking ball. That's TKO number 2, strikeout number 2 for Tyler Kaltreiter. It's back to the top of the order with the dangerous Tyler Mason.
Now 1 backwards, 1 forward, and from the USA South, Greensboro, a team that I believe, I don't know what sport, but they're in the ODAC. It might be wrestling or one of the specialty ones, or it was a discussion.
You do get some of that, where if a conference doesn't sponsor a sport, you get a team in there randomly for one thing. Mason, he has seen 2 pitches and really hit them both hard. He's got 1 hit to show for himself. You see how lively he is rounding first base there. Good job by Lynchburg to get that ball in quickly. Ty Mason is aboard with the second hit of the ball game for Lynchburg. We got to keep an eye on how many pitches Tyler Mason sees on the day. I mean, if he can reach it, basically, he's turning it loose.
Well, that was impressive. Good display of pull hitting. We saw the first one go out to center. You wonder really what that spray chart looks like out in the outfield. But, I mean, the aggression, like you said, he turned first, and it didn't really matter where the ball was in the outfield. I think he was ready to go to second.
Tyler Mason was a region player of the year his senior year in high school. He's a two-way guy as well. Pitches some for the Ferrum Panthers. 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning. Lynchburg leads 1-0, a run in each home half so far for the Hornets. Mason will be a threat to run. Again, you could just tell he's got some bounce the way he came around first base after the single. And Kaltreiter, aware of that, he's kept an eye on him a couple times. Carlos Castillo, the shortstop, still waiting on his first pitch. He's a grad student from Miami, Florida. Kaltrider holds, now kicks and fires. Breaking ball outside. I think you'll see more first pitch off speed from TK just because teams know he's going to be in the zone, Evan. And if they're swinging early, you have to do something to disturb the hitter's rhythm. So more breaking balls for Kaltrider. 1-0 on the way. As TK looks over the shoulder, now throws it. Ground ball left side, a dive from Brandon Garcia. He'll come up an arm fake and then throw into second base. Ty Mason was ready for that. He stayed put at second. He understood the situation there. So good baseball all the way around. It'll be back-to-back hits for Ferrum. This one a true infield single for Carlos Castillo. But first real threat for the Panthers comes in the top of the third inning with Kyle Markowitz stepping in.
I love that Garcia doesn't force that throw to first because sometimes that's where you see the errors take place. Or, Mason has that plus speed at second. He maybe sneaks into third and you got runners on the corners.
So here's Kyle Markowitz, senior from Hilton Head, South Carolina. Defense straight away for Lynchburg with Eric Hyatt playing well behind the runner. Good stop and smother from Sean Pokerock. Kept that right in front, and the runners could not advance. For Kyle Markowitz, start number 16. He's played in 18 games now, 22 hits, and he has 3 home runs, 4 doubles, and 1 triple. So there is some power in there for Markowitz. He's also 7 for 7 in the stolen base department. A complete player, left-handed hitting, senior for Ferrum. Good spin move from Tyler Kaltrider, snap tag from Brandon Garcia, but Mason is back in time.
Nicely executed, and Mason 11 for 12 around the base paths this season. So, these guys in the top of the lineup, it's not exactly a Ferrum team that steals at a high rate, but they are getting that nice accuracy.
The 1-0 from Kaltrider went inside and missed, and now it's 2 balls and no strikes. There are 2 outs in a 2-0 game. We're in the top of the third inning. This is game 1 of our doubleheader today. Ferrum has won 2 in a row, but they've actually gone 3-7 in their last 10. So it was kind of a dismal stretch for the Panthers before winning those 2 ball games in a row. Markowitz laid on a fastball, and now it's a 2-1 count.
Again, that goes back to the speed disparity. Kaltrider really is impressive with how he uses that breaking ball, especially that slider. And, the great pitchers, there is a bigger disparity, but you're seeing it right here on your screen. Kaltrider
stares at Mason, now back to the target. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and now our count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Deuce is wild again, and in a 2-0 game, we get another 2 up on the scoreboard. So I love that.
That's right. I was going to almost take it for you if you didn't.
Well, we're gonna hand the play-by-play off to Evan Gates here in just a second, so maybe you'll get your chance. Here comes the 2-2. Big pitch from Kaltrider. Speed at second base. Mason will be a threat to score on any base hit, and Lynchburg will keep him closer with a toss to the bag. For the Hornets, they've got their 2 runs on 4 hits, and it will be Sean Pokerock who's 1 for 1, leading off in the bottom of the third inning.
How big would a hit be here to just bring in 1? Because, the Panthers have that strength to maybe get a homer later in the game, and you only need 1 at the plate.
This ball fouled off from Kyle Markowitz. Sean Baxter is on deck. Extended his hitting streak to 18 consecutive games with a single in the first inning. Single in the second inning for Baxter, I beg your pardon. Hit that one to the left side. That was a ball that Maddox Tsutsui got his glove on, but couldn't reel in. Tsutsui is playing deep here with 2 outs and 2 on. Mason bouncing. Kaltrider looks, now pitches. Eye-line fastball. Pokerock had to scramble for that. Kind of gave a look out there to Kaltrider like maybe he got crossed up. I don't know if maybe Pokey was expecting a breaking ball there, potentially. Hard to say. That
count, I feel like that's the right chance to use it.
Yeah. Full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. A massive lead at first base there for Castillo. Payoff pitch. That's a walk. 4th one that Kaltrider has issued this season. Just 4, but it does load the bases. And now the Panthers with a real chance. Sean Baxter came into the game hitting .438. He'll be hitting with the sacks packed.
Early candidate for at bat of the game for Ferrum. It's only the third inning, but you understand the importance. And now with that walk, the top 4 in the Panthers lineup have been aboard today. The bottom 5 have not reached yet.
Assistant coach Michael Solbach will stride out to the mound and have a chat here with Tyler Kaltreiter to review the game plan to Sean Baxter. Baxter's got 8 doubles, 1 triple, 2 home runs. Baxter has driven in 28 this season. That's team leading. And he's a guy that's a .381 hitter in his career, Evan. So this great season this year is not just a blip in the radar. I mean, he is really a proven player in this league. I think he's got a legitimate chance to maybe win a League Player of the Year, at least be a first-teamer in the ODAC. And if these numbers keep up, I mean, it's going to be hard to keep him off of that final first team.
Well, you mentioned what he did last season. What's maybe even more impressive is that in his first 2 with Ferrum, he was hitting a combined .231. And he's been .426 or higher last year and now. So you know that it has improved, but you're seeing the confidence for Ferrum, and he's in these big spots for a reason.
That's a fantastic observation by you. It didn't come easy. He had to suffer through a couple subpar seasons, but he's playing much better now. Here comes the first pitch to Sean Baxter after the mound visit. A great spot right there from Kaltreiter. That was just an inch or so off the outside corner. It will be 1 ball and no strikes. With 2 outs, Lynchburg can get the final out of the inning at any base. Outfield is played slightly to pull and slightly deeper than average. Infield deep and straight away on Sean Baxter. The 1-0 is a breaking ball and a called strike 1.
That's when you know you have confidence in your breaking ball. You're really willing to put it right down Main Street, and you understand, yes, with that 1-0 count, he's probably not swinging, but again, any pitch that's in the area code, he might be ready to take.
TK, right-hander deals. This ball swung on and fouled towards or into Wake Fieldhouse. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, Kaltreiter does have a split finger that he will use from time to time. I think when he's going good, it's mainly fastball slider. And wonder if we'll see more splits in the mix against some of these better hitting teams and as the season progresses. The 1-2 from TK. Fouled off by Baxter. Good fight right here from number 9. You don't hit .438 without being able to foul a couple 2-strike pitches away.
Don't forget Tyler Mason's at third, too. So anything that gets past your man behind the dish is probably going to be a run for Ferrum.
Mason about as fast as we've seen, at least in the last couple home games here at Fox anyway. Lynchburg undefeated at home. See if they can stay that way. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not. Good hold there by Baxter on a nasty pitch from Tyler Kaltreiter. And now it's 2-2 again with 2 outs in a 2-0 ball game. Top third here at Fox Field in game 1 of our doubleheader. Switch hitting catcher Seth Shannon waiting on deck. Kaltreiter has the sign. He's set and ready to go pretty quickly. Here's the 2-2. This one hit hard up the middle. Munitz giving chase. Can't get there in time. Bounces once in front of him. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. Third runner will hold, and they've got runners at the corners now. Panthers strike in the top of the third. Sean Baxter, second base hit of the game. Hitting streak intact, and now he's tied us up at 2 apiece.
That is a Baxter bash, and you understand it comes at the perfect moment for the Panthers. Munitz out there in center is lucky that ball doesn't get past him because it takes a little ricochet, and you know that you've got runners all around the bags. I mean, Markowitz was right there and could have taken the lead.
Joe Munitz did well to keep that ball sequestered nearby when he couldn't get to it in the air on the dive. Hitter is Seth Shannon. .328 on the season for Shannon. He's got 3 home runs to go along with 11 doubles. They're at first and third now for Ferrum in a tie ball game. Fake steal from Sean Baxter. Lynchburg did move to cover the bags. And it's a 1-0 count. Tyler Kaltreiter, rare for him to surrender 3 hits in an inning. And also there's a walk in there for TK. 4 consecutive have reached for Ferrum. All this has come with 2 outs.
That's a great observation. Yeah. First 2 batters of the inning for the Panthers were out.
If you know anything about Lynchburg offensively, they score so many runs with 2-out rallies. But Ferrum proving but they can do some of that themselves. Helps when you've got the top of the lineup coming up there with 2 outs, I would say. No disrespect to hitters 7, 8, and 9, but Tyler Mason is proving that he can be a one-man rally starter. Lynchburg has won 3 in a row. Hornets have taken 7 out of their last 8 and 10 of the last 12. Lynchburg is 22-4 on the season. His pitch swung on and missed by Seth Shannon. It looked like a breaking ball that just disappeared from his barrel. And now the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs in a 2-2 ball game.
You wonder how deep you go into the metrics, too, but remember, 3 of the top 5 for Ferrum are hitting lefty against Kaltrider. You wonder if that improves your chances. Baxter, obviously a righty.
Pokerock slides outside. Runner will take off, swing and a miss. Pokey tags, and the inning is over. But the Panthers tie the ball game. We're all knotted up at deuces here through 2.5. It's Ferrum 2, Lynchburg 2 on LHSN.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
The visiting team scores 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 left on, 1 in scoring position, and we are tied. Lynchburg and Ferrum in game 1 of the doubleheader. I'm Kyle, he's Evan Gates. Evan, we kind of pumped up this Ferrum offense. We weren't wrong. We weren't sensationalizing. The Ferrum Panthers can really swing it.
Exactly as advertised, and it's impressive to see them do it early in the game. There are a lot of teams out there that might wait until they get into Lynchburg's pin to make those numbers on the scoreboard start appearing. But for Kaltrider, he gave up 2 earned runs versus Roanoke last time out. And you know that this is a guy who's going to be ready and confident if he gets a fresh frame to come into. So you just have to keep that steady mindset and know that, yes, you did give up 2, but you're facing some of the best batters in the ODAC, and again, you limit the damage to keep this game tied.
And one thing we have noticed about Tyler Kaltrider, he is about as even keel as you will find, and you could see that there in the inning. He's never really going to change his demeanor or his body language or even a facial expression when things aren't going his way. I think he'll bounce back next inning and be just fine. Got to adjust, though, and we should point out that was the second time through the order, so you're getting an extra look at Tyler Kaltrider as a hitter. You're getting more information. That always helps. And we'll see how Lynchburg adjusts the pitching game plan. And we'll see how early the bullpen is needed, if they are needed at all. This is Sean Pokerock. This ball blistered to left field, but directly at Eli Elliott, who makes the catch easily. Tough luck there for Pokey. Hit that hard. 1 for 2 right now. It'll bring up Joe Gordon, who is 0 for 1. Flew out to center field in his first at bat.
Confident looking swing to open up the bottom of the 3rd, and going back to Kaltrider, he hasn't gone fewer than 5 innings this season, and so you got to think, yes, it's going to be another outing that goes for several pitches. That pitch count probably starting to get accelerated as you head toward the postseason, but how much is too much?
Yeah, he's gone over 100 pitches a few times this year, so I think that's probably a comfortable range. I think you start getting in that 110, 120, 130, then you might have some reservations there as a coach. But it's certainly another excellent point by you is Joe Gordon's out in front of this one, banging it foul. Because I think this is the time of the year when you start thinking about that, and you start thinking, well, should we let him get a little bit extended? If you get extended this weekend, maybe you keep it under 100 pitches next weekend. But with the knowledge that in the postseason you kind of throw out a lot of those rules and regulations, not rules and regulations, call them guidelines, I guess, for the pitch count stuff. Obviously, each pitcher is different. Some guys have that rubber arm, Evan. They can just keep throwing and throw every day and then throw some more.
Well, you've got to get your relievers on the path to success as well. Lynchburg next week going to have 4 games, so you're starting to see more pitchers get involved. But, like you said, you got Kaltrider, a guy that's going to be a Saturday starter, every weekend under the sun. can you get this entire committee ready to go? And I think the pitching stats prove that the Hornets are ready top to bottom, but it's going to be an interesting discussion as we head down the stretch.
Got some good numbers on the Lynchburg bullpen here as Joe Gordon hits with a 1-2 count. Like a changeup there from Gavin Stone that just missed. Now it's 2-2. Lynchburg bullpen was massive in the win against Virginia Wesleyan. They ate up 5 2/3 innings, gave up 5 hits, but no earned runs. And across those 5 bullpen arms for Lynchburg, they struck out 5 and walked 2. Joe Gordon out in front of another one and spins that foul. We'll run it back at 2-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd inning in a 2-2 ball game. But for the Hornets, it is a double-edged sword with having Kaltreiter and Matfield with so much success this season. Lynchburg's bullpen hasn't been needed on the weekends a ton.
That's right. But you see that success against Virginia Wesleyan, you're thinking, okay, they're ready to rock and roll. And, I mean, that's ultimately what gave the Hornets the win because, you know, as we've already alluded to, the scoring waited until late.
Lynchburg put up 4 in the top of the 9th inning to take a 5-4 lead in that Virginia Wesleyan game. And the Hornets got out of Virginia Beach with a key victory. Another off-speed pitch that Joe Gordon swung through. Punch out number 1 for Gavin Stone. Boy, that looked like kind of a parachute changeup. Just really Joe Gordon way out in front of it. Excellent pitch from Stone.
It almost felt like Gordon was decided on when he was swinging before the ball even left his hand. And, I mean, credit to Stone. You know, we mentioned it might not be a huge strikeout game for the Panthers, but you're seeing this Lynchburg team still find their struggles and just not necessarily extend that rhythm. We haven't seen a huge inning yet from Lynchburg, even after that first where they really roughed things up and brought 7 to the plate.
Yeah, Gavin Stone last pitched on April the 1st against Mary Baldwin through 3 1/3 earlier this week. That was on Tuesday, April Fool's Day. Ferrum did get a win against Mary Baldwin. They won their midweek conference game. It's 2 victories in a row for the Panthers. For Stone, in that outing against Mary Baldwin, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 4. So I think the left-hander being a key part of the game plan here for Ferrum, and then also probably what he did earlier in this week gives you a lot of confidence to run Gavin Stone out there for a big start. Pitching in a tie ball game right now. Logan Webster slightly out in front, sends this one into foul territory on the first base side, and Sean Baxter was waving and indicating to the teammates that he could not see it. Second baseman and right fielder gave good chase, but nobody could get there in time, and Logan Webster will get a reprieve with a 1-2 count.
Well, you're trying to maneuver the fence going into right field. You don't have a lot of foul territory, and it's quickly creeping up on you. And so that play going from first is so difficult because if you're not in right field and you're not familiar with that foul line, it's just tough to even, play hide and seek with the ball.
Excellent point by you, and we have often on these broadcasts talked about the unique nature of baseball where each field is different. And there is not a lot of foul territory down the first base line at Fox. It's interesting because you go through your pregame warm-ups, your outfield, infield practice, you don't really ever see teams hitting pop-ups down the lines to try to work on navigating the foul territory. Maybe I can be a trendsetter and start that if I ever get back into coaching. Baxter might have another chance here as Webster flares it. And again, you could see Baxter struggling with the sun. I mean, it's not the sunniest day we have had, but there is some sun shining. There's a little mix of wispy clouds out here and basically a blue sky. But Baxter clearly struggling just a bit. Although that one was foul. That one was beyond the fence. I don't know if he could have caught it, but looked like he again had trouble sighting it. The 2-2 from Stone. This is at the neck, and now it's a full count to Logan Webster. There's 2 outs. Parker Cato waits on deck. Webster walked in his first plate appearance.
Well, with the sky not being blue as well, it's still bright out, but it's almost cloudy enough to make the baseball kind of disappear when it goes up the elevator shaft.
Webster's under another one. This one will stay in the infield. You can see infielders shielding the sun with their glove, and Castillo kind of some flair on that one as he snaps it out of the sky for the final out of the inning. We've played 3 complete. We're all tied up, 2 apiece between Ferrum and Lynchburg on LHSN.
Heading to the top of the fourth, and Eli Elliott going to be at the plate for the Panthers. Coltrider is allowed 2 for this Lynchburg defense. Obviously, a few stops here and there. And Kyle, it feels like the Hornets defense has still been pretty active today, just not resulting in outs. You're seeing some of these plays where Garcia kept one in the infield, Munitz kept one from escaping to get to the outfield wall. But, when does it show up on the scoreboard?
Well, I think it's a great point by you. I think defense sometimes in baseball is sort of an afterthought. We all want to see the home runs and guys stealing bases is fun, pitchers getting the strikeouts. But, nobody really gets too jazzed up to field a routine ground ball, do they? But it's part of the game. It's part of the game that Lynchburg is really very good at. Their defense this season and in this great run they've had in the last 4 or 5 years for Lynchburg, defense has really been a focal point.
Sticking true to the blueprint as Elliott, the righty, steps into the plate. Righty on righty matchup as Coltrider's off speed eats him up for strike 1. Got the hair coming out of the helmet. A little bit of a different look nowadays. You don't see that very often.
I love the flow from Elliott there. Got good tilt on the helmet too. He's a good looking player.
You wonder as it gets warmer how tough it is to navigate as he lines this one into center. Munitz is going to have to let it hop. And once again, a lead-off base hit for this Ferrum squad. Did it in the second. They do it again in the fourth.
Nice adjustment there from Elliott. He struck out in his last at bat. Coltrider threw him breaking balls. We said look for more off speed early in the count from TK, and Elliott seemed to be aware of that as well as he just kept the nose on that one and hit it pretty hard into center field.
I mean, how difficult is it to go down with a backwards K in your first at-bat of a doubleheader and knowing you've not only got to get that confidence back, but also be able to get some hits and produce. It works for Elliott. Now Gregory Mello at the plate, grounded out to third earlier.
When you play those mind games with yourself, too, because you say, oh, he struck me out on a fastball last time. He's going to go to that again. But then the pitcher has that awareness, too. So sometimes you can overthink it as a hitter. That's why a lot of those guys that find a way to keep it simple, just see ball, hit ball. Yes, the scouting report matters, but sometimes as a hitter, you just have to simplify it and get back to the basics.
That's a great point because cat and mouse games can only go so far. You got to remember 9 different batters. This one's off the plate. Elliott's off the bag. Almost couldn't sneak back to first. How about the awareness from Pokerock?
Yeah, really good from Pokey right there. Snap throw. It was kind of a pitch that was a little bit in, too, so those are harder to throw to first base on. I think I see some Pokey disappointment there. It feels like maybe they had him at first base. Very close.
2-0 count. Munitz shaded right and center. Coltrider the delivery right down Main Street again. Another swinging strike starting to look very impressive as always for the man on the mound. Just 2 earned runs allowed versus Roanoke, trying to keep it the same here in this Ferrum contest.
And I'll jump in here about that last pitch. It appeared to be a slider that had a bit more vertical bite, a little bit more downward bite. Sliders typically don't go down as much as, say, a curveball, but a true slider does still have some depth and some vertical downward movement. It looked like TK had more on that one.
This one up into right. Cato trying to shade the sun. Has to work to his left. He missed it. Elliott on his horse to second, and everybody reaches safely. So once again, the sun causing problems.
So it wasn't just Baxter at first base for Ferrum. The sun is causing a problem for everybody. Lynchburg was going to see maybe if the runners crossed and the hitter Mello might have run past Elliott, but that was not the case. So it's 2 runners on. And you got to call that one an error on Parker Cato, but you feel for him a bit. You can tell now the sun truly is a factor.
I mean, I don't think that's a freshman mistake. I think that's a baseball player mistake, seeing the outfield and what they're dealing with now. But unfortunate for this Lynchburg team, now going to the 8-hole, J.J. Mulhern and Kyle. As we said, the bottom 5 hitters for the Ferrum Panthers had not gotten a hit going into this 4th inning. It was all at the top of the order. You don't want to have to go there again.
Exactly right. Got to get a big out right here. Looks like Mulhern showing the sacrifice bunt. So have your coverage ready if you're Lynchburg.
Hits in play. Pokerock's going to let this one bounce foul. It was on the chalk line, so we'll do it again.
Yeah, Pokey was ready to pounce right there. I think he was hoping he could catch it in the air, but just not quite in time. See if Lynchburg changes the coverage there. Coach Eric Owens kind of yelled something at Mulhern. He just told him get in there and sack bunt. No sign.
A little bit of everything going on, the X's and O's as Cartwrighter throws back to second. I mean, you've got Tsutsui obviously has to be ready here at third, but yeah, I mean, this is a situation where if you're Cartwrighter, you've got to be ready for a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Cartwrighter's probably got that area to the third baseline.
Well, this one's pulled, and it's going to be an easy out. Throw won't go anywhere else, so it works. But, I mean, Kyle, that was almost a chance for two.
It was, and I thought with Hyatt crashing, the idea there may have been to get the lead out at third base. Or, as you said, you may have an option to go to second and turn two that way. But Hyatt instead applying the tag. Lynchburg content just to get one out. Now it's two in scoring position for Ferrum.
Dangerous here in the top of the fourth. The third inning is where Ferrum equalized and heads to the 9-hole J.J. Tyree, who swings at a first pitch strike. This Lynchburg team has gotten out to leads early in their last 5 games now, if you count the one today, and they have had success when scoring first throughout the season. Trying to keep a similar rhythm. Another strike. Cartwrighter maybe has Tyree's number. He struck out in the third.
Good point by you about Lynchburg scoring first. I think that's a trait of a lot of the good teams, and obviously if you're 22-4, got to be in that good team category.
This one outside. I think there are so many different statistics that can make you a quote-unquote good team in Division III, but you've seen Lynchburg be tried and tested game after game in one of the tougher conferences in the nation. Ferrum, another great candidate. As Cartwrighter with the 1-2 count gets Tyree swinging again. So back-to-back strikeouts for Tyree on the day. And it heads to the top of the order, Tyler Mason, who will try to make something happen with 2 in scoring position back to the leadoff spot.
Mason's 1 for 2. You could argue the one he got out on, he actually hit harder than the base hit. He will be dangerous. Castillo on deck is 1 for 2. Lynchburg does have a base open. That will be part of the thought process here when you're calling your pitches for Mike Solbach and Travis Beasley.
Mason and Castillo both singled in that third inning run. I mean, this is equally impressive to some of these other innings because Cartwrighter, obviously, you know, the first inning, 3 up, 3 down, it's pretty simple stuff. To see him navigate the innings like this is just that much more impressive.
Exactly right. And you see nothing change with the demeanor or the body language, whether he's giving up runs or he's striking out everybody in the inning. Nothing changes for him.
Memory of a goldfish and a clean slate as this pitch sneaks inside.
I think Lynchburg could be pitching around Ty Mason here, who, if you remember, swung at the first pitch in back-to-back at bats. He's now seen double the amount of pitches. He's looked at 4 today and then run this count 2-0.
Well, you wonder, Mason a lefty batting .304, but 11 for 12 stolen bases. He's also been very active at swinging in the count. Swings at this one and misses. And now a 2-1, I think, you know, I'd have to agree. And even with Castillo here in that 2-hole, who has had a really successful season batting .370, I think they want to try and really be smart around the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, sometimes you have matchups you like that suit you better, suit your pitcher's strengths a little bit better than maybe another one.
This pitch might tell a lot of the story. Garcia gets back to second. The Lynchburg defense steals the show again. What a connection. Cartwrighter sneaks it back, and Ferrum has to leave the top of the fourth unsettled. Back to the Hornets hitting half here at Fox Field on the other side.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
Braden Weeks will come in for relief out of the Ferrum pen, but an absolutely exclamatory end to the top of the fourth. Tyler Mason at the plate with 2 in scoring position, and he just has to stay in the box. Brandon Garcia from short sneaks over and tags the runner at second. Kyle, I mean, that's obviously defense from Lynchburg, but that's just great awareness in a veteran ball club.
Yeah, exactly. The trail runner there sometimes tends to wander off, and Lynchburg defensively does not forget this time. And Gregory Mello is going to hear about that when he goes back in the dugout. But again, that's just so often that trail guy just gets a little bit, hate to say lazy, maybe loose is a better word there. And Lynchburg obviously taking advantage. You know, they thought they had a runner picked off at first base earlier in the inning. So Lynchburg really doing a nice job of finding a way to get an out. Not really the traditional way, although certainly a part of baseball for a long time, but not the way you might expect to get an out. But that was massive for Lynchburg.
Absolutely, and I think no one feels better about it in that Lynchburg outfield than Parker Cato, who missed a ball in right field earlier in the inning. He's now at the plate facing Weeks for his first batter. A 3.94 ERA, first one in the infield. Mello able to get the throw across the diamond. Nice awareness from 55 and Gray. It's 1 down to start the bottom of the fourth.
Excellent play there by Mello. You leave the base running mistake in the dugout, you come out and make a good play. Mello might have baited him a little bit there, honestly, because he was really swung over to second base there, almost giving Parker Cato that line. But Mello, as soon as he saw the movement from the hands, you know, a lot of coaches say read the hitter's hands on a base hit bunt. Mello was off and really good run through there and a strong throw from Mello.
You know, it's an easier situation when you don't have traffic around the base paths, but that doesn't negate the fact that's a very athletic play because you're still leaning and trying to make that throw, knowing that Cato, you know, being in that 7 spot's one of the quicker players on this Hornets roster. This one's rifled out into center. Long run for J.J. Mulhern, who makes the play, and it looks relatively routine for out number 2.
Yeah, I think 4 pitches right now for Weeks. We haven't even been able to give you his stat line here, but on the season, Braden Weeks is 1-0. He's made 3 starts. This will be appearance number 11 total, 3.94 earned run average. He struck out 10 and only walked 2.
You wonder if it's part of the game plan to start him off versus 7, 8, 9 in the lineup.
Yeah, that could be a factor in there. A great way to try to get some comfort. We know how dangerous those hitters can be, but just on paper, wouldn't you rather start against those 3 guys than say maybe 1, 2, 3? So again, another excellent observation by you and a good spot to bring him in.
Don't want to have to face many of the all-conference players in those first few batters. Obviously, this Ferrum team's going to attack, knowing they're in this ball game. It's tied up 2-2. But when you look at Stone's line to end this game, he allowed 4 hits and 2 runs. I mean, you know, all told, it is only 3 innings of production, but it could have been much worse. Setsui able to rifle this to third. Another nice play from Mello, who has some strong defense here in the bottom fourth as Ferrum able to escape unscathed. Again, 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the top of the 5th on the other side. There's a good look at the Lynchburg dugout. This one's still tied here on Fox Field, and Tyler Kaltrider still on the mound, still wheeling and dealing, and obviously a little bit of turbulence. I think if you ask him at this stage of the game, maybe wanting a little more production out of himself, but he's had to navigate some very tricky innings, and he's done so successfully, allowing just 2.
I think Kaltrider is one of those guys, very confident, believes in himself, backs himself always, but he's got a healthy respect for the opposition. He knows how tough these other teams are, whether it's ODAC or non-conference for Lynchburg. So he knows you have to bring your best, and I think he knows occasionally you're going to get hit around. You're going to give up some runs. Yes, he's a high achiever and high standards for himself, but again, I think a very healthy respect for the opposition. For Lynchburg, again, the close games, they're 12-4 in games decided by 4 or less. They're 7-2 in one-run games. Ferrum's actually played a lot of close games this year, Evan. 5-3 in one-run ball games, so 8 total. 7-7 in the one swing of the bat games.
Well, it didn't wait long either. Lynchburg's first 4 wins were by 1 run, and you have really seen that impressive confidence as Mason shows bunt. It's back to the top of the order for this Ferrum squad. If you remember, Mason was not able to complete his at-bat in the last inning, so obviously Kaltrider struggled in the 3rd against the top of the order. We'll see how this battle fares. Another pitch that Mason is swinging at, and we've seen a few swings like that today where it looks like he's trying to belt one into the trees.
Yeah, he's trees. He's looking for the lake with that kind of a swing. Yeah, Mason and a lot of guys in this Ferrum lineup, they've got an aggressive, violent kind of a hack.
Maybe part of the scouting report. This one works. It's lined out into center. Munitz takes a few steps in, and it's out number 1.
Munitz has been on the run a bunch today, hasn't he? Lynchburg typically plays their outfielders maybe a little bit deeper than average, we'll say, deeper than most teams that we see. And that allows you as an outfielder to be a bit more aggressive coming in. And I guess the idea also is that you might be able to catch a few more of those balls that do go back to the track or to the wall.
Carlos Castillo 1 for 2 on the day. He's in the batter's box facing Kaltrider. Got to ask you, Kyle, you see these Lynchburg defenders back a little ways. I mean, for the fans at home who might not be familiar with some of the ODAC ballparks, is the Fox wall deeper than normal, or, what is the dimension here compared to others?
Well, the thing you hear about Fox Field a lot is the deep center field. I mean, you talk to old school LC fans, Lynchburg College fans. This one's hit hard. Munitz is on the run again to center. But you talk to the fans, and they'll say, I can only count on one hand the amount of balls I've seen hit out to dead center. It's just very deep out there, deeper than maybe average the way it angles out from the foul poles. And Lynchburg, I think, in general, deeper than average than most ballparks in the ODAC. But you do see some pretty spacious places to play all across the league.
So in a way, it's almost like an ice cream cone. You've got it going out more straight than out wide.
Exactly.
I mean, depends whose ice cream cone you're asking about.
Well, that's true, too.
Kind of get messy a little bit.
Yeah. And some places, the ball just flies differently. You go to Shenandoah late in the year, the ball tends to fly out there. Early in the season when it's cold, not so much, even though those Hornets do seem to find a way to get it out of the park.
Great observation. Markowitz lays down the bunt. Satsui, quick throw over to first. Got him in time. 1, 2, 3. Go to the top of the order here for the Panthers. Kaltrider's back on track. Lynchburg looks to take the lead in the bottom of the 5th. Look at the packed stands here at Fox Field. Maybe you see somebody you know. It's such a beautiful day here in the Hill City. The rain holding off just long enough, hopefully for two, here as Ferrum faces Lynchburg. A 2-2 ball game, and Lynchburg hasn't had a hit since the second inning. They'll try to change that this time around. We mentioned the Panthers brought their top three up. Lynchburg plans to do the same with Garcia, Munitz, and Jones on your scorecard.
Back to the pitching for Ferrum. I mean, I think if at the beginning of the series you said, hey, one pitcher is going to give you 3 innings and you're going to hold the second-ranked team in the country to 2 runs in those innings, you'd probably take that. If you could map that out, that would mean Lynchburg scores 6 today, 2 runs every 3 innings. I think you'd feel good about that if you were Coach Eric Owens.
Absolutely. And, I mean, we don't have a specific number. I'd have to go back into the stat sheet. But if you're asking how many Ferrum pitchers have started a game this year, let's just say a hefty bunch, because Ferrum has really used a large committee. And I think that's important at this stage of the season, knowing that, okay, Jay Penn is the guy who normally goes out and gets a lot of starts on the weekends. He is not starting game 1 today. But the rest of the squad has really showed up against tough teams, and they're competing well.
The answer is 10.
Wow.
10 Ferrum Panther pitchers have started a game, and I'm going to get you the Lynchburg number for comparison in a second.
That's just impressive because, obviously, as we've said, the ODAC competition only gets steeper year after year, and to do it, I mean, you see consistency at this stage of the season, but you see it with a large number of players.
So for Lynchburg, it's exactly half that. 5 players have started a ball game on the bump for Lynchburg.
Garcia really didn't get clean contact on that one. Easy play, fire to first, and that is out number 1. So another easy-looking defensive play for Weeks on the mound.
And back to that pitching thing for Lynchburg, you know, Kaltreiter's been locked in as that ace all season long. Nick Matfield's been locked in also as an ace, I'll say. I mean, you got TK as a 1A. I don't call Matfield a 2. I call Matfield a 1B. And then Logan Tapman's been taking the ball in those midweek starts every week consistently. Yeah, and then, of course, Lucas Marrero made his first start earlier this week. Davis Watson has started 4 for Lynchburg.
I mean, that's like an MLB team, having those 5, because not only are they 5 names, but they're 5 guys who are pretty legit candidates to go out there and have a long outing.
That's a great point. You have guys like Colin McGuire, who strictly relief work this year, but did some closing and some relieving last season. So you had some situations like that. Tapman was in the same boat last year for Lynchburg, where he would start some, he'd come out of the bullpen some. This year, strictly that midweek starter guy.
Pitch just a little high. Munitz in a hitter's count. It's 3-0. You know, going back to a stat you gave me at the beginning of the season, this team lost 38% of the innings pitched from last year. And to come back and be this dominant in that ERA department shows what Lynchburg's vision is like. As Munitz walks on 4 pitches, it'll open the door for Ben Jones.
Yeah, the vision, the strength of this program, the trajectory of this program. Good programs have a year here or there that's outstanding. Those great programs, they just stack those years on top of each other. They build, they rebuild, they reload. Rebuild's a bad word. They reload. The great teams never seem to have to ever truly rebuild.
You know, a lot of people wondered when Coach Lucas Jones obviously was no longer the head coach here at Lynchburg, what it would look like. You understand similar talent, similar faces still in the clubhouse. Travis Beasley took over. He is looking for his 60th win as head coach in just his 2nd season. That's hard enough to do for a lot of programs around the ODAC, but to see it halfway through year number 2 and know that the aspirations are sky high again, I mean, it says a lot about what the Hornets are trying to do.
It really does. This program just did not miss a beat, and that tells you, as you know, Ferrum might be trying to pitch around Munitz and Ben Jones, which is dangerous because you put multiple runners on base, or it could be maybe Weeks has just lost the command just slightly. 2-1 count. I'll finish the thought at some point here because we know Ben Jones can stop you in your tracks.
Great silencer at the plate, looking to make damage again. Takes a weird hop. Castillo couldn't corral. Did he get the throw in time? It doesn't matter. J.J. Tyree couldn't corral it safely here at second. 2 on for Lynchburg. Munitz had reached 3 times in the game. That's the first trip to first for Ben Jones. Scary situation with Pokerock coming to the plate.
Really is. Pokey's going to be switched on and ready to go. Always has a great feel for the moment. Sean Pokerock only hitting .273 on the season, but always seems to step up in big spots and drive runners in. He's already done it once today in the first inning. Boy, let's go back to that swing from Ben Jones. I mean, that's how you hit it through somebody. That exit velocity.
That's a great point, and he didn't really try to do too much. We've seen some of the crazy hacks throughout this game from other players, and you can tell they're trying to put it in the outfield grass. Ben Jones still looks the same on an infield single as, you know, a homer going all the way past the wall.
Exactly, because he did fly out twice already in this game. That's what good hitters do. They adjust. Ben Jones said, look, I might get out, but it's not going to be because I get under it. I'm going to hit this ball, square it up on the nose, hit a line drive, a hard one-hopper at or through an infielder. Again, that's what those complete hitters do. They adjust.
Another pitch that's high. We've seen that a few times from Weeks on the mound, and he's running into trouble if this at-bat goes awry. A 1-1 count, 1 down.
Wouldn't be shocked to see a mound visit coming soon.
Another pitch right in the breadbasket. Pokerock takes it for a ride. Lynchburg's going to find their place in the lead as Ben Jones heads over to third. Clinical hitting for this Lynchburg squad, and 3 straight have reached for the Hornets. Joe Gordon with a chance to extend the damage.
Yeah, Joe Gordon can bust it open now. Pokey's got that door wobbly. Here's that mound visit that I predicted we might get pretty soon there. Sean Pokerock on the season. He has now 20 hits. He's driven in 20. I mean, when you've got as many RBI as you do hits, that tells you not that he's waiting for runners to get on base, because I don't think Pokey's doing that. I just think he has such a knack, such a feel. He understands what's required of him when runners are on base and really makes the most of those opportunities.
And you would imagine a stat like that is almost exclusive to somebody who is in the cleanup position or maybe your 3-hole.
Sure.
But it also shows what those front hitters have been able to accomplish. We talk about the walks and the OBP. I mean, the Hornets are on the base paths, and Pokerock's somebody you might not talk about a lot in terms of having the production, because you've got guys like Ben Jones and Joe Munitz in front of him. He has been so consistent, and you're seeing it now.
Major facts by you. Ben Jones has been on base at least once in every game now this season. He extended that streak. And Joe Munitz, he's just 2 for 2 with a walk today.
Joe squared can make some damage. One of them grounds out to second. Double play opportunity is solidified. So the Panthers able to keep the Hornets from making things into crooked numbers. They do get a run. They do take the lead. So all in all, mission successful, but not finished for this Lynchburg team as we head to the top of the 6th. Are you having fun yet? It's been a fun day here at Fox Field, and not just advertised by your 2 broadcasters, Kyle Haney and Evan Gates, hanging out with you on a Saturday afternoon. And so far, really a defensive battle. The pitching has still been on point here through 5 innings. And Cartwrighter back out for the 6th. Kyle, you mentioned he's gone, north of 100 pitches in a few outings this year, but it feels like it is night and day from what we saw in some of those earlier innings, because, the last time that he went out, it was pretty quick work for Lynchburg.
Really was. I think Cartwrighter, again, he's so even keel. He never needs to settle down. But sometimes as a starter, you just get better feel for the pitches as the game goes on. You know where you want to start that breaking ball, where you want it to land, different things you can do with the third and fourth pitch. So all that matters for a guy like TK. I think he's really starting to figure that out and looking good. And what a great half inning of baseball there for Lynchburg. I mean, to get some runners on. Ben Jones with a fantastic swing. Pokey drives a runner in, and then the 4-6-3 double play. I mean, Ferrum comes up with a key double play when they needed to. You feel for Joe Gordon a little bit. I mean, he squared that ball up, but that's baseball. That's part of what makes our game great. Sometimes you hit it hard right at a guy. Sometimes you dink it and it finds all that green grass out there somehow.
Well, you might be waiting at this stage of the game for Lynchburg to have that big inning that we've always talked about. But what is so impressive from the Panthers is that they haven't allowed it yet. The defense has really shown up in big times, and then you turn the page to somebody like Sean Baxter at the plate, 2 for 2 with 2 singles, and probably the one guy on this roster that you want to have at the plate to lead off the 6th.
I love watching this guy hit. Keeps it really simple. Starts with a narrow stance. You see a lot of wide footwork nowadays. He kind of starts narrow and then strides into it. Takes that stride kind of at the shortstop. And that really kind of lets him open up and clear those hips. But with the long arms, the long levers, he can still stay on the outside pitch. So fun swing to watch.
That's still a powerful step, too. You see when he opens up, he can take the ball and park it anywhere on Fox Field. Takes another pitch as the count is 1-2.
And it's fun to analyze and break down a guy's batting stance. And, if you talk to the Lynchburg coaches, Mike Solbach is so good at that. He's so good at the eye test. Can watch you get in the batter's box and take a swing. As Kaltreiter will get a big punch out there. I think TK is starting to gain some momentum as this game goes on. Strikeout number 5 for TK. But that was always the old school thing before we had all the video and all that stuff. You just looked at a guy's batting stance. Sometimes you'd watch him in BP and get some information that way. And there's still a lot to be gained from that, even in the modern era with all the video and the advanced scouting.
Well, that's a great point. I think it's being lost. You think about, even travel tournaments, how, you used to see the kids who would be playing the next game, they'll be watching, they'll be trying to get some scouting tips. I mean, nowadays, there's always a screen in front of your face that you're never able to really sit down and appreciate it.
This will be pitch number 71 for Kaltreiter. It's in the dirt there. Hitter is Seth Shannon. I know I've said it a few times, but a switch hitting catcher. Think about how hard that is. You gotta take BP twice and do all the extra work hitting, and then you got to go catch guys in the bullpens during practice.
Well, and even just the mindset of that, having to hit from both sides of the plate, and also, assuming you might see a righty and a lefty in the game for the opposing pitching staff. Obviously, Kaltreiter wants to give this thing a ride. Another nice pitch right in the zone, a 1-2 count. Kaltreiter has strikeouts in 4 of 6 innings. Backwards and forwards. We'll see what he can do this time around. Facing 4, 5, and 6 in this Ferrum lineup. Shannon in the 5-hole, ready to make it a loud contact. That this time won't happen. That's going to be another take, 2-2 count.
I was just trying to remember some of the great switch-hitting catchers. Adley Rutschman, of course, for the Baltimore Orioles switch-hitting catcher. And then Jorge Posada was one of the famous switch-hitting catchers.
Another one that is a strikeout recorded, looking in the dirt, and Shannon couldn't catch up. Another strikeout, back-to-back Ks for Kaltreiter. And Eli Elliott, who had a single in the 4th, will try to keep his hitting hopes alive.
A nugget from Brady Moore also mentioned Jason Varitek.
Oh, yes.
Famous Red Sox catcher. Varitek and Posada they're up there in most no-hitters caught, I think. Don't they have the one of the records there? Some of that is longevity, but, give the catcher some credit. They had a hand in it.
And they're good pitching staffs, too. I mean,
right.
Playing with the Yankees and the Red Sox at that time in history. I just had a conversation the other day. One of my teammates talking about the Yankees, just so many great teams back in that era. I mean, you think about this, those teams with those guys back in the Jeter era, obviously so many players in New York, you could say it was their era. But if you're just a baseball fan in general of whatever team, you probably know some of those names.
Household names, and the Yankees seem to have a way to keep producing those household names. Or they sign them.
And in the case of Soto, they lose them. But for the New York fans out there, we'll keep the conversation
that was a sharp wit by you. That was very quick, right off your tongue.
It's all right. The A's are still getting swept. You don't have to worry about that one. Elliott at the plate, a 1-2 count. Kaltrider could have 3 strikeouts in a row to get out of the 6th. Delivery on the way, fouled off. Some late contact that goes right back to the net.
Good fight right there by Elliott. And again, you've struck out against him once, but Elliott does have a single. So there is a bit of that cat and mouse, some mind games. You know what the pitcher wants to try to do. Pitcher probably knows what the hitter wants to do.
So many rounds in the ring. What is in store this time as Kaltrider sends it outside? Mentioned it earlier. We've got our deuces wild on the scoreboard.
Yeah. You got to love it. I say the pitcher knows what the hitter wants to do. With a 2-strike count, the hitting approach really changes. You want to get the ball in play. Although that's debatable too, depending on hitters.
It's very true. The Panthers trying to restore it. This one out to right field. Cato is unable to catch up. Extra bases for Eli Elliott. Will he turn around second? He settles for 2. Cato fortunate that ball didn't take a longer trip out in right field, but another play that is maybe going to come back and haunt the Hornets. Ferrum, the window open to tie this ball game.
Cato broke in on that initially and tried to recover. Realized that ball from Elliott was carrying well. There is a bit of a breeze blowing out to right center. And that one will probably go down as a hit, but boy, Parker Cato is going to love to have that one back. If we could do that either way, Elliott is aboard and in scoring position for Gregory Mello.
That's a great observation. Obviously, if you don't get your glove on it, too, that discussion changes its trajectory. But now a golden opportunity. Mello in the 7-hole watches the first pitch.
Actually, the first hit that Kaltrider has given up since Elliott singled earlier in the ballgame. So TK sat down 8 consecutive without surrendering a hit.
That's unfortunate, too, because you felt like he got out of the inning. It was somewhat soft contact. This time, Ben Jones going to play recycling duties, and he keeps the Hornets alive and in the lead. So Lynchburg escapes some defensive malfunctions, but we're heading to the bottom of the 6th where the Hornets can keep it rolling here at Fox.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Back for the bottom of the 6th, where Logan Webster will look for his first hit of this doubleheader Saturday. Ferrum takes on Lynchburg. The Hornets right now leading by just 1. Kyle, we've talked about the Ferrum hitting numbers, but they have really been persistent, and I think the big part of the picture right now is that they are certainly not going away throughout this ball game.
Agreed, and I think with Kaltreiter's stuff right now against some other hitting approaches and other hitting teams, he might have 10 or 11 strikeouts. But he does have 6 Ks. I give Ferrum a lot of credit. They seem to have a good hitting approach. They're putting good swings on Tyler Kaltreiter. Even that one from Mello was hit hard. Logan Webster will hit this one fairly deep, but that's one pitch, one out there as he flies out to center.
I mean, think about that at bat with Elliott in the last half of the inning. I believe that was 2 strikes when he gets that contact. And, I mean, again, Kaltreiter really having to deal with a lot of traffic, but all told, this Lynchburg team still has confidence on their hitting side. Parker Cato going to try and get things going. He doesn't have a hit today, 0 for 2 with a fly out and a ground out.
Well, and that's when I went on the little 2-strike discussion there. I want to get back to that really quickly because, I was kind of saying with 2 strikes, you just want to stay alive. I do want to amend that because I want to say that 2 of the best hitters of all time, Tony Gwynn and Barry Bonds, they said they changed nothing with 2 strikes. So they one time asked Gwynn about, what's your 2-strike approach? What do you do? And he said, what do you mean what do I do? I just hit. Why would I change something for the pitcher?
That's
Good
right.
swing from Parker Cato. But, yeah, I'll just continue it here. Gwynn would say, why would I change my strength, what I do, because of the count? That just makes the pitcher even better. And Bonds was the same way. Bonds didn't say, I'm still trying to hit it out with 2 strikes, but he said, I don't really adjust anything because, the old school thing was, you choke up, you move up on the plate, you do this. Some people will say you try to hit the ball backside, you try to change your zone a bit, all these other things. And those are still in play as thoughts hitting-wise, but I did want to point out that 2 of the greats said they changed nothing with 2 strikes.
So then you wonder this. Is the success afforded by the mindset that attacking constantly, or is it just simply talent from those 2? Because obviously 2 of the best to play the game, but at the same point, did the talent happen first that allowed that mindset, or do you think they go in hungry and that's why they're getting some of those extra hits?
Well, that's a fantastic question, and we could spend all day trying to answer that. Unfortunately, we don't have access to Tony Gwynn anymore to ask, but if we could get in touch with Barry Bonds, we could ask. It's a great point by you, and I don't know what the answer is. As high, it takes a high one from Weeks. I think that's the beauty of baseball and maybe sports in general, is there is room for an individual approach. Yes, we have things that have worked for years, certain fundamentals that still work, but there's room within that for an individual.
Hyatt takes this one for a ride out to left field. Eli Elliott a few steps back and makes the catch for out number 2. Cato's going to have to return to first. So many great discussions within the game of baseball, and obviously it is a game that has a lot of history afforded to it. This Lynchburg team, definitely another team that's hoping to write some history this year. Postseason aspirations once again, and they are proving successful through 26 games, 22-4, trying to pick up another 2 wins today. Satsui in the 9-hole steps in. Cato on first. 2 down for Weeks on the mound, who's really had an extended outing in relief, and he's doing well to hold the Hornets silent.
Yeah, I like what Weeks is doing. Back-to-back left-handed pitchers. Scott Fiedler's pointed out that the Ferrum pitchers being left-handed remind him of the Ferrum great Billy Wagner. First Division III player in the MLB Hall of Fame. Billy Wagner. Some great stories about his time at Ferrum. I can actually share one when we get a second. I have talked to Billy Wagner, not about his 2-strike approach, but about other things.
That's a good conversation starter, but has its time and place.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We don't want to start a long story with 2 outs, though. That was the old Vin Scully rule.
That's right. If it's the Hornets, you might be able to. A great 2-out hitting team, but they're going to have to avoid trouble now. Satsui. 1-2 count, pitch high. Cato on the run and able to get into second, who will hold there. A collision between a pair of 4s at that second bag, but all told, it's a runner in scoring position for Lynchburg, and Satsui with a hit could add some insurance.
Good spot to run on there count-wise. Interestingly enough, though, it ended up being a high fastball, which is actually a great pitch to throw on, but Shannon just couldn't quite complete the connection.
Satsui keeps the battle alive. The count runs full.
Seems like the miss has been high from Weeks. I don't think he's intentionally throwing those up there. I think that's a miss. Let's see if he can buckle down and make a big pitch here.
Great observation. One of the bigger pitches of the ball game. Satsui trying to turn it over the top of the order. Takes another pitch, and once again, just a touch high. 2 on for Brandon Garcia.
Well, pitching coaches talk about 2-out walks, and they talk about leadoff walks too. But that 2-out walk, it'll extend the inning and let Lynchburg turn the lineup over, and we're actually going to get a mound visit. So with Billy Wagner, Tazewell, Virginia native, when he went to Ferrum, it was a junior college back then. Ferrum was still at JUCO, and Wagner went there to play football and basketball, or football and baseball, rather. So the story was when he couldn't find anybody to throw with on campus, he would take a bucket of baseballs, and he would just go throw himself. He'd throw the ball into the backstop net, and he would work his way out to center field. And he said he finally, realized he was throwing it pretty hard because he could throw it from the center field warning track and hit the backstop behind home plate on the fly. He said, that's when I was starting to throw mid to upper 90s. I would just step and throw and fire it halfway up the backstop from 400 feet away.
Like it's like nothing, right?
Yeah.
I can't imagine that. As Garcia steps in, watches the first pitch in there for a strike.
And so I got to meet him at a baseball camp. He was out there raking the mound. Here's a guy that's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's raking the mound. And I asked him if that was true, and he confirmed the story. And I'll give you the second part in a second.
Hollywood takes a rip, pulls it into right field. It's going to be damage for this Lynchburg squad. They keep the traffic running. Garcia hauling for third. 2 in for the Hornets. There's the exclamation mark we have held our breath for. 2-out triple for number 7.
Well, Brandon Garcia, Hollywood, and when the spotlight is shining brightest, that's when he delivers. Massive cut right there. He got a lot of that. Outfield was slid over, actually playing him the opposite way. Brandon Garcia pulled it down the line. Lynchburg on top. Great swing from Brandon Garcia.
Unfortunate after a mound meeting that this Ferrum squad gives up 2 more, a team that's been so tight throughout this contest. But Kyle, the second you saw it off Garcia's bat, you were saying that was fair and it was going on a ride.
And you really got to be careful here. Breaking ball from Weeks, good pitch. You really have to be careful because Lynchburg has snatched the momentum for Ferrum. You let the guard down a little bit more, and all of a sudden it can be Lynchburg blowing it off the hinges again.
This one clips Munitz. 390, and Ben Jones will operate with runners on the corners. We'll wait and see. It looks like a pitching change is in the cards, and that'll allow Mr. Kyle Haney to finish the story. A great one on Mr. Wagner.
So finishing the story there with Billy Wagner, we're at a baseball camp. I was coaching high school at the time, and I had a player go to this camp, and Wagner is a high school coach at the Miller School just outside Charlottesville. So he's out there. They just hosted the event. He's out there raking the mound afterwards. Again, that's these guys with that work ethic. I mean, here's a guy who spent almost 2 decades in the big leagues. He's not above raking the mound after the event. So that tells you a little bit about the work ethic.
For sure.
Asked him about the story, and he confirmed that he would do that with the bucket of balls. He also said when he was at home in Tazewell, they had a farm, and he had 1 baseball, and he would throw it as far as he could and then go jog after it and throw it back. And he said it was funny because his parents would get mad because, they'd come out there and find a beet plant or whatever, a corn stalk that was destroyed, and they would say, like, look, throw the ball, but if you keep messing up the crops, we won't be able to eat this winter.
There goes the income. You better have that baseball contract.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So yeah, Billy Wagner, of course, the other great story about Billy Wagner. Then we'll direct our attention back to this game. But he was a natural righty growing up. He broke the right arm at one point, And, because he wanted to still keep playing and doing stuff, he just learned to throw left-handed. He said, I just picked up the ball and just started throwing it and kind of figured it out and never went back to right-handed. You have a few guys in baseball history, like the guy from Mississippi State, who continued to switch throw and pitch both. But Wagner said, I was too good left-handed, so just kept throwing it left-handed. But, yeah, a very good defensive back. He also, will always make the joke about how, I was like 5'8", 130 pounds. I knew I probably wasn't going to make it as a DB, wasn't going to make it on the gridiron, so shifted the focus to baseball, and that turned out to be a good shift.
A wise observation. What sticks out with that story, too, is the fact that there was no excuse at any point, because so many players now, you see technology improving, I don't have this, or, I'm not playing for a team that allows this, and it is absolutely up to you as a baseball player how you want to craft your career. And I think for him, obviously, you talk about throwing a ball. I mean, that's a cross-country workout, throwing it and running for it. I mean, to be able to do that and see the success and the trajectory, it speaks volumes, and not just for him, but for Division III in general.
For sure. And it's one of the all-time great stories, and I think so many of us from that era, the late 90s through the early part of the 2000s, remembers Billy Wagner on TV just blowing guys away out there with the 99-mile-an-hour heater.
So special as Ben Jones, somebody else on the other side of the ball who can make some damage, steps up to the plate. Runners on the corners. He faces the lefty Carter Liverman. And this one swings outside. Tough spot in the lineup to come in and face Ben Jones, one of the best in the conference. Hornets with all the momentum right now, courtesy of Brandon Garcia. Had to haul all the way to third, a nice looking triple that reached the right field wall.
Ferrum seems to be committed to the left-handers, don't they? Three southpaws in a row here against Lynchburg. That's a sign of what they think about this Lynchburg lineup.
Obviously, three lefties up front for Lynchburg. Probably not a coincidence. The timing of going to the bullpen.
Yeah, I think it was the right time there for Ferrum. You could argue maybe even make that move a little bit earlier, but I don't want that to feel like a criticism. That's just a tough decision in baseball.
It's always tough knowing that the three up front for Lynchburg, all of them can cause damage, including with 2 strikes. Ben Jones will try to do it. Watches this pitch just a little high. Once again, the eye level, the eyesight so impressive from these top guys.
Yeah, pitch recognition, identification, and then pitch selection, top tier for Lynchburg throughout the last 5 or 6 seasons.
A little bit of an extended wait on the mound. Liverman waits to deliver. And it's caught on the bat of Jones. Oh, leaping grab at second. J.J. Tyree went up the ladder and hangs on just long enough to keep Lynchburg from scoring anymore. Ben Jones going to be frustrated about that one, but Lynchburg now up 3 as we head to the top of the 7th. Kyle Haney going to have play-by-play on the other side.
Lynchburg has scored in 4 of the first 6 innings of this ball game, but their first multi-run inning comes in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 2-run triple from Brandon Garcia. Nearly got worse, but a leaping grab there by the second baseman, J.J. Tyree, will keep Ferrum in range. It is a 5-3 Lynchburg lead through 6 complete. 5 runs on 8 hits for the Hornets. They've left 8 on, 5 of those in scoring position. Ferrum Panthers have 2 runs on 6 hits, and the visitors have left 5 on. J.J. Mulhern will lead off for the Panthers. Batting order still intact, but we've seen Ferrum use 3 pitchers now. Just 1 on the mound for the Hornets. Tyler Kaltreiter still working effectively. Did give up a double in the last inning to Eli Elliott, but that was a ball that we felt Parker Cato misplayed slightly. And we'll see if TK gets better and better. He had a little bit of a longer wait there as Lynchburg did score multiple runs. Evan, you and I know have discussed before at times as a pitcher, it's nice to have a little bit of a breather when your offense doesn't go 3 up, 3 down. But pitchers, like most of us, they're creatures of habit. They like the routine. They don't want to wait over there too long. Bouncing ball, left side. Brandon Garcia will load up and throw. It's up to line and not in time. That'll be an infield single for J.J. Mulhern. So the leadoff man is on for the Panthers. That is the 3rd time in the first 7 innings that Ferrum has gotten the leading runner on board.
Well, think about this in the Kaltreiter discussion. Throughout this day, we haven't really had a long inning. You know, we've had a lot of hitting, but it's been so spread out and sporadic. And so for this first long wait, obviously Kaltreiter's a veteran. You know, the VMI transfer, he's seen this before. But you still have to come out with the same ferocity, knowing that Ferrum still wants to get back in this game.
Ground ball right side. This could be 2. There's the first. Oh, Brandon Garcia lost the handle as it came out of the glove. Okay, they're going to rule the initial runner out at second. That was on the transfer. So it will just be a 4-6 fielder's choice for Lynchburg. They do not get 2 for the price of 1 that time around. It'll bring up the top of the order Ty Mason, who is 1 for 3. Back to that break, you know, Lynchburg scores 2 runs on 2 hits, but there was a regular mound visit, and then there was a pitching change in that half inning, so that made it take a lot longer. I mean, I started and stopped the Billy Wagner story like 4 times in there. That's how long the half inning was.
It's like an audio story. The press and play button right there.
Just restart it whenever you need to. First pitch to Mason. He'll swing and miss. There's that violent swing again from number 1, Tyler Mason. He's a sophomore from Brook Neal, which is about 45 minutes or so southeast of Lynchburg. Played at William Campbell High School. Very good 2-way player there. Kaltreiter, the 0-1. This will go back up the middle. Lynchburg will not get to that. 2-hit day here in game 1 for Ty Mason. Kaltreiter really inducing the ground balls, too. I mean, think about J.J. Mulhern with an infield single. We had a couple that we debated hit or error. I mean, that's Kaltreiter at his best. The ball is leaving the bats on the ground typically, especially as this game has moved on, Evan.
And nothing's leaving the park either. You know, this Ferrum squad has 12 homers this year. They're not afraid to really test the wall. And something for Kaltreiter that at this stage has really allowed him to be successful. You go back to the beginning of the season where he was still pitching well. He was having longer outings. He wasn't necessarily getting that run support against tougher opponents. And so to even have 5 runs, which for a lot of pitchers still feels like a struggle, you know he is more than comfortable here in the 7th inning, really directing traffic.
Yeah, mentally, I think he's in a vacuum out there. I don't even think he thinks about the run support. The hitter is Carlos Castillo. It'll be a 1-0 count. Castillo's another guy who is 1 for 3 so far today for Ferrum. 8 hits for the Panthers. Looked like Lynchburg was thinking about a back pick on Ty Mason at first base there. We've seen Lynchburg pick a runner off already in this ball game.
Could be another situation where the Hornets win a ball game getting out hit. We've seen that a few times.
Yeah, that's maybe a shocking amount of times that happens. But back to how good Lynchburg is defensively and pitching-wise, as Castillo just got a piece of that one. Should be a 2-2 count, I believe, with 1 out. We are in the top of the 7th inning, so we've reached those championship rounds, I like to call them. No, it's still a 2-1 count. Umpire was right. Scoreboard was right. Everybody was right but me. But that's why it takes a village to figure these games out. 1-0 2-1. Still had it wrong there. 2-1. It's a base knock for Castillo. Runner will take the turn. Lynchburg's going to throw into third base. The Panthers have scored their first run since the third inning. It's now a 5-3 Lynchburg lead. Castillo with a hard single and an RBI.
1-2, 2-1, doesn't matter. He's going to take that one into left field, and the Ferrum top of the order once again delivering. They've had 4 straight reach base, obviously one courtesy of that fielder's choice, but it shows once again the consistency they're seeing at the top of the lineup, and you don't want to flirt with Markowitz too long because he's a guy who can really take one long. Hasn't had a hit today.
Yeah, Markowitz comes into the game hitting .449. Sean Baxter hits .438. So it is really a danger spot in the order right here. Great time to take a mound visit if you're Michael Solbach. It's another 3-hit inning for Ferrum. They did this in the third inning. That's where they scored the 2 runs. So you really have to be careful. I think if you're Lynchburg, the bullpen will be getting ready pretty quickly here because we are in the 7th inning. I mean, we're late into the ball game now. Panthers look like they're coming alive again. It's 3 singles so far, and that's back to the quality of Kaltrider that you just talked about. Keep Ferrum in the ballpark and hopefully avoid the doubles and the triples as well.
Well, you know, in the 7th, obviously, this is where things start to rough up. And, you know, for a guy like Kaltrider, you almost get surprised when you see anybody getting ready to relieve him because he has had a complete game if you look back earlier this year. But you see this Ferrum squad starting to really improve the base traffic, and they're still down 2. I mean, one swing could give them the lead.
There is 1 out. Lynchburg will turn and keep Ty Mason close at second. The runner at first is Carlos Castillo. The hitter is Kyle Markowitz. This is game 18 that he has played in. He's 3rd in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference in batting average, and right now he does have enough at-bats to qualify. He didn't meet the minimum requirements there for part of the season, but now he's been playing long enough and producing enough that currently positioned 3rd in conference batting average. 1-0 count as the breaking ball missed downstairs. Lynchburg has the right side of the infield back. The left side has Brandon Garcia holding Mason close at second, and Maddox Tsutsui, the third baseman for Lynchburg, is even or just a step in front of the third base bag, but pulled off the line. Fastball upstairs misses, and now it's a 2-0 count to Kyle Markowitz.
You wonder how much it affects Kaltrider on the mound, knowing Mason's so active at second. I mean, that's for any base runner, but Garcia's really trying to get him again.
They will spin and throw and try to get Ty Mason leaning off too much. Outfield is basically straight away. It looks like the center fielder, Joe Munitz, has come in slightly. We've seen some balls drop in front of Joe Munitz. I guess you could say that about any ball game. You're going to have some balls drop in front of your center fielder. Maybe a slight adjustment to the depth there for Lynchburg's center fielder. The 2-0 from Kaltrider. Splits the heart of the plate, looked to be mid-thigh there. Markowitz lays off, and now it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, you know, this is definitely an at-bat where you want to keep the ball in front of you because especially having Castillo at first, you know, you don't want anything to allow him to round third.
Fun look there at Eric Hyatt at first base, but then also Josh Smith and Micah Adams, our social media dynamos. Here's a bounding ball right side. Ben Jones only has 1 place to go. He'll send it to first base for the 2nd out of the inning. That one with the high hop just took the double play out of the scenario, and Jones did well to get the only out that was available to him. Now there's a base open. And Sean Baxter is the hitter, quite dangerous, 2 for 3 in this ball game today. He did strike out in his last plate appearance.
It was almost silent, too, because the way that it happened to open up the 6th inning felt like it was just Kaltrider right in his bag. He'll try to do it again.
Infield straightaway, normal depth. Outfield slides back slightly for Sean Baxter, who does have power. .438 entering the game, and he's a career .381 hitter. Kaltrider sent that one wide right from our perspective, wide left from his. The 1-0. TK will fire. Same spot, really. Could be by design. Mentioned the base open at first. Perhaps pitching around Baxter. You did see Kaltrider kind of kicking at the base of the mound there, though. Sometimes that's a tell Perhaps TK did not want to throw that pitch right there and doesn't like the landing area. Let's see if we mention it again. A 2-0 from Coltrider. Inside target this time from Pokerock. The pitch is upstairs, high for ball 3.
You know, I think he does want to keep this at-bat competitive, but if you're going to walk anybody in the 9 for Ferrum, this is definitely the guy, and now they'll give him the free pass, and like you said, now bases loaded. Seth Shannon going to be the guy to face him, and this is going to be interesting because once again, walking up as a lefty, you wonder if Lynchburg has any other options in the pen.
It looks like this is going to be Coltrider's inning to finish right here. I think when you fall behind a hitter like Baxter with the base open, it does make a lot of sense to just put him on, give him the free pass there. Start fresh with Shannon, who struck out twice and popped out to the shortstop. There's a pitch that was just south of the strike zone, and now it's a 1-0 count. So TK has thrown 4 straight balls across 2 hitters. Coltrider set just above the belt. Defense straight away, normal depth. This one fouled off by Seth Shannon.
This is such a good battle. You know, we've said it's the at-bat of the game 3 or 4 times now, but for this Ferrum squad, you thought that they might be dead in the water after giving up those 2 more runs from Brandon Garcia. Now you've got a chance where you're 1 swing away from tying it up, trying to extend this first game.
Coltrider. The 1-1, stand and deliver. This one's pulled foul, scrambled the Ferrum first base coach. I think that's a sign that it's a great game, though, isn't it? When you say 4 or 5 times, this could be the key at bat in the game. I mean, it really makes sense, doesn't it?
It hasn't been heavy one direction or the other either. You know, we talk about how sometimes it's a big inning one, a big inning the other. It's just been consistent hitting and strong pitching in response.
1-2 on the way. Tyler Coltrider ready to fire. There's the pitch, and it'll be another foul ball from Shannon. He's staying alive with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Ferrum 14-13, but very dangerous, like everybody in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Lynchburg is 22-4, 9-2, and they're at the top of the league table right now.
Shannon pulling a lot these last few pitches. You wonder if you go off speed, if you catch him.
Let's see if Coltrider does that. The 1-2, yeah, it was. Took something off in the dirt. Pokerock held on, and it is a big punch out. TKO for Tyler Coltrider to leave the bases loaded. Panthers do get 1. Lynchburg still leads 5-3 through 6.5 in game 1 at Foxy.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something. It becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you, and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you, and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here, you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Okay. We're good.
In the top half of the 7th inning, the Ferrum Panthers get 1 run on 3 hits, but they leave 3 stranded. It was a big Tyler Coltrider punch out. He got Seth Shannon swinging on an off-speed pitch in the dirt to leave him loaded. The Panthers are even more in striking distance. Kyle and Evan hanging out with you. Ferrum does have a new arm on the mound. First righty that the visitors will use. It's number 39, Nick Lowry. Smaller sample size for Nick. This will be appearance number 5 this season. He struck out 5, walked 4, yielded 2 earned runs. The earned run average is 3.18. 0-0 with no saves. Well, it's always fun to watch how teams do use the bullpen, Evan, especially on the doubleheader days, because you don't want to burn all your options down there and not have anybody for game 2. Back to those rubber arms, you got guys that can pitch more and some guys that, can only give you an inning, and all your different options are in play, hopefully anyway, if you've got a full, healthy bullpen.
Absolutely. I want to pose you a question. So you see in softball a lot of the times, I think there's a way that you can almost re-enter a contest. Do you see a lot of, or let me ask you this, because normally you don't. Why don't you see pitchers who might go out for an inning or two that first game, go out in the second? Because there are routines, and you got to watch the arm, but what do you think the science is behind it?
I think the coaches don't like a guy heating up and then having 2 or 3 hours in between to cool down, as Sean Pokorock bloops one in for hit number 3 of the day, by the way, for Pokey. His numbers are really looking better the last 4 or 5 weeks. But, it's a great question. I love talking about it. I think you have guys that can do it a little bit better than others. But you see, even in the bigs, when they'll do doubleheaders, pretty rare for a bullpen guy to do that. Not unheard of, but rare. And, some guys bounce back quicker as well. Some guys are ready to throw the next day. Some guys, it's back to the old weightlifting analogy about second-day soreness. You and I have talked about that, I think, from the running side sometimes, too. When you do your long run, sometimes it's not till the second day that you feel it in the legs a little bit, which is weird, and I think probably counterintuitive. Lynchburg will have a pinch hitter here in a bunting situation. The Hornets have sent up, I believe it is number 2, Jake Wright. Yes, it is number 2, Jake Wright. He's taken the first 2 pitches for balls. It's a 2-0 count.
Oh my God.
Third baseman is well in on the grass. Wright will watch another one miss the strike zone, and now it's 3 balls and no strikes.
It's a great analogy about the running thing, too, because, you see so many players who, might not feel something for a day or two, and they're thinking, okay, what are the consequences of doing what I did? But then you think about the big picture, and this Lynchburg team obviously has their vision on this week, but a little bit further, you're trying to go deep.
It's a 4-pitch walk for Jake Wright. And that's a key that you hit on there as well. You're thinking about that game that day, or those 2 games, but you're also thinking big picture and long term as well. The action is on now for Lynchburg, who leads 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. Logan Webster's going to show the bunt. He'll get this down, but it will skirt foul, and now it's an 0-1 count. It's a 4-pitch walk to Jake Wright. Pitcher is Nick Lowry. Surrendered a soft single to right field to Sean Pokorock just a few moments ago. Pokey's at second. Wright still running at first. That is the spot that Joe Gordon, the DH, occupied to start the game. Gordon will finish this game 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Did hit the ball hard, that one that turned into a double play for the Panthers. This one well wide of the zone. Ferrum changed up the bunt coverage. It was the third baseman crashing. That time, it ended up being the first baseman, Sean Baxter, who was in tight. That was almost a punt block type of move right there.
Well, you wonder right now with command, too. Everybody's showing bunt.
Webster will get it down. First baseman Baxter fields and chunks it over to the right side for the initial out of the inning. A successful sack bunt for Logan Webster. But, yeah, finish your thought about Lowry's command there.
Well, what was interesting is, you saw Jake Wright come in and never wavered in that strategy. And, for man on the mound to still not be able to locate that zone, you've got 2 on in scoring position for the Hornets. You've got to be smart now, because if there's ever a time to find the zone, you don't want to pay for it and see Cato take something into the outfield grass.
I believe Parker Cato has seen all 4 pitchers today. I think Cato, this is his 4th at bat. It will be the 4th one that he has faced. Cato is 1 for 3. He flew out to center.
Oh, yeah, two get that.
Grounded out to third, and then a base hit in his last at bat. Umpire took time and went out to the mound It looked like he was asking the pitcher, Nick Lowry, something about the glove there or the wrist maybe. There are some things that the umpires can say that you're not allowed to wear as a pitcher. The notable ones are like white sleeves or shiny objects.
Yes.
Not sure I see anything with Lowry that would really get my attention. It's a 1-0 count. Parker Cato took the first pitch. Runners on second and third for Lynchburg. Infield is in for Ferrum. Cato with a good cut sends it back in our direction, and now it's 1-1.
See, the pitchers never help you out either as a broadcaster because they're looking at the sky, the mound, just trying to waver from anything about what they're doing.
Yeah. Poker face kind of a concept,
yes,
right?
That's right.
Lowry is set at the belt. Here it comes. This one didn't catch the top rail, and 2-1 is the count now with one out. We're in the bottom of the seventh inning. Lynchburg by 2. File these under massive insurance runs if Parker Cato can punch the clock. Another good slash there. He fouls it right back into the catcher. Our umpire's going to give Seth Shannon some time to compose himself. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Eric Hyatt is on deck.
It's a veteran move from the ump just to give a few extra seconds. I mean, we've talked about Shannon being able to be the switch hitter and the catcher, and then you add that to the equation, it's only game 1.
Yeah, exactly right. We'll see if Ferrum uses a different catcher. Lynchburg so often has liked to use 2 different catchers in the doubleheaders, but with some injuries to the backstop department for Lynchburg, Pokey has been forced to catch both ends of the doubleheader quite a bit this year. Parker Cato is under this one. Let's see if it's deep enough to score Sean Pokerock at third base. He'll take off and now shut it down. A good relay throw. The third baseman, Mello, cut that off and then eyeballed Pokey to make sure he wasn't going anywhere. So it's just an F7. Not a sacrifice fly for Parker Cato. And here comes Eric Hyatt. 1 for 3 in this ball game.
And good work from Mello to cheat in, too. You know, you think about the fundamentals and trying to be the relay guy. You never really know what Pokerock's going to do on third, but being in that right spot and obviously allowing the Panthers to hold them on the bases is pretty impressive, knowing that it's just a 2-run game.
First pitch to Hyatt is a called strike, 0-1. Earlier in the chat, Scott Fiedler called Eric Hyatt, Eric the Hitman Hyatt.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Chat's not as active today. Our umpire is going to ask that the pitcher wait for the eye contact with Eric Hyatt. I believe the second time a Ferrum pitcher has been warned about that.
Yeah, we need chat statistics. Like when on a sunny day, what's it looking like? You know, what different matchups? See, lacrosse, I mean, Roanoke Lynchburg tonight, it's going to end up looking like one of those video game streams.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. And they get out of line sometimes. We never have to worry about that in our baseball chat.
We're
always
keeping
well
it
mannered.
classy. Yes.
That's exactly right. 1-2 count. Or 0-2 rather, for Eric Hyatt as he takes a slow, sweeping breaking ball. Let's see if Lowry tries it again. This one was inside. Hyatt just spun on it but couldn't keep it between the bags there. Good reaction from Eric Hyatt. He'll get another chance here with 2 strikes. That one was awfully close.
And that clipped the grass, I believe. I wonder if that gets the dirt in the infield. You know, obviously, I think that stays fair.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. What happens to the physics on that baseball between the grass and the dirt? Lowry set pretty quickly. Another 2-strike pitch coming Hyatt's way. He waits on a breaking ball, lifts it to left field. Not going to be deep enough to get over Eli Elliott's head. He'll make the running catch to end inning number 7. Lynchburg got a couple on, but none in. Hornets still on top by 2 as we head for the top of the 8th.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. 100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it.
7 of them in the books for game 1. Lynchburg leads 5-3. Tyler Kaltreiter's day is done. He'll pass the baton to Colin McGuire, the outstanding closer man for Lynchburg. And again, McGuire is 3-2 this season. He does have 2 saves. This will be appearance number 12. The earned run average is 2.11. McGuire has struck out 22, walked to just 8. Batters swinging it at 219 against Colin McGuire. He is in for potentially a 2-inning save. He'll have to shut down a really tough Ferrum Panther offense. They struck out 7 times against Kaltreiter. Kaltreiter's going to end up officially with 2 walks, Evan, and he did give up 9 hits. But again, everything you want from your starting pitcher. Get you 7 strong innings and then hand the ball off to the closer, and you're doing it with a lead as well. So tip your cap to Tyler Kaltreiter. TK, if the scoreline stands, will be in line for win number 6 this season.
Well, pretty proven game plan, and what's so interesting is this Lynchburg team has won 6 games this year, scoring 4 or less, and then you add in the 5-run performances, and there's several more. So you know that Lynchburg is comfortable right in this spot, and again, for Colin McGuire, you got a little bit of adrenaline coming in, just a 2-run game. Got to come out and deliver, and these are the big spots when you look ahead to the postseason.
The hitter is the first-year man from Marion, North Carolina, Eli Elliott. McGuire off the mound, kind of a sidearm fling, and got him. Bang, bang at first. Excellent bunt there by Elliott, but it was just in reach for Colin McGuire. He came down the slope with speed. And don't forget that McGuire is also an infielder. He does not have any at-bats for Lynchburg, but I say that just to note that McGuire is an athlete, and you could tell it was on display with that play.
That is a great plan from Ferrum, though, to make a bunt in that first pitch. You know, you're in a pitcher's mindset of, okay, let's just get it in the zone, and then almost overplayed that one. But to rifle it to first, not only in time, but on the dot, really. I mean, that was impressive.
But I agree, good baseball all the way around, because now you got McGuire thinking a little bit. You got the heart rate up just a little bit. It's really a good play. I mean, yes, you would like to be on first base right now. If you get that ball a little bit more down the third base line, I think you could say that Elliott might have a chance. It's a 1-1 count to Gregory Mello, who made a nice play on a bunt earlier. Mello likes this breaking ball, but sends it foul. And now the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. Mello is a junior from New York, 337 on the season. J.J. Mulhern on deck. He's hitting over 300 as well. In fact, only 1 guy in the starting lineup hitting under 300, Evan.
I mean, how many teams can you say about that? I mean, like, this is an extraordinary performance, but it's the fact that, you know, we're so many games into the season, and it really hasn't changed all that much. If you remember, the Panthers started the year really getting swept in that first series versus Alfred State, so you understand that they have improved, and even in the ODAC.
Ground ball, Tsutsui stays back, waiting for a hop and a strong throw. Ooh, Mello lost the footing there and had a little crash landing as he crossed first base. He was out anyway. That didn't stop him from being safe, but hopefully he's okay. Good play from Maddox Tsutsui, and there's 2 gone now in the top of the 8th.
If there was ever a guy to learn under at third, it's definitely Gavin Collins, and you're seeing some of those hops and how well Tsutsui has played them. I mean, he has never looked rattled at that position, filling in for number 15.
I agree. I think he's been fabulous over there. He does have a couple errors on the season, but you talk to any third baseman or any baseball coach, if you play over there, you're going to have some errors. That's just the nature of that position. And I've often said, you know, your shortstop and your third baseman, if they don't lead you in errors, that's probably a sign of a problem somewhere else, because those are really the 2 toughest positions defensively. No disrespect to the catchers, of course. That's difficult, but you just don't really have quite as many chances as a catcher to make an error, although you do have some throughout the course of a game.
You'll see a few, but I mean, as you said, if your shortstop and third don't have them, they're probably craning their necks out to the outfield wall a lot.
That's exactly right. 2-1 count. The hitter is J.J. Mulhern, 307 on the season. Sophomore from Warrenton, has played a good center field today. We'll see how much each lineup changes for these ball clubs. Lynchburg fans have come to expect a different lineup from game 1 to game 2. Looks like Sean Pokerock's going to have a chat with Colin McGuire. Pokey asking for something from the dugout. Let's see what this might be. I think Pokerock asked the umpire, hey, can we bring the rosin bag out to the mound? That's exactly what it is. It'll be Tyler Kaltreiter that's going to bring some of the rosin out to the mound. I like that from the umpire. Umpire wants to check it, make sure there's not any sticky substances on there. That's good umpiring right there.
That is. And, I mean, the man behind the plate's been fantastic all day long. But, you know, you see so many different players since the sticky substance rules have kind of come into effect, especially with the MLB. You see it becoming a bigger conversation and a topic for emphasis. And so, you know, it's interesting for us as broadcasters or even fans just to be able to see that and almost know what's going on.
I think the umpire did record that as a defensive timeout. So Lynchburg, I think, would not be able to take a mound visit without a pitching change now. When I saw the umpire go to his book there, I'm pretty sure that's what he indicated. 3-1 pitch coming up. It is a strike. Rosin must have worked for not Tyler Kaltreiter, excuse me. He brought the rosin bag and started, but this is Colin McGuire.
Relay effort.
Yeah. McGuire's going to go to the bag again, and you got to be careful doing that in between pitches because you are still on the clock right there. McGuire from the windup with the payoff. It's fouled backwards, and we'll try it again here. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. That rosin, if you don't know, is more of a drying agent. You see it quite a bit in the big leagues. It's, in fact, the rosin bag just starts the game in the big leagues behind the mound. Another 3-2. Went inside. Actually looked like it hit J.J. Mulhern. It did. Runner on. Tying run in the batter's box now for Ferrum in the form of the 9-hole hitter, J.J. Tyree.
That's unfortunate for McGuire because Tyree hasn't reached with a hit today. And if you're thinking about trying to start this 9th inning, now instead of going 9-1-2, you've got Tyler Mason leading off. And still, you know, even if you retire Tyree, still a 2-run ball game.
McGuire set and ready to go. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball that disappeared from J.J. Tyree. 0-1 count. I don't know if I think most of our baseball fans know about the rosin bag and how that's out there for all the MLB games. It is starting to get hot enough to where you can think about needing that rosin, though. And sometimes the hitters will use a combination of rosin and pine tar.
Yes.
You see them banging away on that bat and the batters in the on-deck circle on TV all the time.
It's like a recipe.
It is. And you got to get the concoction right. Nasty breaking ball outside. Swing and a miss from J.J. Tyree. 0-2 count. Lynchburg is going to have 9-1-2 due up in their half of the 8th inning. Maybe a pinch hitter for Maddox Tsutsui, maybe not. We'll find out in just a moment, perhaps. Not yet, as McGuire is going to jump and throw to first base to keep an eye on J.J. Mulhern.
That is a sharp pickoff move, too. I mean, if you get caught just a step off, can't wander too far.
McGuire, ready, aim, and fire time with the 0-2. Not yet. He'll throw to first again. Ferrum came into the game with less stolen bases than Lynchburg, but at a higher percentage. Ferrum steals it at an 81% clip. Lynchburg, 78%. Hornets coming in at 66 swipes. Ferrum, 48. Are we ready for the 0-2 now? Here it comes. Looked like the breaking ball off the plate again. Tyree made the adjustment and took it for ball 1.
Can't get too urgent here, knowing that there's only one ball. Got to be patient.
The 1-2 from McGuire went inside with the curveball. Tried the front door and missed. And now our count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs in a 2-run ball game. That qualifies as Deuces Wild, right? That's 4 of them.
2 games today.
2 games today. There you go. It's a 5-pack. Ooh, McGuire, that one slipped a bit. Now the count is full. Wonder if that was the grip with the perspiration and the sweat. Let's see if McGuire does reach for the rosin bag. He will not. Runner will be on the go here with a full count and 2 outs. Might see some pickoff attempts from McGuire again. Well, there you go, right on cue.
You know the runner's going in this situation, too. You know, maybe you wonder how much of it is strategy, trying to figure out what are you throwing.
True. Here's the pitch from McGuire. Lost that one outside again. It's a walk. McGuire got the first 2 outs, no problemo. But now a hit by pitch and a walk, and the top of the order is back up. And this qualifies as a danger spot right here for Lynchburg. I don't know if they're quite on the red alert right now. I think maybe you always are as a team like Lynchburg. But here with Ferrum, it's a great hitter with Ty Mason. He's 2 for 4. And speed at both bases with 2 JJs out there. JJ Mulhern at second and JJ Tyree at first. McGuire will look to second and now pitch. Mason's going to try the base hit bunt. This is a good one. It's staying fair. No play at first, and now the bases are loaded. Mason's got 3 hits after a fantastically placed base hit bunt.
Well, 3 hits, and maybe the quietest is the most important so far. You know, if you're Ferrum, you've got to start rocking and rolling soon, and it feels like this is the inning. If you want to make a dent into that scoreline, Castillo, if he hits it out into the outfield grass, it might be a tied ball game.
Okay, so Mike Solbach is going to take a mound visit. I thought I saw the umpire go to his book to note, but maybe the equipment addition of the rosin bag did not count as a defensive timeout. Clearly not for Lynchburg. So that's good news because that allows Mike Solbach to go out and review the game plan with Colin McGuire. You know, Coach Solbach actually told me exactly what you mentioned there briefly just a second ago. Sometimes a pitcher will pick to first base to think about the next pitch, give you just a few more seconds to decide what do we want to throw to the guy on the next pitch.
It's like those quizzes in class. You start clicking your pencil a little bit, trying to look around. You know, for some people like me, it never worked out. But hopefully for McGuire on the mound, you got the bases loaded, and Castillo, a man who wants to make some damage, a hit in his last at-bat. This is the time for Lynchburg to strike.
Lynchburg does have a couple options, warming in the bullpen.
Nice job.
First pitch to Castillo. He was ready, but fouled it away. 0-1 count. Good to see that from McGuire. Bouncing back after a hit by pitch, a walk, and then a base hit bunt. And it's one of those situations where really you tip your cap to Tyler Mason. I mean, that bunt was perfectly placed. Third baseman, pitcher, and catcher all had relatively zero shot right there. The 0-1. McGuire peeled off another slider, but now it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Have to stay ahead here of the hitter because you know that if the Panthers get in that hitter's count, they will swing, and almost everybody in this lineup will.
McGuire ready with the 1-1. Bottom rail fastball called strike 2. McGuire did stay ahead. Castillo shaking the head, muttering a bit towards the umpire. Dangerous runners all the way around for Ferrum. Good speed at all 3 stations. McGuire ready with the 1-2. Here it comes. Snapped off another breaking ball. Castillo held, and now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes in a 2-run game with 2 outs.
Like that movement going away as well because you're not going to get anything dominant if he gets that bat on it.
McGuire pumping the 2-2. Castillo did just get the end of the bat on that one to flare it foul. We'll rerun it at 2 balls and 2 strikes with the bases loaded. Lynchburg again, 9-1-2 coming up in their half of the 8th. Lynchburg is the home team, so they would get a chance to bat in the bottom of the 9th if necessary. Right now it would not be. Does that change on this pitch? Bounding ball left side. Maddox fields, throws on target. Castillo did not beat it. It was super close at first base. Castillo thought he was safe. He was booking it down the line. But tip your cap to Maddox Tsutsui. Some fantastic glove work and throwing strength on display at the hot corner. Lynchburg holds. Ferrum leaves them loaded again. Back-to-back innings. The Panthers have left 3 stranded.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got 1 professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature, you'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
The Ferrum Panthers have gotten the bases loaded in back-to-back innings. Visitors did score 1 in the 7th, but none in the 8th. 1 hit, a hit by pitch, and a walk. But a big defensive play from Maddox Tsutsui. Tough pitching from Colin McGuire. Ferrum total has left 11 aboard, Evan. And it looks like 5 of those, no, scratch that, 6 have been left in scoring position today for the Panthers.
Well, think back to that first inning where Lynchburg left the bases stranded. You were thinking, okay, that's a tough first inning for an offense. This Ferrum team, seeing it late in the game and probably the worst situations, knowing that, okay, everything that we have done, we've set the table, the utensils are there, and you're still coming up a little short. They have 3 outs to work with, but you cannot let Lynchburg score anymore.
You still can't take that big bite of the apple like you talk about. It will be Maddox Tsutsui. Yeah, I think if you were debating a pinch hitter for Lynchburg after some of those defensive plays that Maddox has made out there, got to leave him in now, right?
And you go to the top of the order, you can't find any candidates there. So, again, you like the consistency. You had Jake Wright earlier on who was able to help out. Just got to keep the wheel rolling and knowing that this Lynchburg team, even with guys up top, Brandon Garcia got that big triple. We've seen Joe Munitz be consistent throughout today. Let them get to their spots and do their thing.
Nick Lowry still pitching for Ferrum. Maddox Tsutsui under this one to center field. Longer run, though. Catch is going to be made there by J.J. Mulhern. There's 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Lynchburg leads by 2. For reference, the Hornets have left 10 on base, 7 of those in scoring position. I talk about those left on base numbers, Evan. They're sometimes misleading. I think the good teams are going to actually leave more runners on because they get more runners on. And Ferrum, we know about the Ferrum offense.
Well, it's a proper asterisk because look at the scoreboard. You see 8 runs combined. You're thinking, oh, wow, it's been a pretty defensive battle. And, in one case it has been with Colt Ryder getting the start, going 7 innings. But to see that many left on base, you're thinking, wow, what offensive explosion could have happened if you see some more, just 1 or 2 more extra base hits.
That's exactly right. And some good defense when the pressure was at its highest, specifically that Maddox Tsutsui play. Left on base is such an interesting stat. It's a 1-1 count here to Brandon Garcia. And I'll tell you why in a second. It's one that, the standard is you give the runs, the hits, the errors, and the runners left on base at the end of every inning, right? And you'll even see it in the box score, how many left on base. But you never see it at the end of the year. Like how many home runs Aaron Judge hit last year. You can look that up, but you can't look up how many he left on base. You have nobody tracks that for the season, but it's so important in a game with the stats that you give it a lot as a broadcaster, and like I said with the box score.
Yes, like that average matters, and you face different competition. It won't be the same from one to another, but like you said, if there are little stats in the game that can maybe be a better measurement, because how much do runs matter if you're getting in a game where you're already up 8 and you're still swinging,
right,
versus those tight 1 or 2 run games that Lynchburg has seen.
Full count to Brandon Garcia. Too high, and it's a walk. Hollywood has drawn 2 base on balls today. Did have a key triple, 2 RBI triple in his last at bat. That was in the 6th inning for Lynchburg. That's the difference right now. Lynchburg on top by 2, 5-3. Here's Joe Munitz. How about the box score right now for Joe Munitz? Single in the 1st inning, single in his next at bat with an RBI, walked and got hit by a pitch. Joe Munitz has yet to make an out today offensively for Lynchburg. He's hitting with 1 out, Garcia at first. Hollywood was bouncing. Here's a pitch that chased low and away. It's another ball from Nick Lowry. Ferrum's got to be careful here because you'd love to not use any more pitchers, but you can't let Nick Lowry just get thrown to the wolves, or maybe the foxes would be a better analogy here since we're at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Another pitch that was not close. Munitz never even had to consider it, and now he's ahead. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, a lot of pitches ending up high, and we've seen a few flyouts before that walk to Garcia. You don't want that to happen with Munitz or Ben Jones because, unless you're keeping that pop-up in the infield, obviously there's some extended distance that will be traveled, but it looks like the pitching change will happen, and the Panthers will have to expand that arsenal here in the 8th. This Hornets team can be tricky to put away. and even try to come close to equalizing with.
We'll stay here and greet the new pitcher and run down some particulars. Of course, if you don't know, we'll have about an hour in between games, and the second one will get started. We expect Nick Matfield to take the ball for Lynchburg in Game 2. You and I just talked briefly in this broadcast about Ferrum's projected starting pitcher. I mean, if you look at the numbers, it's probably going to be Jai Penn. He leads the team in starts, but perhaps he's unavailable today, and we might see someone different for Ferrum. Pitcher right now will be Stephen Ritchie, number 42 for the Panthers. This will be appearance number 12 for him. So the last couple bullpen options for Ferrum have been what I usually call the premier guys, the guys that lead the team in appearances, and Ritchie is in that boat. 5.27 is the earned run average. He's pitched 13 2/3 innings, struck out 12, and walked 4.
Well, big spot in the lineup, knowing that there's one out, because that certainly helps, but you see Garcia, somebody with plus speed on first. I mean, this is a situation where the Hornets base running wins them ball games because it's tight, and it's been tight the entire game. Well, you see Lynchburg even get one more on and start running. All of a sudden, those 2 runs are around, and you're working with a 4-run deficit.
Nice call there by you. 1 out. Runners on first and second. No. Just a runner at first, rather. Joe Munitz will have a 2-0 count to begin here. You know, the other option for Ferrum, Matthew Shepard, he's a guy that was one of their closers, one of their real bullpen aces last year. He's made the move to starting pitching some this season. He's got 2 starts, but does have 11 other appearances, so he's doing a little bit of both this year. I wonder if Matthew Shepard could be a candidate to start game number 2. But we'll find all that out. This is still game number 1, and nothing is done and dusted here. Lynchburg does have a 2-run lead. They would love to add on to that. With a runner at first, 1 out. Garcia's running. Fastball inside. He'll be safe on the slide. Ooh, might get to third here as the ball kicks away. No, Garcia's going to shut it down. Second baseman went to retrieve that one quickly. J.J. Tyree picking it up.
Now, this is a judgment call that only Garcia would have, but if he knew that that ball escaped by that much, you think he's running to third?
I think so. I think sometime, and you could tell he slapped the hands together. I think he was a little disappointed he didn't see that sooner. It's really hard, though, as you're sliding in to identify where the ball is. The dugout can help. That's a difficult read from the dugout as well. 3-1 count now as Ritchie does catch the edge of the strike zone. Joe Munitz is the hitter. 2 for 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch. Hasn't made an out yet. He won't make one. Another walk for Joe Munitz. And now it's Ben Jones. Talk about a guy that can put an exclamation point at the end of a game. Here he is, 1 for 4 today. Ben Jones, a chance to erase some, I wouldn't say problems really today. And after all, Ben Jones is hitting .380 on the season. He's had not many problems this season. He was a leaping grab by the second baseman, Tyree, to get him out in his last at-bat. The 0-0 from Ritchie. Too high, ball 1.
Talk about a guy who can make an exclamation, but talk about a guy who can get walked and head to first. I mean, you think about those Avery Neves numbers last year and getting those free passes, and right now you got a chance with Pokerock on deck just to keep it going station to station.
Yeah, Ben Jones, really Benny bases with the way he takes walks. He'll get a few hit by pitch in there as well. Swung at the 1-0 and fouled it away. It's 1 ball, 1 strike for Lynchburg. Today, I've got him for 7 walks. That's over the season average. It's about 5.65 per game right now for Lynchburg. Well, Brandon Garcia was leaning a bit. Now Ferrum nearly threw it away. Good grab by Castillo to get around Garcia, who stood there like a statue. Didn't make it easy on him.
Lucky just to get the throw off the mound, though, because for a second that could have been a balk and you're getting a free 90.
Ben Jones has walked 33 times this season. And that is close to the nation leader last time I checked. Jones is under the 1-1 in catching distance there in center field for J.J. Mulhern. Brandon Garcia is going to tag up. The throw is strong. Now the trail runner, Joe Munitz, taking off to second. So call that really a productive at bat for Ben Jones. I know he wasn't looking to do that. He was looking for a hit, but both runners advanced. Now it's 2 in scoring position for Sean Pokerok, who is 3 for 4 today with 2 driven in.
That's the difference between being a team that can steal bases at a high rate and a team that's good at base running. I mean, Munit's halfway down the line, and he has to assess, is that throw going to get cut off or not before he makes that trip to second. Now he got 2 in scoring position, only forces at first.
Bang on by you. The difference in hold that thought is Pokey. Oh, laces it down the line. They are going to call it foul. Umpire came out early, made a definitive strong call with conviction, and it will be strike 1. Pokey jumping on that one. My goodness. Awfully close, and close enough for the manager, Travis Beasley, to step out and have a word with the home plate umpire. I was in the midst of saying about the definitive difference between base running and base stealing. Lynchburg is great at both. And you saw Joe Munitz there as the trail runner on that fly ball, realized that the outfielder had bypassed the cut man so he could scamper into second. Back to the present here with Sean Pokerok, clearly seeing it well. He's already 3 for 4. Thought he had a bases clearing double there. The 0-1 from Richie is a curveball that comes over top of the strike zone. Garcia's going to try to score. Garcia tried to steal home on the throwback to the pitcher, and he got called out. Brandon Garcia is a little slow to get up. We'll keep it here for the moment. That is how the 8th inning will end. Brandon Garcia, I think, got the left hand finger jam there based on what he's looking at right now. That could be disaster for Lynchburg. They're already a little thin with some injuries, and that would mean a new shortstop for Lynchburg, or perhaps you could slide Maddox Tsutsui over to short and bring in a new third baseman. But either way, that is how the inning will end. I would call that strange circumstances with Lynchburg leading by 2. You love the aggressiveness from Brandon Garcia. It's got to be some situational awareness there. Sean Pokerok, 3 for 4 in the ball game, but he will not get a chance to add to that unless we go into extra innings, because we have made it to the top of the 9th. In an exciting ball game, this one's had a little bit of everything, Mr. Gates.
Well, it felt like Garcia trying to swipe home is almost just a culmination of all that frustration from, it being called foul just before. Again, that's part of the game planning, but, I mean, that's the difference between Lynchburg having almost already put away this game and now going into the 9th knowing McGuire really has to be solid on the mound. And, I mean, Kyle, you said it. It's been a fantastic game, so what other way to finish it?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to come down to a photo finish here. Or maybe Colin McGuire will make it look easy out there. Who knows? He'll face 3-4-5 for the Ferrum Panthers. Kyle Markowitz, the DH, who hits .449 coming into the game. Sean Baxter, the first baseman, who hits .438 coming into the game. And then the catcher, Seth Shannon, just .328. That's all he's done this season. I mean, it is a meat grinder of a middle of an order here. And I think one of the better ones in college baseball, at least in the ODAC conference right now.
I mean, when a number in the 300 sounds bad for a team, that's when you know it's pretty efficient. And what's also nice for this Ferrum team is I think the fact that you don't have Baxter leading this off, because if you have a guy with that power, he can go into this at bat knowing that if he potentially has Markowitz on base, it's a one-swing ball game. Now, do you swing for the fences or do you just try to get it into play? That's a question for the Panthers coaching staff.
And we've seen them use the base hit bunt as well. We know that's part of the arsenal for Ferrum. I don't think these 3 guys are going to be candidates to base hit bunt, although you do see Maddox Tsutsui with both feet on the grass here for Lynchburg, so they're clearly thinking about that as a possibility, at least maybe for Markowitz anyway. He's a senior from Hilton Head, South Carolina. And we are happy to report that Brandon Garcia is back out at shortstop. This is hit deep by Markowitz. Long run for Munitz, but he'll make the grab on the warning track. Hustle, and Munitz had the radar out to run that one down for the first out of the 9th inning.
He started in Lynchburg and ended in Boonesboro to make that play, but how about the run? And Munitz in center is getting more and more confident by the game. You're starting to see that run and knowing the reflex right away. I mean, that's impressive stuff from the Hornets outfield.
As discussed, the deepest part of Fox Field And Markowitz probably thought he had enough. Baxter's swinging at the first one. This is to deep right field. Cato back at the wall. He can't pull it in. Ball stays in the ballpark, though, off the fence, and Baxter is in, standing up for a double, and this will bring the tying run into the batter's box. Two great swings for the Ferrum Panthers. Baxter is on with hit number 42 of the season.
That's so consistent, and I mean the power that he has. It looks so easy coming off the bat, and this is dangerous because back-to-back flyouts that pretty much make it to the warning track. You know that Seth Shannon is somebody that, though he has had 3 straight strikeouts in this game, has that type of power.
Shannon is 0 for 4 today. He has not faced Colin McGuire. He might be happy to see a different arm after, like you said, 3 consecutive strikeouts to Tyler Kaltreiter. A dot from the right arm of Colin McGuire will get us going with an 0-1 count. There's 1 out. Runner on second is Sean Baxter. He did make that look easy, didn't he? It's a smooth swing from Baxter. Hornets defense will be positioned slightly deeper. This is the situation that coaches talk about where the runner at second really doesn't mean anything. It's the runner in the batter's box right now that is the key tying run. So your outfield probably playing a little bit deeper. You'll be trying to prevent another double. For Lynchburg, you won't be happy to yield a single to Shannon, but if you can keep him at first base, you keep the tying run out of scoring position, and you keep a potential double play in order. 2-1 count now. Here's the pitch from McGuire. He got Shannon to foul that one into his own dugout. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're in the top of the 9th. There's 1 out in a 2-run ball game. Hornets on top 5-3.
Well, for Baxter on second, too, there's no reason to be looking at any antics in the base running category. Obviously, he's a slower player, but the Hornets, as you said, got to focus on home.
McGuire went outside that time, and Shannon fouled it away. On deck is Eli Elliott. He's 2 for 4. And Elliott was the first player to face Colin McGuire. He tried that base hit bunt last inning. Panthers have left the bases loaded in the 7th and the 8th. We're in the top of the 9th right now. Shannon just got a piece of that to stay alive. It popped out of Sean Pokerok's mitt. Yeah, so Elliott will be dangerous. And you got Gregory Mello hitting 7th should the game continue that long for Ferrum. Lynchburg, if needed, will have Sean Pokerok leading off the bottom of the 9th. 2-strike pitch from McGuire was nasty, but it's called ball 3.
That's scary for Shannon to leave that one up for debate, but as we've talked about all afternoon, great takes from players that can definitely hit, but they can also stay patient.
Payoff from McGuire, grounded right side. He's got to get over, might have to cover. High at underhands to Colin McGuire, who did make the nice move to get over. Tap first base for the 2nd out of the inning. That's a big one there. 2 down with Eli Elliott, the left fielder, stepping up.
Well, we've journeyed all the way through this game to this at-bat, and Colin McGuire, somebody who is definitely going to have that confidence stay if he can get rid of Elliott, because you think about the loud contact from one of the best hitting teams in the ODAC to get it done and keep a runner, maybe even stranded, that'd be huge heading into the future.
It would be career save number 7 for Colin McGuire. Sophomore from Cross Junction, Virginia, has started Eli Elliott with a 1-0 count. McGuire this year has 2 saves and 3 victories. Lynchburg has 22 wins. This one hitting the right center field from Elliott. Longer run from Parker Cato, but he's got it, and the game is over. What a win for the Lynchburg Hornets. They hold on 5-3. It will be save number 3 this season for Colin McGuire. Tyler Kaltreiter with another victory. He moves to an undefeated 6-0 on the year. Offensively, you had many heroes to choose from for Lynchburg. Sean Pokerok, 3 hits, a couple driven in. Brandon Garcia had a 2 RBI triple. Defense on display. Maddox Tsutsui with some outstanding stuff. And the Panthers were pesky. This is a Ferrum team that has is now exactly 500 at 14-14. They're 4-10 in conference. This is a good Ferrum team. No surprises that this game was close.
Not at all. Be wary of game 2, knowing that Ferrum's going to come back and try to do what Roanoke did last week and obviously split the weekend series. But Lynchburg doing what they do best, winning close ball games. And never at this entire 9-inning stretch did we think that it was going to be Lynchburg just blowing them out or getting away with it. It felt like the Panthers defense kept them in this one. They're hitting obviously a lot of air traffic that didn't escape the ballpark. But Kyle, I mean, you think about Colt Ryder. This is the value of having a starter that goes 7 innings, knowing that even with one of the best hitting ball clubs, you didn't have to waste a lot of arms to get it done for the Lynchburg Pen, and this is really setting the table perfectly for Matt Field in Game 2.
A fantastic ball game. We hope you enjoyed it. Again, we'll take about 45 or 15 minutes of a break. We'll recap this one again. It'll be me and Ethan Morotsky. I'm excited about that. Evan, you go have some fun, and we'll get another one here. We got a couple home games coming up. Just one home game next week for Lynchburg. That's Hampton-Sydney on Tuesday. But we'll have more chances to work together.
Trying to renew the lease. I mean, at least it won't be as long as the York game. I'll tell you that. We won't wait a year.
Well, while we've got you here, I want to congratulate you on your summer gig. I don't know if our baseball fans heard, but they can hear you doing some baseball for the High Point Rockers this summer. And that is exciting for you. I know you're pumped about that.
Absolutely. I mean, you get, during the spring, so many different sports at Lynchburg. Obviously, if you have a choice, you'd love to be at Fox Field every single game they play at home. But we got track and field, and you have lacrosse going on, so it's been so much fun. But obviously, I mean, this game is so special, right? And this Lynchburg team makes it even more. And to everybody who's listened to us, and obviously the man Kyle Haney, the Lynchburg baseball community, we're pretty lucky to do it. And we got another game coming up.
We got another game, another one to get excited about. Lynchburg, by the way, moves to 23-4, 10-2, still atop the ODAC conference. Ferrum again, 14-14, 4-10, and we'll try it all over again here in about 50 or 60 minutes. Hornets win game number 1, 5-3. We appreciate you watching on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
was a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
It's not.
How you feeling?
Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way.
So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
Look what you're missing!
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
Here's to the heartache.
private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a Teaching and Learning Resources Conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before, we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities, learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is green restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something. It becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what this school's really good at doing.
Okay. We're good.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what, like they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local Parks and Rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. Your professors have a wealth of experience working in the sport industry that they share with you in the classroom setting. Get in the game by getting your MBA with a sport management concentration at the University of Lynchburg. You know, Hollywood, here I come. Hey, I meant, yeah.
Either. The real Lindsay Piper's here.
Autographs there later.
A single thread is unique. Like each of us, full of purpose and potential. A strand designed to connect, strengthen, and unite. But we face different challenges and have different opportunities. By acknowledging that others may struggle in ways we do not, we can celebrate our differences, embrace each other, and fortify the ties among us. A single thread can fray, yet when it's woven with another, a bond forms. A new strength created by the fabric of the whole. Let's embrace the fabric we make together, the diversity of our threads, to reach beyond ourselves and overcome the impossible. The true power of our game comes from unifying our individual backgrounds, connecting our unique stories, enabling us to be stronger, braver, greater. We can achieve so much more when we are all as one.
What a season. The confetti is going to fall. There she goes, and she's got it. How sweet is this, and how wonderful for the sport.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
Living the dream. USA, Mexico. That was so exciting.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
It's not.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way.
So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
Look what you're missing!
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience. Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a Teaching and Learning Resources conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before, we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities, learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
All systems go for Game 2 of our doubleheader today. It's ODAC baseball action from James C. Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Hello again, baseball lovers. It's Kyle Haney. We've got Ethan Morotsky under the headset, behind the microphone, in the press box, the Daniel E. Wooldridge press box here. Lynchburg takes Game 1, 5-3. It'll be win number 4 in a row for Lynchburg. They've won 8 out of 9. Hornets are now 23-4 on the season, 10-2 in conference. Ferrum is exactly 500 at 14-14. And Ethan, you were working the social media stuff for Game 1, so you saw it from a different perspective. I'd love to get some observations and opinions from you on Game 1. Pretty exciting.
Well, my first observation is it's a beautiful day for baseball. Sun's out, 80-plus degree weather. You can't really ask for anything better out here on Fox Field. For the teams, it was a great baseball game. Absolutely fantastic all around from both squads. You look around at the hitting from Ferrum, and there's a reason why they're one of the best in the conference right now, hitting-wise. And this Lynchburg team, they just had some determination and grit, and they got past it. A great pitching from both Tyler Kaltrider and Colin McGuire. It was just a great job all around by both teams. Lynchburg got that victory, and we're hoping that we can see just as good of a game here in Game 2.
Kaltrider's 6th win on the season. For Colin McGuire, it will be save number 3 this year. Lynchburg had some offensive highlights for sure. We'll talk about those here just really quick. Joe Munitz was 2 for 2 with a couple walks and a hit by pitch on 5 times. Sean Pokerock 3 for 4, drove in a couple runners. Pokey not in the starting lineup here today. The catcher will be sophomore Connor Moore, and he will be catching one of the all-time best in Lynchburg history, Nick Matfield. 196 strikeouts for Matfield in his career, and Nick Matfield is 24-4 in 42 starts for the Hornets. 24-4, just mind-boggling how consistently good Nick Matfield has been.
The absolute domination on the mound, no matter where he's at, whether it's on Foxy or at an away game. You know that he's going to throw his best stuff every single game, and with this year, his velocity getting up there and his movement getting even better, it just makes it that much harder to be able to hit off of him.
Defense for Lynchburg slightly adjusted as well. Eric Hyatt at first base. It will be Ben Jones at second. Batman and Robin is the middle combo up the middle for Lynchburg. Pardon me, it'll be Brandon Garcia at shortstop, by the way. And third base, still Maddox Tsutsui. In the outfield for Lynchburg, a change there. Logan Webster and Joe Munitz still in left and center, respectively, but it will be first-year man Ryder Warren playing right field today. So looks like 3 changes basically in the Lynchburg order, with Jacob Henry DHing, 2 defensive changes. For Ferrum, they've made some adjustments as well. Let's just go right down the batting order, 1 through 9. The sophomore right fielder Ty Mason leads off again. He was 3 for 5 in Game 1. Carlos Castillo playing short, hitting second again. Kyle Markowitz is the DH again in the third spot. Sean Baxter, first baseman, cleaning up. Now here comes the changes. Eli Elliott, the left fielder, has moved up in the lineup. So is Gregory Mello playing third base. New catcher is Jackson Hutchinson for Ferrum. He's a junior from Ontario, Canada. He'll bat 7th. Gabriel LeBron is the center fielder. New man. He's a junior hitting 8th. And then Jorge Olivo is a Florida guy and a senior batting 9th, playing second. Third baseman Tsutsui is in on Ty Mason. He did have a base hit bunt last game. He swung at the first pitch last game, and he has done the same here. A base hit single to right field. Hard turn for Mason before he shuts it down and heads back to first base.
Beautiful swing, beautiful aggressiveness. It reminds me of our very own Cam Lane. Loved swinging at that first pitch and starting the game off with a single. So great job from this Ferrum lineup to be aggressive still against the tough pitcher in Matfield on the mound.
4 hits on the day now for Mason. He carried a .304 average into the doubleheader. That's going up. Mason looks like he might want to run. First pitch, he will. Takes off. Castillo shows bunt. Moore, a great throw. Did they get him? They did. Wow, what a transfer, and just a bazooka shot from Connor Moore to get the speedy Ty Mason. Mason looking for action all the time. I mean, he swung at the first pitch. He ran on the first pitch, but unfortunately for him, he is caught stealing.
Beautiful throw from Connor Moore. I mean, you couldn't have placed that any better. Right in the glove, right onto the tag. Beautiful job from Connor Moore and Ben Jones at second base.
Yeah, the quick release, strong throw, but you're right, the placement there. I mean, if he throws it anywhere else, Mason is probably safe. I mean, it's a game of inches for a reason. It's a 2-0 count here as Castillo did show the bunt and pull it back on the first pitch. Second offering from Matfield was wide of the zone. Beautiful sunny day. We started out with clouds as Matfield will catch the bottom rail for a fastball called strike 2-1. And it's a little bit breezy out there. Ski, you can comment on that after being outside. The sun bothered some of the fielders in game one as well.
Yeah, it's definitely beaten down out there, but with the wind, it just makes it feel so good, too. You get that nice breeze. It makes you feel good on the hair, on the skin, everywhere. But, again, great day for baseball. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Sweeper came in shin high and was called ball 3. It's a 3-1 count for Carlos Castillo. 2 for 5 with a ribby in game one. Shortstop is a grad student who's hitting .370 coming into the day. He'll swing at that, send it our direction, and now the count is full. Matfield, 196 strikeouts in his career, and he is marching up a lot of categories, career leaderboards for Nick Matfield. And so much fun to watch pitch. He gives you the different arm angles, different deliveries. He'll throw any pitch in any count. Let's see what he goes with here with the full count. Went back inside and jammed Castillo. Going to end up being a tough play for Tsutsui. High throw. Hyatt climbed the ladder, but he couldn't get back in time or make a tag. That'll be an infield single. Saw some great glove work from Maddox Tsutsui. That time he was just unable to get to a soft serve swinging bunt in time, and Castillo is aboard. It's actually back-to-back hits for Ferrum.
Yeah, a really good inside pitch from Matfield, but a good job being able to just get some barrel on that. Got a little bit of a jam shot, a little jam chopper to Maddox. Good throw, might have possibly gotten him at first, but it was a tough play no matter what.
Matfield set. He'll throw to first and keep an eye on Castillo. For Nick Matfield, last weekend against Roanoke, it was 5 2/3 innings pitched. Did not give up an earned run. Struck out 8, 1 walk, allowed 4 hits. Pretty great stuff from Matfield against the Maroons, and that was in game 2, of course. Lynchburg blew a lead in game 1, so it was a nice bounce back for all the Hornets, and Matfield really did his part on the mound last weekend against Roanoke. Nods the head, holds, now fires. Off the plate for ball 2. It's a 2-0 count. Panthers are now 14-14. It snapped a small 2-game winning streak. Lynchburg has won 4 in a row. Victories in 8 of the last 9 for the number 2 team in the country, and the ball club that is still atop the standings in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Bridgewater was 8-2-1 coming into the day. Lynchburg is now 10-2. We might be able to find some other additional scores. 3-0 from Matfield is true and a called strike. 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Kyle Haney and Ethan Morotsky. See if we can follow up an exciting game 1. Fantastic baseball game all the way around. You know, the Panthers did what they needed to do to stay in it. A key double play for Ferrum in there. Ethan and you know, just really, again, aesthetically pleasing baseball. Matfield has bounced back with back-to-back strikes. Now the count is full.
I like the pickoff move there for Matfield with a 3-2 count, and 1 out with possibility that we could see that runner on first trying to head for second.
Markowitz came into the game hitting over 440. Into the day, rather, but he was 0 for 4 in game 1. Not going to get the payoff yet from Nick Matfield. Kyle Markowitz is a senior from Hilton Head, South Carolina. Got another senior, Sean Baxter, another guy hitting over 430 on the season. Matfield may pitch this time. He will. Runner goes. This ball's punched into left field. Good swing from Markowitz there. Didn't try to do too much with the full count. Runner on the move. Still has to hold at third base. But Ferrum has got 3 consecutive hits to start the ball game here. Matfield's never going to be unsettled, but as a pitcher, never going to make you feel warm and fuzzy to give up 3 consecutive hits. Ferrum had a couple innings in game 1 where they collected 3 hits. That was the 3rd and the 7th for the Panthers. They did score in both of those innings. Nothing on the board yet for Ferrum.
They were seeing a little bit of command issues from Matfield on the mound, which is a little odd, but with the veteran that he is, we're not going to see it shake him up at all. He's going to come right at hitters no matter what the situation is, what the count is, or how many runners are on base.
Belt-high fastball that was just off the plate. It's a 1-0 count to Sean Baxter, 3 for 5 with a walk. in game one for this guy that's in the top 5 in the conference in batting average. Very high in a couple other statistical categories as well. Uh-oh, Matfield balked. Matfield was going to throw to first, and there was nobody covering. You can fake to the other bases, but you cannot fake to first without stepping back off the rubber initially. So the balk is going to move the runners up, and that's awfully rare for Nick Matfield. Corners are going to come, well, Eric Hyatt's going to come in anyway. He's the first baseman for Lynchburg. Looks like Maddox Tsutsui, the third baseman, will stay back. Middle is back as well. Umpire's going to call time. And now a mound visit from Michael Solbach. I think he wants to settle Nick Matfield down a little bit. Interesting start, Mr. Morotsky. It's always something different when you watch these games.
Yeah, I feel like all season we've seen some things that you don't typically see in a baseball game, and right here in the first inning we saw a balk on a pickoff move or an attempted pickoff move to first base. But I really like this mound visit from Coach Solbach. Obviously, we know the type of pitcher that he's been in his career, and he's done a great job with this Lynchburg squad. He's trying to slow the game down with 1 out. You know that, obviously, with runners on second and third, you know that any type of hit to the outfield is possibly going to score that runner in with how good of a hitter that Sean Baxter is. But with the corners, or with Eric Hyatt even at the bag, Maddox Tsutsui behind it, a hard ground ball to really any spot of this infield we could possibly see potential to throw it at the plate.
It's a 1-0 count after the mound visit. Matfield kicks and fires. Sweeping breaking ball will catch the bottom edge of the strike zone, and now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield really deep in right field. Left and center are about the normal depth for Lynchburg. Wind is blowing out to right center. Swing and a miss by Baxter. Matfield pulled the string again, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The on-deck man is Eli Elliott, hitting 5th in this game. Elliott hit 6th in game number 1. So just 1 bump up the rung in the batting order here for Ferrum. It's a Panther squad that really can swing the bats, as seen. And what a great pitch from Nick Matfield. Yeah, I'd say the mound visit really worked. 2 outs now as Matfield gets Baxter to swing through a 3rd consecutive breaking ball.
Yeah, really good job by Nick Matfield. And that's the movement that we talk about every single time that he's on the mound. And if Sean Baxter is going to take that swing on an outside slider that wasn't really near the zone, when you're up in the count 1-2, you might as well throw it again and try and get him to chase one more time.
Still 2 in scoring position for the Panthers, who average about 8.5 runs per game. There's the 12-6 curveball that comes in for a strike. Nick Matfield has gotten ahead of Eli Elliott. He's a first-year player from Marion, North Carolina. 2 for 5 in game 1. This is only start 9 of the season. Swing and a miss. Yeah, Matfield's really got the movement now. He threw the 12-6 curveball, straight downward break. That one was more horizontal with the sweeping action. Let's see if Matfield uses the setup pitch or goes right after Eli Elliott. The 0-2 from Matfield. Elliott staying alive there. He was out in front, a ball that nearly caught the legs of Gregory Mello, the on-deck man, but he's okay, and we'll rerun the 0-2 count here with 2 outs and 2 on at the top of the first inning. Lynchburg still undefeated at home. It's 12-0 at Fox Field now. A dozen wins at the Fortress this year so far. Pitch from Matfield. Another breaking ball. Elliott gets under this one, lifting it to right field. Ryder Warren, no problems there with the sun, and the inning is over. So 3 hits in the inning for Ferrum, but they leave 2 stranded and still no score as we make a break to the bottom of the first inning. Let's keep it here and just keep bantering and discussing some things. Mr. Morotsky, I know you've got things on your mind, but as you think about that, let me tell you those Old Dominion Athletic Conference standings. Lynchburg 10-2 now, still at the top of the charts. Bridgewater must have won game 1 because the Eagles are 9-2-1. Shenandoah is 9-4. I don't know if that's updated though, because the Hornets from Winchester played yesterday. Let me refresh the browser here while you think of something to talk about.
Yeah, well, I really want to talk about how well this Ferrum team has come out. I know that they lost game 1, but they competed the entire time, and they put themselves in good situations, and occasionally it's just those being able to string hits together that possibly aren't there in those situations, but they came out firing, and they weren't afraid of Tyler Callrider, who's arguably one of the best pitchers in the country right now for this Lynchburg squad. So they did a great job, come out firing. But this Ferrum team, not only has it been this year, but it seems like every year that this Ferrum team likes to challenge this Lynchburg squad. So I'm really impressed by the Panthers today, and I think they're going to keep it up in this one. Obviously, after getting 3 straight hits off of Nick Matfield, another fantastic pitcher in this country.
Yeah, the ball clubs did split last year. Ferrum won Game 2 last season, 4-3. Lynchburg took Game 1, 14-1. Those games were down in Franklin County. Lynchburg has won 4 of the last 5 meetings between these two ball clubs and 8 of the last 10. Still working on those ODAC standings, odaconline.com. I guess that's right. Yeah, I guess Roanoke College is 8-3-1. They're sitting in 3rd. Shenandoah 9-4 in 4th. Randolph-Macon 9-5 in 5th. Ferrum was 12th coming into the day. And we'll see if those standings get updated. They will get updated, but we'll see if everything gets updated in time to bring it to you on the broadcast. Here's the leadoff hitter for Lynchburg, Brandon Garcia. Garcia, Munitz, Jones, Henry, Warren, Webster, Moore, Hyatt, and Tsutsui. 3 changes in the lineup from Game 1. No change at the top, though. Brandon Garcia, 1 for 3 in the first game with 2 walks.
I really like this lineup, and again, I really want to highlight Connor Moore, and I'll do a little more later, but I was talking to him before the second game started during the first game, and I was asking him, what are you thinking when you're at the plate, because he's found so much success, and he just told me he's having fun, and that's the most important thing when you're out there. When you're having fun, you're confident in your ability to play baseball, and you also got to think it's just a game that you're playing out there, so you have fun and you're confident, and you're going to find success just like Connor Moore has all season.
It's a big key to staying successful. 1-1 count. Pitcher is Carson Wetmore. Wetmore is a left-handed first-year man from Suffolk, Virginia, 2-1 this season with a 2.55 earned run average. He's only made 2 starts. This is start number 3. He did pitch over the weekend, last weekend, against Virginia Wesleyan. Dots the outside corner, and now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joe Munitz waiting on deck, had a fantastic Game 1. Munitz was 2 for 2, a couple walks and a hit-by pitch in there. His .329 season average will be going up. Brandon Garcia sprays this one off the end of the bat to center field. Short-ish run for Gabriel LeBron in center. And there's the first out of the bottom of the first. And Ferrum's got Gregory Mello and Gabriel LeBron in the same lineup. You got Mello and LeBron playing together for the Panthers. That's a basketball reference if folks don't know.
Yeah, I saw that before the first game where I was being told by the players down next to the dugout, and that's something that it's just always, when you're looking at anybody's roster, you're going to find these things that are just out of the ordinary, but they're so cool to be able to look at.
1-0 count as Joe Munitz sees one go across the batter's box line for a ball. Yeah, and of course in basketball terms, hold that thought as Munitz will pull one to the right side, scooped up by Jorge Olivo, and thrown to first for the second out in the home half of the first. Of course, now in basketball, you've got multiple Mellos. You've got Carmelo Anthony, who will be going into the Basketball Hall of Fame. Then you got LaMelo Ball. So you could say Mello to mean multiple guys now, which is fantastic. I'm a fan of both guys. Carmelo Anthony, top 10 all-time in scoring. And LaMelo Ball is just fun to watch for the Charlotte Hornets, who have had a hard time getting victories, but still fun to watch.
Timmy Cotton, fan of the LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets.
There you go. We got to get Timmy Cotton on at some point. Of course, he's busy on game days playing, but 2-0 count for Ben Jones. Jones had 1 hit, 1 for 5, 380 on the season entering the day. And maybe even more noteworthy was that Ben Jones didn't take any walks in the first game. He'll get the bat off his shoulder there on the 2-0 delivery, and it's a called strike. Ben Jones was robbed of a base hit by J.J. Tyree, who was playing first base in game number 1. Jones thought about it again there, but that one just off the plate or perhaps too low. And now it's 3 balls and 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Still no score between the Panthers and the Hornets in game 2. Wetmore is the pitcher. And that one's just off the plate. Boy, Wetmore's all around it right there. Those were close pitches. But Ben Jones, there's his elite eye on display. He'll take another walk. And now on the season for Ben Jones, it's 34 free passes. 34 walks now for Ben Jones.
Now it's frozen again. And now we're black. This is where Lynchburg does so well with getting people on base with the walks or hit by pitches.
Jake Wright swinging at pitch number 1 and fouling it away. Yeah, Lynchburg had base runners in. Of course, they only hit 8 times in game 1. They did not have to bat in the bottom of the ninth, but Lynchburg got base runners on in 6 of the 8 innings. They went a little bit cold there in innings 3 and 4. No walks, hits, or reached on air, hit by pitch in innings 3 and 4. But every other inning, the Hornets got players on. They ended up leaving 12 stranded despite scoring the 5 runs. 1-1 count here to Jacob Henry, sophomore from Chesapeake, will wait as Wetmore checks on Ben Jones, who's back in plenty of time.
Micah, can we move the camera from here? Do you have to go out there?
Start number 6 for Jacob Henry. Comes in to the game hitting .278. Jacob Henry's got some great power numbers. 4 of his 5 hits this season are extra base hits. Looks like he's going to have to wait on hit number 6, though. He's popped this one up into the infield. Grab is made. Inning is over. Still scoreless after 1 complete in Game 2 at Fox Field. You're watching it on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. One in the books in Game 2. Lynchburg did get the victory in Game number 1. A 5-3 win for the Hornets as they moved to 23-4, 10-2 in conference and still undefeated at Fox Field. 12 wins here at Foxy. For Ferrum, they're now 4-5 in away games. They're actually 3-0 in those neutral site games, Ethan, which are always kind of funny. I guess you could say they're 7-5 away from their home ballpark this year.
Yeah, neutral parks are always fun to play at because much like away games, you have to create your own energy, and it's always fun to see who's going to travel to those games, like what parents, what friends are going to go and support you. So neutral games are always fun.
In Lynchburg last weekend, they technically called that a neutral site game at Calfee Park last weekend between the Hornets and the Roanoke Maroons. Roanoke was the home team both games. It was Roanoke's home game, but I guess it goes in the books as a couple more neutral site games for Lynchburg. The hitter is Gregory Mello, junior from New York, was 0 for 4 in Game 1. Connor Moore lost some equipment there, so we're a little delayed getting cranked up, but here we go to start the top of the second inning. It'll be Mello, Hutchinson, and LeBron. Trying to think of a notable basketball player with the last name Hutchinson, and nothing's jumping out at me, so we'll just leave the basketball references alone for today and move on to baseball as Matfield spins off a twister and gets a called strike, 0-1 count. Ooh, breaking ball inside, and it never came back. That's a hit by pitch as Mello sprints down the first baseline. I don't know if that's like a team rule, like you got to hustle, or Mello did that just for fun. Maybe it's a good way to not think about the pain. He even ran through the bag at first just to add to the excitement there.
You possibly get the blood rushing everywhere else other than the spot that you got hit.
Jackson Hutchinson's a junior from Ontario, Canada. 310 this year in 11 starts. He'll swing at the first one. Ground ball left side. Brandon Garcia went the short way to second. A nice pick there by Ben Jones to dig it out. Flashy play all the way around. Brandon Garcia really had to hustle and then get to the quick trigger to get just one out there. It'll be a fielder's choice for Hutchinson, and it brings up Gabriel LeBron.
Really good play from Brandon Garcia on that back foot, being able to throw it to Ben Jones at second base. Not a lot of time to be able to make a decision, and that'll always be a tough play to first base. So it ended up working out in Lynchburg's favor, getting that lead runner at second.
Yeah, sometimes the other infielders on the bench can help you out there by giving you a verbal as they see the runners and see who's quicker and what plays are going to be easier. That can help. That's always not surefire, though. Runner at first is Hutchinson. Hitter is LeBron. He's from Florida. Another Ferrum player will try a base hit bunt. Connor Moore going to throw from his knees to first base. Pitch was called a strike.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Saw Ferrum use the bunt game quite a bit in game one, Ethan.
Yeah, I really like the decision. I mean, you got to move runners over, especially when you get those leadoff hits, being able to get them over into scoring position, especially if you got runners on first and second. It could be just such a game-changing play to be able to put a bunt down and have two runners on second and third.
Well, and the base hit bunt as well. Mason there in the 8th inning put down that base hit bunt. And several other Panthers tried it, and they tried the base hit bunt earlier in the 8th inning off Colin McGuire. A couple other instances. Matfield's going to spike this one. Moore did his best to try to backhand it out of the air, but couldn't come up with it. Runner advances 90 feet. It's now a 1-2 count on Gabriel LeBron. Jorge Olivo on deck. LeBron and Olivo are both Florida guys. Good mix of Florida in the roster here for Ferrum. Commonwealth of Virginia well represented. And you've even got Ontario, Canada, with the base runner there, Jackson Hutchinson, who is at second. Matfield wants to do baseball. We saw a little bit of grip issues with Colin McGuire. They brought the rosin bag out in the middle of the inning last game. Rosin bag is still out there behind the mound. With that breeze, it doesn't feel super hot, even though it's over 80. And, of course, 80 in April doesn't feel the same as 80 in July and August because you don't quite have that same humidity that you get in the middle of summer. There's a breaking ball from Nick Matfield, strikeout number 2. He's got 198 in his career now, and there's 2 away in the top of the second.
Nick Matfield, really good command with his off speed so far in the first 2 innings. We know he's thrown a lot of pitches, 29 so far, but the type of pitcher that Nick Matfield is it's, you know, he's going to get you strikeouts, but he's a really good pitch to contact kind of pitcher, and so he's going to get some soft swings, and some of them are going to be on first pitches. We know that he can have a 20-pitch inning, and then the next inning can go out there and give yourself a 4 or 5-pitch inning.
It's 40 punch-outs on the season now for Nick Matfield. Jorge Olivo check swings at an 0-1 offering, and the first base umpire will say that he went. You and I remarked last game together how tough it is to get that check swing called. But it's an 0-2 count on the senior. Hits 273 on the season. We'll see what Matfield goes with the 0-2 count. Runner at second is Jackson Hutchinson. Matfield looks at him, now back to the target and fires. Breaking ball down in the dirt. Good block from Connor Moore. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I really like the choice again to go right back to the slider and possibly get another swing, and especially because it's 0-2, you don't want to keep it too close to the strike zone for the hitter.
See if that's setting up something else here. Matfield looks in. Now fires it in, and it is another punch out. Back-to-back for Nick Matfield. 199 in the career for Matfield. And Lynchburg avoiding a little bit of trouble there as the runner was left stranded in scoring position. We're through 1.5 in Game 2. It's Lynchburg 0, Ferrum 0 on LHSN. We're getting ready for the home half of the second inning. It'll be Ryder Warren leading off for Lynchburg. I'm Kyle. He's Ethan. Press box is thinned out a bit. In between games, we had like 47 people in here. We were violating some kind of fire code, I think. Don't put that on the broadcast, though. Oh, we're live? Okay. No, those are jokes. But there was a very high population in between games. Population's been cut in half now. Well, a very nice day to watch a game at the ballpark. Fans are enjoying themselves. Ferrum has traveled well like they often do, and we're glad you're watching wherever you are. We were talking about Scott Fiedler earlier. We got to try to see who else is tuned in today on this Saturday doubleheader day. Ryder Warren will take the first pitch high, and it's a 1-0 count.
Ryder Warren last weekend had a home run against Roanoke. A moonshot is what you would call it. And those are really tough to come back from. Obviously, you're happy that you hit the home run, but you don't want to get too swing happy and try and keep hitting home runs. You want to stay simple and stay on that single/double approach.
3-0 count for Ryder Warren. Red batting gloves, pants pulled up. Get to see the black socks with the 3 red stripes. It's 4 straight balls and a walk. Second free pass Carson Wetmore has issued. Lynchburg in game number 1 took 7 walks. And I'll give you an update on that. Lynchburg coming into the weekend was drawing 5.65 walks per game. So that number will go up slightly factoring in game 1. Last season, Lynchburg walked 5.44 times per game. That was 294. Led the nation in walks in 2023. Also led in that statistical category in 2022. It's an 0-1 count to Logan Webster. He was 0 for 2 with a walk in game number 1. Webster waits. That one's not close from Wetmore, and now it's a 1-1 count. Webster also had a sacrifice bunt in game number 1 for Lynchburg. Southpaw delivers. Webster swinging. Mello makes the grab, but lost it. He'll throw over to first in time. Good recovery by Mello after the slight fumble right there. Didn't wait around. Went to it immediately with the bare hand. Chunked it across to get out number 1 of the inning.
Lynchburg will definitely take that. That looked like a double play opportunity, and now instead of 2 outs in the inning, you got 1 out with a runner in scoring position on second that has a lot of speed too.
Here's Connor Moore, sophomore from Vienna, hitting .375 this season. A couple doubles and a triple in there. Seymour, a true two-way guy, doing the catching duties here in game number 2, but he also has been effective on the mound for Lynchburg. Runner in scoring position is Ryder Warren. Fastball close to the front elbow from Moore, but he's out of the way, and it's ball 1. Ferrum defense has Moore played the opposite way in the outfield, pretty much straight up in the infield. There's a good pitch just above the knee, outer third for Carson Wetmore, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike.
And something Connor Moore has done so well this season is not only does he have that pull side power, but that left center field gap he loves hitting doubles into. So he's really an all-around hitter where he can go anywhere on the field.
The 1-1 is swung on and lifted to left field. Longer run there for Eli Elliott. He'll make the grab in fair territory and then fling it into the infield. Ryder Warren not going anywhere, and there's 2 down now in the bottom of the second. Eric the Hitman Hyatt in there. That's what Scott Fiedler was calling Eric Hyatt earlier. Hyatt was 1 for 4 in game number 1.
Yeah, 1 for 4, but it seemed like almost every single at-bat he had, he was finding barrels, and that's just baseball. You got to tip your cap and know that eventually these balls are going to drop for Eric Hyatt.
Warren bouncing off. Hyatt will take the fastball for strike 1. There's 2 down now in the bottom of the second inning. Ferrum will have their leadoff man, Tyler Mason, to kickstart the third. Hyatt is the 8-hole hitter for Lynchburg. Pitch from Wetmore is swung on. Empty that trip for Eric Hyatt on the cut. And now it's 0-2. 5-3, Lynchburg wins game number 1. They're now 13-4 in games decided by 4 runs or less. Lynchburg's so good when the pressure's on. They seem to find a way to win ball games. Hyatt shoots this one up the middle. Castillo, what a snag. Spins around, throws. Excellent defensive play for Carlos Castillo. That would have scored Ryder Warren, but the shutout intact at the moment. Still donuts for both these ball clubs in game number 2. We're through 2 complete at Fox Field.
I was looking for a school that could provide me with the athletics, academics to pursue my career, a wind symphony to pursue my passion for music, and really have a nice general atmosphere. The professors here are really unique, their background and their passion for teaching. It's really a place where you can explore. Lynchburg gives you the opportunity to fail, but also get back up in that period of time and learn from your mistakes. I can make these mistakes within the school environment, but also with the support of other friends, and be ready for the real world when you graduate.
Top 3 in game 2. Lynchburg is 23-4, so that makes this game 28 of the season. For Ferrum, it's game 29 for the Panthers. I'm Kyle Haney. Ethan Morotsky always coming off the top rope. Ty Mason likes to swing at the first pitch. And this time he'll bunt at the first pitch. It's foul. And an 0-1 count. Mason's 1 for 1 in this game. He was caught stealing. He took off on the first pitch, so he really didn't spend very long on board. But a 3 for 5 in game 1 for Ty Mason. A really impact action kind of player. Guys like that, it kind of shocks me when they're outfielders. You always assume a guy like this would be an infielder. Breaking ball well off the plate and down, and now it's 1-1 for Matt Field working against Ty Mason. Matt Field sitting on 199 career strikeouts. 41 this season for Nick Matfield.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
1-1 is lifted into center field. Joe Munitz has got a beat on it with room. And there's out number 1 of the 3rd inning.
I really like the aggressiveness from Mason. Like we talked about, he's had a ton of hits this season on first pitch. It's just so crucial in that bat because it doesn't let the pitcher get deep into a count, and you don't let the pitcher throw a lot of his stuff, especially with a pitcher like Nick Matfield, where he's got a lot of off-speed pitches and different ways that he can go about hitters.
Well, and one of the pitching basics is get ahead in the count. So hitters know that as well, and they know you're going to try to throw strike 1. So that's the battle. That's the game we play, and that's why it's so much fun. 1-0 count. So I guess Matfield was high on that one. It couldn't have been outside or inside. Here's the 1-0. That one is outside and low, and now it's a 2-0 count for Carlos Castillo, who's 1 for 1 in this ball game. 3 hits on the day total. Made a snazzy little defensive play going up the middle to snatch a ball and then 360 around and put it on target for the final out of the 2nd inning. Matfield went inside too far, and now it's a 3-0 count. This happened a bit in inning number 1. Matfield has not walked anybody. Did hit Gregory Mello, but Matfield fell behind a couple times in that first inning. This fastball will catch the edge. 31 situation now for Carlos Castillo, the shortstop from Miami, confirming with the umpire about the strike zone.
Take 4.
Taking a while to get ready and set back in there. Now action will be forthcoming here. The 3-1 is a breaking ball that was just under the strike zone. And there is your first walk of the ball game as Castillo trots down to first. First walk that Matfield's issued. Maybe I shouldn't say of the ball game. Lynchburg has 2 base on balls offensively. Matfield will throw over to first to keep an eye on Carlos Castillo. Ferrum as a team steals bags at over 80%. Carlos Castillo on the season is 13 for 16 in the stolen base department, so he may be ready to run at any point in time. There's a fastball at the belt line, but off the plate for ball 1.
We've seen a lot of balls thrown from Nick Matfield, but the good thing about them, you got to take the positives out there. They are competitive pitches, and they're not all just, a couple inches outside of the zone.
That one less competitive as it took a nosedive to the corner of the right-handed hitting batter's box. Good stop by Connor Moore. Got to make sure you do everything you can to keep a guy like Carlos Castillo at first. Of course, Ferrum may be less likely to run after Connor Moore threw out Ty Mason. There's a ball. It's in between the plate and the batter's box line. Got a little bit of a longer look from Nick Matfield, and the umpire even gesturing to the Lynchburg bench that it was out. 3 balls, no strikes. The hitter is Kyle Markowitz. DH didn't have to think about that one. It's back-to-back walks for Nick Matfield. And I believe that's 8 out of 9 pitches were balls for Nick Matfield in that sequence. There's 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning. Sean Baxter steps in. Senior hitting over 440 on the season. He was 3 for 5 in game 1 with a walk. Did strike out on a breaking ball against Nick Matfield. Hyatt playing behind the runner at first base. Maddox Tsutsui is 3 steps behind the bag at third. There's a called strike 1 on a slurve. 0-1's the count here to Sean Baxter with 1 out. Matfield has the sign. He's ready to go. Nobody really keeping Castillo close at second. Now Matfield will look that direction. Castillo moves back to the bag. Check swing from Baxter. He did not go around in the assessment of our first base umpire.
With 1 out, runners on first and second, obviously looking for a double play. And, Baxter's hitting really, really well this season. But, with a solid ground ball, there's a good chance of getting a double play.
You're only 1 pitch away if you're Nick Matfield. Lynchburg didn't turn any double plays in game number 1. Ferrum did. It's a big spot for the Panthers as well. Joe Gordon hit a ball hard up the middle. That was when Lynchburg had the bases loaded. But the Panthers turned the 4-6-3er to get out of the inning. There's a swing and a miss from Baxter. It's more of a power slider that time from Matfield. Had some break, but also velocity. Might even classify that as a cutter potentially.
And with how many swings he's missed with that off speed, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes right back to it just a little more outside.
Castillo off and running. Jones is going to have to catch and throw. No play at third. It'll be a stolen base. Not exactly the conventional variety. Castillo was out there sort of in the no-person's land, 90 feet from base to base. I'd say Castillo was about 30 feet off by the time Ben Jones caught that ball, and with Castillo's speed, didn't have a chance to get him at third. Now, I don't think that was Castillo's intention, but actually a good read to take off to third when Matfield spun on him at second. 1-2 pitch coming up with 1 out. It's now runners at the corners for the Panthers. Matfield broke off the slider again, and Baxter got a piece of it, fouling it in the direction of his head coach, Eric Owens. Castillo walked. Markowitz walked. Ferrum does have 3 hits as a team. They all came in the first inning. 3 consecutive singles for the Panthers, but they couldn't get on the scoreboard. Still tied between these two clubs, 0-0. Check swing again from Baxter. I don't think he went around. Would have been shocked to see Lynchburg appeal that one as well. Hornets do not. And we'll set up for 2-2 with 1 out. Runners at the corners.
Again, I think that's a really good 1-2 pitch from Matfield. Just a better job from Baxter to adjust.
The 2-2. Another spinner. Baxter got a piece, and then it hit the bare hand of Connor Moore. Moore's going to try to shake some feeling back in. Looked at the dugout, seemed to indicate that he was okay.
34 is as far as you can zoom in on him.
And we'll rerun the 2-2 count with 1 out. This is game 2 between the Panthers and the Hornets. Umpire now confirms with Connor Moore that he's okay. Infield double play depth, although Maddox Tsutsui is pretty deep at third. Eric Hyatt holding the runner at first base. Matfield digs in, fires. He'll catch the corner there. Called strike 3. And there's strikeout number 200 for Nick Matfield in a pretty big spot, too, with runners at the corners. Panthers have 2 gone in the top of the 3rd.
Beautiful pitch from Matfield. He threw a lot of sliders to Baxter, and it kind of looked like Baxter was sitting on that slider. So great job from Coach Solbach to call an inside, really sinker or two-seamer from Nick.
I think you're exactly right. Runner fakes the break. Elliott rolls over one. Maddox Tsutsui will look to second. Did Hyatt tag him? He did not. Run will score. Tsutsui looked to second initially to see if he had an option the short way, and then the throw sailed. Hyatt did nicely to pogo stick up and yank it out of the sky, but he could not get the glove down to Elliott's right shoulder. Run comes in. That's probably going to go in the books as an error. Ferrum leads 1-0.
Yeah, an error on the throw and a break for the Panthers. And they take an early lead in the 3rd inning, so a good start from this Ferrum team who have been hitting decently well off of Matfield so far.
And the stolen base there from Carlos Castillo looming large. Lynchburg had him picked, but as Matfield spun, Castillo took off to third base, and Ben Jones didn't have a play there. 0-1 count after a breaking ball to Gregory Mello. He swings through the second curve. Good scramble by Connor Moore. Snatched it and looked up to see if he had a play, but the runners were back in time. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs, 2 on.
It's a really athletic play from Connor Moore to be able to drop down and block that low slider on a swing and miss, too, and then having to pop right up and go chase down that ball so the runner doesn't take an extra bag.
Went with the sweeper that time and missed. It's a 1-2 count. Might have been outside by design. Gregory Mello got hit in his first plate appearance today. Still looking for his first hit of the day. He was 0 for 4 in game 1. Runner will take off from second. Check swing from Mello. Curveball. Moore couldn't throw the trail runner out. And the runners move up again. Double steal executed by Ferrum. It's 3 stolen base in the inning now for the Panthers. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The hitter is Gregory Mello. Jackson Hutchinson is on deck for Ferrum. Pitch from Matfield. Breaking ball. Grounded to Ben Jones. He'll scoop, straighten, and throw out Mello at first. Inning over. Ferrum gets 1 run on no hits. 2 left on, 1 Lynchburg error. And the Panthers have a lead for the first time today. We're bringing it to you live. Game 2 of the Double Dip at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Panthers strike first in game 2. 1-0 the Ferrum lead. They do leave 2 stranded. 5 left on base so far in this game for Ferrum. 3 in scoring position, or excuse me, all 5 are in scoring position. Ferrum left 11 on in game 1. Lynchburg left a dozen on in game 1. Back to, I think that's just a reflection of both teams' offense, Ethan. I think they're just getting a lot of runners on base, so you're going to leave more on. However, there's something to be said for getting that key clutch hit and being able to score with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to string hits together, and that's what Lynchburg's been doing so well. They've been walking and getting hit by pitches so much this season, and getting runners in scoring position by stolen base or by the sack bunt. It just makes it even easier for this Lynchburg lineup to score, and I think that's what Ferrum has also been doing so well this year.
Carson Wetmore still pitching. Maddox Tsutsui jumping on one and ripping it in the left field. Third hit of the season now for Maddox Tsutsui, who was hitless in game 1, and that'll make that error in the last half inning feel a little bit better there as Maddox Tsutsui is aboard. Leadoff man on in back-to-back innings for Lynchburg. Let's see if they can cash in. Hornets are playing from behind for the first time today. Game was tied in game 1. We were knotted up at 2-2 for a bit, but this 1-0 lead is the first time Ferrum has led on this Saturday. Wind is blowing out to right center. Brandon Garcia, he'll try to put down a base hit bunt. It started on the third base line and then careened foul. So it's an 0-1 count. Garcia had a 2 RBI triple in the opener today. Had the little weird base running thing at the end. I don't know if you saw that or what you thought from your perspective there, where Garcia took off in the 8th inning and tried to steal home on the throw back to the pitcher.
Yeah, I think there's negatives and positives about it. Obviously, one big negative is he was out, but you also have to think with Sean Pokorak at the plate, who was doing so well and who has done so well this season, as that one's put down right up the pitcher. So Brandon Garcia will be out at first, no runner or no anybody at third base. So we saw Tsutsui kind of take a hard turn, maybe think about heading to third. But going back to that play at the plate, I like the aggressiveness from Brandon Garcia, and that's what you're going to get from him really all season, where he's going to try and see if a pitcher's maybe working slow, if he can take that extra bag, especially if it's going to score a run. But again, you have Sean Pokorak at the plate, who's been hitting so well and who's also been hitting so clutch for this Lynchburg team all season. So there are negatives and positives when you look at plays like that.
Yeah, if you're an aggressive player, you're going to make some mistakes. I think if you don't make a mistake or two, you're probably not being aggressive enough, right? But then you got to find where the balance is, and you talked about the situation. That's so important as well. Game feel, game awareness, IQ, all those things you might call it. Tsutsui leading off at second. The hitter is Joe Munitz. He'll tap one back to the pitcher. Wetmore looked at third base, but opted not to try to get Tsutsui there. And Munitz is out for the second time in this game after not being retired at all in game number 1. It'll bring up Ben Jones. He walked in his first plate appearance in game 2. Ben Jones was 1 for 5 in game number 1.
I think that's a really good job by this Ferrum defense. You don't need to get that runner at third. You've got one out. If you make that throw to first like they did, and now there's 2 out. So I think that's really good baseball IQ from this Ferrum defense.
Ben Jones is a junior from Durham, North Carolina, and he's been one of the best in his time on Lakeside Drive. Really, the career numbers almost boggle the mind. Ben Jones is only in his 3rd season here for Lynchburg. Wetmore's 1-0 was too high, and now it's 2 balls and no strikes to Ben Jones, with sophomore Jacob Henry DHing and waiting on deck. Ferrum's going to have 7, 8, 9 due up in their half of the 4th inning. Infield playing Jones slightly to pull. Outfield, it's got him regular depth, and the center fielder actually slid a bit over in the left center gap. 3-0 count now for Ben Jones, pardon me. I think he'll be sitting on green here.
Take 4, ready 1.
With the awareness that Wetmore might be trying to pitch around Ben Jones. Well, that one comes in right at the knee across the middle of the plate for strike 1. 3-1 count now for Benny Bombs. Where's number 21 for Lynchburg? Outfield still in the same position. I thought you might see that center fielder swing over with the 3-1 count. That one was close, but it will be ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Benny Bases. And for Lynchburg, that's walk number 3 of the game, rather.
I think that's a really great decision by this pitching staff. You know, Ben Jones is just one swing away from making it a 1-run or even a 2-run game with the pop that he has. So you really want to pitch around him. You want to get close balls, not non-competitive pitches. But if you can get those calls, then that's great. But if you walk them, that's okay because you got 2 outs.
Swing and a miss from Jacob Henry. DH will be in an 0-1 hole early. Popped out to the second baseman in his first at bat. Start number 7 of the season for Jacob Henry. Back to Ben Jones for a second. 115 walks in the career. 115 walks in the 2.5-year or so career for Ben Jones. Now, you do have to say with some of the career numbers for Lynchburg guys, the playoff numbers do count. So they get the advantage of some extra ball games that some other teams don't have. For Lynchburg, I believe it was 14 postseason games last year. So that matters in some of those career stats. And then also, as Jacob Henry takes ball 2, also just, we'll get a mound visit here so we can keep it going. But just when you look at the career numbers at the University of Lynchburg with guys that used to play, they may not have had as many games to play as some of these modern era guys with the long playoff runs. Still very impressive, though, to me, when you look at some of the numbers for guys like Jones and Matfield.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you go look at that World Series run that we had, Ben Jones really didn't play for that kind of first half of the season. He came in after that Bridgewater walk-off in the regular season and just found his spot in the lineup and just completely changed this entire team around, helped us have an amazing month of May, and he hasn't stopped at all. It's just continued and continued up until this day, and it will. We assume that it will continue for the rest of his career here at Fox Field.
How many starts do you think Ben Jones made in 2023? Because I've got the number. I think it's more than you realize.
Maybe
you're not wrong, though, about the Bridgewater series is when he started jumping in there. There's your Deuce's Wild count with the two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs.
I think I'd guess maybe around 30 possibly.
Yeah, 43 starts. He drove in 43 runners in 43 starts. Jones will take off. Henry swinging. This ball banged to left, but the grab is made on the run there by Eli Elliott, tracking it down to save a run. Ferrum holds on to the lead right now, 1-0 after 3 complete in Game 2 of the doubleheader on LHSN.
Hi, Mara Willis. How are you? Pretty good.
A lot of people go to the universities to find something to be a part of while getting their education. And when you come here, Lynchburg is that something, it becomes a family. It doesn't matter how long ago you had your professor, they still remember you and they remember all of the hard work that you put in. They're always there for you and they always want to do the best that they can to help you succeed. Here you learn how to love one another regardless of what's going on or what you believe. You leave here better than what you came in. It's what the school's really good at doing.
And welcome back to the Fox Field Hornet and Panther fans. We'll be led off by Hutchinson, the catcher for the Panthers. Ferrum up 1-0. They got that run in the top of the third by that stolen base by Castillo. And on that pickoff attempt from Matfield, first pitch just misses the corner for ball 1. We've seen a lot of pitches from Matfield so far. That's pitch number 58 in just over, well, actually, it will still be 3 innings for Matfield as we're in the top of the 4th now. Second pitch lined into right center field. Warren tracking it into the gap. Ranges over and catches it for out number 1. So a great swing by Hutchinson, but a better job by Warren to be able to track that ball into the gap.
Took the words out of my mouth. Good cut, better catch. Warren on the run there. It is a windy day at Fox Field, as usual. Ryder Warren with a good grab. Now Matfield's pitched 3.1 or 3 1/3. But you're right about the innings pitched. It's always weird because, you could throw 20 pitches or something in an inning, but if you don't record an out, then it doesn't even count as a third of an inning pitched. You gotta actually get an out, and that's why sometimes you look at a pitcher's box score and he threw 0.0 because he didn't record an out.
Yeah, and Nick Matfield, going back to what we were talking about a couple innings ago, he's the type of pitcher where he can go out there and throw a 20-plus inning and then right back in the next inning, just go out and throw 4 or 5 pitches on some soft contact.
Yeah, great point. And in the last 3 starts for Nick Matfield, 21 2/3, and he's only given up 1 earned run. That was coming into today. That doesn't factor today. But, there was that error in there from Maddox Tsutsui, so I think that will be an unearned run for Nick Matfield as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Unearned run for Nick Matfield. He's going to try and keep his offense in it as he's in a 1-2 count against LeBron. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 for Nick Matfield. That'll be strikeout number 201 for Nick Matfield. He keeps adding on to the numbers. He's been a fantastic pitcher, not just in this conference, but for Lynchburg the last 4 years. He did have his junior season where it was cut a little short on an injury with the shoulder, but he's right back at it the last 2 years. He's been doing a fantastic job. He'll face Olivo. First pitch in there for strike 1. He's really got a ton of movement on that fastball. He really could call it just a beautiful sinker or even a two-seam, one or the two, but it's got a ton of run, and it's never going to be easy to hit. A 1 count. Grounded softly, sharply to Ben Jones. Throw to first in time for out number 3. So a good inning from Nick Matfield. And there it is right there. Just a couple pitches thrown, and they really get side of both there. Nick Matfield not throwing too many pitches, so we will head to the bottom of the 4th. Lynchburg going to try and get back into this one and find some hits and runs on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Bottom of the 4th inning set to commence. We will be led off by Ryder Warren, followed by Logan Webster and Connor Moore. Remember, the last bottom of the 3rd inning was ended with a Jacob Henry, just a beautiful swing into left field. It's kind of what we saw from Hutchinson in the top half of the 4th. A good swing, just a good track down to be able to find that out.
Outfield play, even at the D3 level, I put my foot in my mouth on that earlier because I was talking about, the different levels and how we shouldn't think of Division III baseball as less or more than any other level. But in our league, in the ODAC, in Division III baseball, outfield play is so good. I mean, guys get great jumps. The speed is there. They're not afraid to sacrifice their body and lay out. And with this soft green grass at Fox Field, it probably doesn't even hurt that much when you're diving today.
Oh, absolutely. This is probably the best that Fox Field has looked in a while. Great green grass. The dirt looks great. And going on to that outfield play, I think somebody that we can highlight is Logan Webster in left field. He's done a fantastic job out there, especially with his season ending early due to an injury with the ankle, and coming out of the gate this year and just making it what seems like every single diving play he attempts for. So props to Logan Webster in left. We've got Ryder Warren at the plate, even count 1-1. Pitch outside for ball 2.
Logan Webster has been a standout. You're absolutely right. I believe he actually had an outfield error on Wednesday's game against Virginia Wesleyan. But we want to focus on the positives, not the negatives.
2-1 count on Warren. Fouls it off to the left side. We'll even up the count. That leadoff hitter is so crucial in every single inning, especially when you're down 1 run against a solid Ferrum team. They've been doing great this year. Ferrum will head up to the D2 level after this year commences. So 2-2 count on Warren outside for ball 3. It'll be a full count for Ryder Warren.
I got to double check that. I think they might have one more year, D3.
One more year?
Got to check. We'll research.
3-2 count on Ryder Warren. outside for ball 4, and it'll be a leadoff walk for Ryder Warren.
That's what they. That's why we have the LHSN research department, and they're always on, and they don't really ever charge us too much. It has been confirmed by Kevin, who's one of our great friends and LHSN employees, and then also confirmed by the internet. Ferrum joining the Conference Carolinas. They'll be the 16th member of that conference beginning in the 2025-2026 academic year. That's the official line here. It's actually effective July 1, even though nobody's going to play any college athletics over the summer.
There you have it. 0-0 count started off with a high and outside. Fastball would be ball 1. Wouldn't be surprised to see Logan Webster possibly lay one down to move Ryder to second. We're going to have a mound visit to possibly try and slow things down after a tough at-bat by Ryder Warren, driving it to a full count and being able to get a free 90 feet. And now you've got one of Lynchburg's top hitters the last couple of years, Logan Webster, at the plate now.
And you got a mound visit here so we can talk about some of these elements to the change. We did discuss it with Evan Gates in game number 1, the Ferrum move. But it's kind of interesting because they're going into the Conference Carolinas, so they'll kind of be like the Guilford there. You know, Guilford plays in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. They're the only non-Virginia team. Ferrum's going to be in the Conference Carolinas against some schools that you might know, like Mount Olive and Barton and Francis Marion. These are schools, not people. North Greenville. Maybe they were people at one point. Chowan is another team that notably made the jump from D3 to D2 about 15 years ago. Chowan in the eastern part of North Carolina. They were in the USA South at one point, playing against people like Ferrum and Avert, and Shenandoah was in the USA South back then as well.
2-0 count on Logan Webster, grounded sharply to left side, and it's through. Ryder Warren going to round second and head for third. He'll stand up. Logan Webster heading to second, throw off target to third, and it'll be a no-out double for Logan Webster, and now there are runners on second and third for Connor Moore.
Really good swing there from Logan Webster. Might have been a little early on an off-speed pitch, but kept the bat in the zone long enough. Good body control, barrel control there for Logan Webster. Hit it fairly hard past the third baseman. 2 in scoring position for Connor Moore. Moore flew out to left in his first at-bat.
I really like that you brought up barrel control on the off-speed pitch, because that's easily one of the hardest things to do in really any sport on an off-speed pitch, being able to stay back, keep that barrel in the zone, and knock it down the line like Logan Webster did there. First pitch into the backstop. Ryder Warren puts on the brakes and heads back to third. The padding behind home plate at the backstop kind of shot that ball right back. I think that's a good read by Ryder Warren.
Excellent, because when the catcher does not slow the pitch down, that happens so often. He gets the rebound right back to him, and you can be in a real danger spot there. If that gets a piece of the leather and gets slowed down, then all of a sudden Ryder Warren's got a chance. And there's another one where a Ferrum pitcher didn't make the eye contact. That's third time, I think, today that's happened. And don't read too much into that. That's just Wetmore trying to work quick and get ready for the next pitch.
1-0 count on Connor Moore with no outs and 2 runners in scoring position. The infield will be in for Ferrum as he laces this one to right field. Get up, get out of here, and gone! A home run for Connor Moore.
What a cut from Connor Moore, and he knew it right off the bat. And you could see him take his time getting out of the dirt circle there, enjoying that one, sending it over the right field wall, and Lynchburg has snatched the lead. 3-1 Hornets.
3-run home run for Connor Moore. Everybody getting hyped for that one, and they take the lead here in the bottom of the 4th, and there's still no outs to go. And so now if you're Eric Hyatt, you got to try and lead things off, but we've got the umpires meeting at the plate.
Did you get a good recording of that?
A little in front of the plate.
Yeah, let's see what this could be all about.
If anyone got that.
Connor Moore, again, took his time getting out of the batter's box. Like I said, he enjoyed it. I don't think there was anything malicious directed toward Ferrum. I think he was just happy with his efforts. So I don't think you have anything there. Something could have been said, maybe. Uh-oh, they're going to call Travis Beasley out of the dugout, and this is never good when the umpires call the head coach out, and usually the coach they talk to first is the one that's going to be most disappointed. So I think we're going to have – I think something has happened here. Yeah, the only other thing I could think of could be, did somebody miss a bag or miss home plate? Travis Beasley is not thrilled, though. I think you can tell that just, well, maybe I'm reading too much into that right now, but Travis Beasley is obviously arguing something here when it comes to this.
Yeah, one other thing that I could possibly think of is that it really looked like everybody in the Lynchburg dugout was out there maybe a little too far into the field. Maybe a team could be issued a warning. There's a possibility you go back to 2021 season where PJ Alvanos hit the home run to tie it up in the ODAC tournament. They did get a warning for the dugout for everybody being out there. But then again, you could go look at the World Series championship where Ben Jones hit that home run against Johns Hopkins. He did get a warning for the bat flip, so it could possibly, there are a lot of different things that could possibly happen here.
Yep. I think at minimum we're going to have a warning for something. I think you're right on that line of thinking there. And, yeah, by rule, only the on-deck hitter is supposed to be the only one that can be out of the dugout, by rule. Now, umpires tend to be a bit lenient about that because it's college baseball. Everybody likes to get excited and have fun. You'll see the guys spill out of the dugout. Ferrum actually had a situation earlier this year with EMU where the manager, Eric Owens, was ejected because once the warning is issued, if something happens again, the coach can be ejected even if he had nothing to do with infraction number 2. We didn't get the wave up here from the home plate umpire, which is typically what you will get when those official warnings are issued. Right now, we think it's a 3-1 ball game. Okay, now the umpire will wave up because he didn't like the music there for Eric Hyatt.
And now you're in a troubling situation if you're Eric Hyatt. Well, not troubling at all. You're taking the lead, but now you have the duty of being able to lead things off. So first pitch fired in high for ball 1.
Yeah, I think you're in a great situation if you're Eric Hyatt. Pitcher just gave up a 3-run home run. Then he had to wait around as well. So the pitcher had his rhythm disturbed significantly.
Pitch is high, but in there, for that'll even up the count 1-1. I completely agree with you. All the adrenaline is on Eric Hyatt, but you got to be able to contain that and try and lead things off here. 1-1 pitch down in the dirt for ball 2. Just a beautiful swing from Connor Moore, and again, he knew it immediately.
Yeah, home run number 1 of the career for Connor Moore. And he's got 4 extra base hits now in the season. Lynchburg, as a team, 10 dingers.
2-1 pitch on Eric Hyatt inside for ball 3.
Connor Moore had 4 RBI coming into that one. He had 3 on that swing.
Almost doubles it in one pitch, one swing. So again, great job by Connor Moore. He continues his hot season. 3-1 count, pitch fired in there. That one popped up to the left side, shallow. Everybody ranging towards it, and it will be caught by Elliott in left field. So that'll be the first out of the inning. Eric Hyatt just got a little under that pitch.
Yeah, Elliott's played a pretty good left field. We've seen a couple nice plays from him. He caught that ball that Jacob Henry hit well. That ended the last inning. Lynchburg does have 1 out now in the bottom of the 4th. Maddox Tsutsui, 1 for 1 so far this game.
Yeah, that single in the bottom of the 3rd inning into left field.
Micah.
First pitch swinging. That one's down the line in left field. Maddox Tsutsui going to round first and head for second. Throw not nearly going to be in time, and Maddox has a stand-up double.
Love that for Maddox Tsutsui. He was 0 for 3 in the first game. Came into the contest with 2 hits, so now he's got 2. We've got a change coming up. Ferrum bullpen is going to be active and called upon to relieve Carson Wetmore. There's more on Maddox Tsutsui. 4 hits on the season now, and 2 of those are doubles. So the slugging percentage will look sneaky good right now for the sophomore Maddox Tsutsui.
Yeah, every single at-bat, every single ground ball that he's gotten at third base, it's just helped him settle more and more into this squad and into this lineup. Help him get a little bit more confidence for the injury that we've had with Gavin Collins. So it'll be number 54 Wyatt Chafin, a junior right-handed pitcher from Floyd, Virginia, that'll take over on the mound for the Panthers. And you're in a tough situation. You're coming in down by 2 runs now. And try and snuff things out, especially with a runner on second with 1 out.
For Wyatt Chafin, this will be appearance number 7. Earned run average is 6.75. No wins, no losses, no saves. He's pitched 6 2/3 innings. Struck out 2, but walked 3. So an inverted K to walk ratio for Wyatt Chafin as he looks to get that in order. But he'll face the top of the Lynchburg lineup with Brandon Garcia getting ready to walk in there.
Never going to be an easy situation with this lineup. Really, there's no weak spots if you go and think about it. I mean, you've got Connor Moore who just hit that home run in the 7th spot.
Yeah.
And Maddox Tsutsui in that 9 hole. And really, that second leadoff spot, starting off with a double or with 1 out. So you got a runner on second again. Runner in scoring position with 1 out. You come into this situation, and this is huge if you're in this pitching staff, proving why you can pitch in situations like this if you're Chafin.
Yeah, well, and Ryder Warren's another guy who's a first year. He doesn't have a ton of at-bats, but he gets on a couple times for Lynchburg and makes an impact. Lynchburg's got Jacob Henry, the sophomore. He doesn't have that many hits on the season. I believe it's 4, and he's hitting 4th for Lynchburg. So the depth is incredible right now for the Hornets, and it's quality and quantity. It seems like they don't lose a lot when they bring in these guys that don't have a big resume and log of hits and at-bats and all those things, but they just seem to keep on ticking. So excellent job with the recruiting, player development, and making sure guys are ready when their number is called upon.
You can see Micah Adams in the background, our esteemed leader at LHSN, but I'm really glad that you brought up Ryder Warren. I mean, starting off an inning with a leadoff walk is what Lynchburg has done so well, and that's exactly what we've seen this inning with Ryder Warren leading off with a walk and then followed up by a double by Webster and then that home run by Connor Moore. And that's exactly why this lineup has been so threatening for every single team that they've played this year.
Yeah, 3 hits in the inning already. And 4 base runners when you count Ryder Warren's walk. Lynchburg has taken 4 base on balls in this game. They've got 4 hits now.
The lineup will flip and we'll head back to Brandon Garcia with a runner on second with 1 out. First pitch down in the dirt for ball 1. Garcia, another one of those hitters that loves going deep into accounts. No matter if he goes up early or if he goes down early, he's always going to be able to fight back and cause trouble for a pitcher. Next pitch is in there for strike 1.
Yeah, classic leadoff hitter in every sense of the word. He gives you a long look at the starting pitcher, long look at the relievers, and he'll jump on the first pitch just enough to keep the other team honest.
1-1 count for Brandon Garcia at the plate, and he lays a bunt down, a drag bunt. Pitcher a little off balance. Brandon Garcia will have an infield base hit off the bunt. Pitcher slipped a little bit, so Maddox Tsutsui will move over to third, and a great job from Brandon Garcia to recognize the defense was way back. And really, I think that's a good job because every single release from the pitcher, it looks like his weight is going away from that third baseline. So good recognition from Brandon Garcia.
And that's back to the prototype leadoff hitter can do that as well. They can put down sacrifice bunts. They can put down base hit bunts. They got enough speed, as we saw Brandon Garcia flashing the feet down the first base line.
Could see Brandon Garcia take off for second. Joe Munitz at the plate. Watches that one go by for ball 1.
Munitz couldn't get out in game 1. So far in game 2, he's 0 for 2. Grounded out to second and 1 back to the pitcher.
Brandon Garcia, a big lead at first base. Second pitch for Joe Munitz outside. And we'll have an even count at 1-1 with 1 out.
Ben Jones lurking on deck like he does. He's walked a couple times so far in this game. He'll be sitting on green again.
1-1 count against Munitz. Chafin picks off to Brandon Garcia at first. Ryder Warren going to head for the plate on a misplay. And it'll be another run for this Lynchburg squad. Oh, excuse me, Maddox Tsutsui heads to the plate. My apologies. So that'll be another run for Lynchburg, and they take a 3-run lead in the bottom of the 4th.
Tsutsui doubled and then got to third on the bunt. That's a fantastic move base running there as he saw that ball bounce away from Baxter just enough.
1-1 count now. Brandon Garcia takes off for second, pitch a strike, throw to second, not in time. And already another runner in scoring position, and that's why Brandon Garcia is so threatening on the base paths.
Just a classic Lynchburg inning right here now because they've taken a walk. They've hit it around a little bit, including a 3-run home run. There's a speed double. They score a run with speed and base running awareness and then steal another base, and there's still only one out. I mean, this is a spot for Ferrum to where they can't get off the field fast enough. They really got to lock in.
1-2 pitch on Munich, grounds this one to the right side. It'll stay fair. Baxter will step on first and look Brandon down at third and keep him there. We know he is always looking to be able to take an extra bag, especially with what we saw in the last game. And so that'll be the second out of the inning. Brandon Garcia on third, but now you've got the dangerous Ben Jones. Benny Bombs at the plate now.
It alleviates some pressure there for you if you're Ferrum because you got a base open if you fall behind Ben Jones or if you just don't want to give him anything good in general. So that's a big out right there. Good get.
It's a pretty similar situation that Ben Jones had the last time he was up. They had that base open, like you said, so you can afford to be able to walk Ben Jones if you want to pitch around him. You got to keep it a little competitive. 1-0 pitch, grounded to the right side, picked by Sean Baxter. Great job to be able to get the third out of the inning as he steps on first, but not before the Hornets score 4 runs on a home run by Connor Moore. 3-run home run and then a double with Maddox Tsutsui, drag bunt by Garcia, and then a pickoff that went awry at first base, was able to score Tsutsui. And we'll head to the top of the 5th as Nick Matfield steps up onto the mound once again and warms up. We'll be right back on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Top of the 5th action, Lynchburg up 4-1 after a 4-run home half of the 4th inning. Nick Matfield back out on the mound, sitting at 62 pitches through 4 innings. And Nick Matfield definitely still looks comfortable. He'll never show any signs of fatigue because we know that he wants to stay in there as long as he can.
Third time Tyler Mason has seen Nick Matfield. He's 1 for 2 off Nick. He was 3 for 5 in game 1.
Had a single in that top of the 1st off of the first pitch that Matfield delivered. As that one's in the dirt, Connor Moore can't block that. So it'll be 2-0 count on Mason. And with no outs and no runners on, you're rarely ever going to see a catcher drop and block for a ball in the dirt. As that one's inside, but comes back into the zone, and there's that run that you see on that fastball with Nick Matfield. As that one just grazes the inside, so it'll be a 2-1 count now on Mason.
Can't forget about that base hit bunt. Tsutsui has not. Mason will spray one out into left field. Good approach right there from Mason. We've seen him take some real massive cuts earlier. That time a bit more disciplined, just staying on the outside fastball and hitting it the other way.
Yeah, really good piece of hitting. A good attempt by Brandon Garcia on the dive. He don't look like he got it at first from first glance, but just falls into left field, so it'll be a leadoff single for Mason once again. First pitch foul to the left side. Banfield starting off this second hitter Castillo off with the first pitch strike. It's always probably, I think if you ask any pitcher in anybody's pitching staff, getting that first pitch strike is probably the most important thing in any at-bat. As Castillo will call time as he's got something in his eye. Obviously that's important to be able to see the pitches from Nick Matfield, especially because you don't know what movement you're going to get from him, whether that's fastball, curveball, slider, or a possibility of even a changeup.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty tough for any hitter to not have the vision up there. Maybe not impossible, but very difficult. And that's one in the spring at a ball field. Always got stuff blowing around out there. We've got a windy day as usual here at Fox Field, and it has been dry out in central Virginia, so you do have a lot of little dust and dirt particles in the air. You got some pollen in those things. It can really wreak havoc on your eyes out there.
That one grounded foul to the left side, and I'm glad you brought up the pollen because for the first time this year I actually saw pollen on my car. And I don't know if that's been like that for everybody else, but today was the first day that I've had pollen on the roof of my car. So spring is officially here. The pollen's everywhere, and soon we're going to hear all the sniffling and sneezing from the allergies going around. 0-2 count on Castillo. Nick Matfield sets, fires to the plate. That one lunged at by Castillo, got a piece of it, so good job being able to fight that off.
So a good battle there. You know he's fishing outside. Do you continue to expand the zone is the pitching term? Do you go further out, or do you try to lock him up and throw one inside again? We know Matfield's got that movement. It looks like Castillo is leaking out and reaching for those pitches that are chasing away from him.
0-2 pitch. Outside, he lunges and hits that one into the gap of shortstop and third base. Runner stops. He lunges at second, gets back in time as Logan Webster tried to back pick him at second base. So there'll be another single for Castillo, his second of the ball game, as Mason heads for second, and now you've got runners on first and second with nobody out.
Well, yeah, Mason actually took a turn for third. He saw that third base had been vacated. Brandon Garcia then redirected and went in to cover third base. Mason had to go back to second. So a good job by Logan Webster to try to throw behind him there, but Mason back in time. It's back-to-back singles here with nobody out for Ferrum, so the threat might be on for the Panthers.
Markowitz at the plate. Nick Matfield fires. That one's in the dirt. Good block by Connor Moore to keep the runners at bay. And going back to that last play, and the communication was there from not just everybody on the field, but I mean the coaches and the players and the bullpen and on the bench. So that's where you can get a little bit of an example of that team action from everywhere.
I think that's a trait across all sports. Great defenses communicate. They communicate at a high level, and they do it all the time. They don't take things for granted. You hear those great teams, even on a routine ground ball, they're saying things like stay down, 1-1-1, all that stuff that the infielder already knows, but you just get in the habit of over-communicating things, and then it really pays off on plays like that.
Really good pitch by Matfield to find the outside corner and even up the count at 1-1. 1-1 pitch on Markowitz. Fouled back for strike two. Yeah, this is a huge out for Matfield. You got runners on first and second. If you can get Markowitz or anybody out on the base paths, that'd be so big because you got Sean Baxter on the on-deck circle who's been hitting so well. He has struck out twice to Matfield, but we know he's a hitter that can make an adjustment. 1-2 pitch. Matfield outside for ball two.
Yeah, with a guy like Baxter, 3 hits in game one, I mean, over 400 or over 440 on the season, but over 400. Even if you've struck him out twice, you really don't want to play with fire with a guy like that.
2-2 pitch outside, and now you've got a full count. And if you're Markowitz, you got to know that Matfield's going to throw you a pitch to hit. You don't want to load the bases with nobody out. Probably see some aggressiveness from the DH. Full count pitch from Matfield, fired in. That one lined right to Ben Jones. Steps on second, and that'll be a double play for the Hornets. So break for Nick Matfield on the mound. That one was hit sharply towards Ben Jones. And he just runs over to second and steps on the bag, so it'll be a double play. And now instead of bases loaded with no outs, you've got a runner on first with 2 outs.
A bit of bad luck there for Markowitz. I mean, he stung that ball. It was a pitch that Matfield looked like he left it a little bit elevated in the zone. And a tough break there from Mason at second. Although I say a tough break, that's one thing that has changed over the years. A lot of coaches now say don't freeze on a line drive. You actually need to go back on a line drive, and that's why right there. Because even if it gets through, you're probably going to have a tough time scoring because it's hit so well, the center fielder's going to get to it quickly. So that's been a trend in baseball where some coaches are actually teaching runners to take a step back on the line drive, and then you just advance 90 feet if it gets through. Especially with nobody out and middle of your order up, too. That's another reason to be a bit more cautious out there.
That pitch grounded towards Tsutsui, backhand long throw to first in time for out number 3. So Nick Matfield gets out of the jam. And we're going to head to the bottom of the 5th now. Lynchburg going to try and extend their lead here at Fox Field. Game 2 of this Lynchburg versus Ferrum doubleheader. We'll be right back in just 1 second on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Bottom of the 5th action. And we've got Chafin still on the mound for the Panthers. The lineup will be led off by Jacob Henry, I believe. Yeah, Jacob Henry followed by Ryder Warren and Logan Webster. Hornets up by 3 at a 4-run 4th inning for Lynchburg. They're going to try and extend their way in this second half. We're now in the second half of this ball game. Ferrum going to try and snuff out this lineup, the middle of the order. And we talked about it in the last bottom half of the inning. This Lynchburg lineup really doesn't have any weak spots. Everybody's capable of doing really anything, especially Jacob Henry in his last at-bat. Just absolutely laced a line drive to left field. And a really good play by Elliott to track it down. Line drives that are hit as hard as Jacob Henry hit his is never easy to make. He's always going to have a tough read as that first pitch is in there for strike 1.
That was Eli Elliott with a fantastic running grab on that play you're talking about. 21 double plays turned on the season now for Lynchburg defensively. That wasn't the typical 6-4-3 or 4-6-3 tic-tac-toe, but a double play nonetheless, and in a really big spot there, a ball that Markowitz hit hard.
Henry swings and pops this one up. Castillo ranging back, calls everybody off. A little bit of an awkward catch, but that'll be out number 1. That'll bring up Ryder Warren.
Yeah, I think the fundamentals there is to keep your body under that pop fly and even get the free hand up there as a little just in case, and then in support when you make the grab with the leather. But Castillo, he made it work, and it's 1 out now in the bottom of the 5th.
But with the power that Jacob Henry has, that hang time, I mean, that ball was up there for a while, and especially with the spin, you really never know which way that ball is going to fade off to.
And the wind is obviously a third factor in there, and maybe the most difficult factor on a day like today. Plus, you got the sun as well. It hasn't seemed to bother the players as much as it did in Game 1. We saw some notable defensive malfunctions because of the sun, but less so here in Game 2.
Yeah, as that sun starts to fade to the left side, pop-ups and those high fly balls, you don't really have to block out the sun as much. It's still there. It's something you have to worry about, especially if you're in right field. Definitely in your way on those low line drives. As Warren's down on the count 1-2, fouls that one off to the left side.
You can even see on your screen there more shadows in left field, more sunshine in right field.
Ryder Warren, 2 walks on the day, scored on Connor Moore's home run in the last half. That one just misses the corner on that curveball.
Ready 4, take 4, ready 2.
Chafin's got a lot of velocity on that fastball, and he can pull the string right back with that really big looping curveball. 2-2 count on Warren. Pitch inside, and it'll be another full count. So 2 at-bats in a row that Ryder Warren has gone down in the count, 2 strikes, and has brought it back and gone deep into a full count. Full count, Chafin fires down low, and it'll be a 3rd walk for Ryder Warren, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Logan Webster.
Pretty impressive for Ryder Warren. 9 walks down the season to 9 strikeouts. He's been hit 1 time. Ryder Warren has 7 base hits. He's aboard again for 3rd time today. He's the only Lynchburg player in the lineup right now that has reached 3 times in this game.
The ceiling on these youngsters, they're so high, especially when you've got players like Ryder Warren, Parker Cato, Jake Wright, and there's so many more. You'll go back and look at the midweek with Lucas Marrero on the mound and how well he did. All these players, they have the ability to have talent. That one chopped towards the second baseman. Tough play. Out at second. Logan Webster reaches first base, so it'll be a fielder's choice with Ryder Warren out at second. Logan Webster will take his spot at first base.
Fielder's choice for Logan Webster. And Ferrum turned a really key double play in game 1 on a ball that Joe Gordon hit hard. Nearly had another one. So the inning continues, and you got to face the guy that homered in his last at bat. Connor Moore, 1 for 2 with the dinger.
That was a really good play by Olivo. You see a lot of topspin on that chopper. You know that as soon as that ball hits the dirt, it's going to shoot towards you. And so a great job to be able to step back and let that ball come to you, especially with the exit velo that Logan Webster had on that ball, and be able to get at least 1 out. Connor Moore pops this one up to the left side, heading foul, and it will. So it'll be an 0-2 count quickly for Connor Moore with 2 outs. Connor Moore, like you said, hit that 3-run home run in the last inning. He's looking to keep the hot streak going. 0-2 pitch. Just high for ball 1. Good job from Connor Moore to be able to hold back on that.
Yeah, really good pitch there from Chafin. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a setup or a waste pitch, but it ended up really almost catching the top rail of the strike zone there.
1-2 count on Connor Moore. Chafin fires Moore, fouls this one off to the right side.
Good count to run on here if you're Logan Webster. He threw the high fastball 0-2, which could be setting up the breaking pitch. And if you can get in scoring position with 2 outs, that's even more of a boost for Lynchburg offensively. There he goes.
Logan Webster takes off. It's a ball. Throw to the left side of the bag. Fumbled a little bit. Logan Webster going to head for third. And there will be no throw, so it'll be a stolen base for Logan Webster and an advance to third on the throw. And now you've got a runner 90 feet away, which adds a little bit more of stress on the pitcher. But you do also have Connor Moore in a 2-strike count.
That's what the running game can do for you, and you saw it was a curveball there. It actually stayed up. It was not a terrible pitch to throw on for Jackson Hutchinson. Catchers like to throw on fastballs.
2-2 pitch, grounded towards the second baseman. Good backhand throw to first in time, so great play for Olivo at second base. 2 really great plays that inning. And the Hornets are held to no runs in the bottom of the 5th. So we'll head to the 6th inning. Matt Field going to stay on the mound. We'll take a breather here in the booth, and we will be right back on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
It's not.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way. So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
5 in the books here at Fox Field in Game 2. It's Lynchburg 4, Ferrum 1. Kyle Haney and Ethan Morotsky back with you, discussing the nuances of the baseball scorekeeping with the fielder's choice and the hit and all the other wild things that could happen. We saw a balk. Let's see. We didn't see anybody step on the plate on a bunt attempt or anything like that yet
No,
today, but we've seen that this season. All the different little nuances and the things that can happen. The catch, we've seen a catcher's interference this year.
Yeah, I feel like every single game there's something new that we have to point out that you don't really see that often.
No, you don't. And there's some things that happen more in the college game that never happen on TV in a Major League Baseball game. I mean, you can watch all the MLB baseball you want, but you're not going to see some of these things. The hitter is Eli Elliott. He's 0 for 2 off Nick Matfield, who continues to impress. Matfield gave up 3 hits in the first inning, 2 in the 5th, nothing in innings 2, 3, and 4. Lynchburg has gotten all their hits in the 3rd and 4th innings. It's a bunt attempt by Elliott. Looked like he went around to me, tried to pull it back. Umpire agrees with me. The verdict is in. It was a called strike. Eric Hyatt will lead off for Lynchburg. It's 8-9-1 for the Hornets coming up. Lynchburg's gotten runners on in every inning. Ferrum has gotten runners on every inning bar the 4th. That's one of my new phrases I'm trying to work in. Everybody says bar none, right? But I want to use bar in a term like that, where they've gotten a runner on in every inning except for the 4th. So every inning bar the 4th.
Changing things
Do you
up
get
a
it?
little bit. No, I get it.
Of course, if I have to explain it, maybe it's not a great phrase, right? 1-2 coming up from Matfield to Elliott. The pitch is low, and Elliott stays alive with the end of the bat. I don't know. I'm workshopping it. I'm trying it out.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's always some room for some new things.
I think so. If we keep doing the old stuff too much, it'll become just that, old. It'll become dusty and dingy and something you put in the attic or the basement. Looked like Connor Moore was giving our umpire a little bit of time there. And maybe just a word with Nick Matfield about the upcoming pitch. There's nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. Matfield went low with an off-speed pitch again. It's grounded to Brandon Garcia. He's got a hustle, but they'll get Eli Elliott by half a step. Boy, Elliott kicked it into 5th gear going down the first baseline, Ski.
Yeah, a lot of speed there. I mean, what's so good about this infield, especially with Brandon Garcia, is that internal clock, knowing how much time he's got to be able to set up that throw, knowing how many shuffles he can take, or if he can't take a shuffle. That's something that Brandon Garcia excels in.
Yeah, that one was a true ground hugger, a worm burner. It wasn't one of those 2, 3, 4 hoppers that an infielder will get from time to time. That one really stayed on the ground for pretty much the entire time. Gregory Mello fouls one away. 0-2 count for him. He's still looking for hit number 1 on the day. He was 0 for 4 in the first game. Mello's made some good plays at the hot corner for the Panthers, who look to get back up above 500. They're 14-14 now with the loss in game number 1. And if you could salvage a split here for Ferrum, I think you would like your chances of trying to get into that 7 or 8 seed down the stretch. Right now, Ferrum came into the day in the 10 spot in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference standings. So they will have some work to do if they want to make the tournament. 2-1 count as Matfield missed with a fastball inside.
I completely agree with you, and if they do make that tournament, they're going to give whoever they're playing a run for their money, because they're doing it with Lynchburg here today. 2 really close, really good ball games.
Matfield has hit Mello for a second time. Mello's been hit twice. There he goes sprinting down the first base line again. That must be his thing. Matfield has only hit 2 batters today, but he's bopped Mello twice now. And I think part of it is Lynchburg's trying to pitch inside on Gregory Mello. But I think Matfield would tell you he probably missed more than he would like to on those pitches. So here we go. It's a runner at first now. That is Mello. Jackson Hutchinson is the catcher. He's 0 for 2. He'll bang this one to the left side. Tsutsui fields, throws. Lynchburg has one. Hornets have two. There's your tic-tac-toe around the diamond. Second double play of the game for Lynchburg. They turn it in the top of the 6th. Hornets lead 4-1, moving to the home half of the 6th inning. Thanks for tuning in on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Look what you're missing.
So much great stuff happening at the University of Lynchburg. Lynchburg.edu is the website. And, of course, lynchburgsports.com for all the sports information. Ethan, I think it's another triple header day for you, right? You're going over to lacrosse.
Yep.
After this. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Hornets have the Maroons. Am I getting it right?
Yes.
The Maroons of Roanoke.
You know, it's fun because obviously the last 4 years I've been down here most of the time. I haven't been able to work for LHSN in the springtime. And being able to work all these different sports, because I'm not going to lie to you. Coming into this semester, I'd never seen a lacrosse game in my life. I'd seen clips of it, of course, but I'd never fully watched one. There's some good stuff, and I mean, it's fast-paced. There's some violence in it too, which everybody loves violence.
Yeah,
but it's great to see, and especially with how good this Hornets team is up there on Schellenberger Field. It's something new.
Yeah,
and, you know, like we were talking about last inning, something new is always a good thing.
And it's a new pitcher for Ferrum. I believe we've got our guy Jai Penn in there now, taking the reins out of the bullpen. Penn's got some great numbers. He's got 6 starts for Ferrum. This will be a bullpen appearance number 5 for Penn, so it's 11 total this season. He's got a 1-2 win-loss record with a 10.08 earned run average. Jai Penn has the most innings pitched for the Ferrum Panthers, 27 2/3. So he's on in a close ball game. Lynchburg does lead 4-1. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Penn, as you can see, another southpaw. He's got a sharp breaking ball and some velocity as well. The two-seam fastball tails away, and Eric Hyatt will have a 1-0 count.
Well, I really like this move out of Ferrum. You throw one of your best pitchers to be able to keep it close for your offense. This Lynchburg obviously hit the 3-run home run in the 4th. Ferrum's just 1 inning away from that, too.
Bouncing ball to Mello. He fields. 3/4 throw, and they'll get Eric Hyatt by a step at first base. Everything you said, I agree with. Let the bullpen keep you in range. You know, Lynchburg's bullpen did that Wednesday against Virginia Wesleyan. And for Ferrum, I think you'll feel pretty good about where you're at. Again, Ferrum's a team that they want to take the next step and not just feel good about playing close games. They want to win some of these close games. And Ferrum, as we noted earlier, has won some close games this year. Panthers are 5-3 in 1-run games. And they're now 7-8 in games decided by 1 swing of the bat or less. Maddox Tsutsui, 1-0 count for him. He's 2 for 2 today in this game, 2 for 2 with a double. 4 hits on the season for Maddox, and 2 of those are doubles. And you see the speed part of it there on that last double. It was rip and run down the third base line. 2-0 count as Jai Penn has missed a couple times. Brandon Garcia waits on deck. This fastball is a called strike. Caught the upper edge of the outer third. Ferrum's going to have 8-9-1 due up in their half of the 7th, so it has gotten close to the championship rounds. These doubleheader days take a long time, and it seems like Seems like the start of Game 2 always sneaks up on us, but then the finish of Game 2 can sneak up on you as well, especially if guys are pitching like Nick Matfield and making some quick innings happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I think this Ferrum pitching has done so well is that this is another lefty that we've seen on the mound, and you can definitely tell that they've done their report because you've got Brandon Garcia, Joe Munitz, Jones, Warren, Moore, and not just those guys, but Ty Howlett, also one of the most clutch hitters so far for Lynchburg, as Maddox Tsutsui drives into a full count and earns himself a walk. But there are so many lefties in this Lynchburg lineup that play a lot, and if you throw a lot of lefties, it just gives you that much more of an edge on this tough lineup to hit against or pitch against.
For Ferrum, yeah, I mean, really, I'm glad you hit on that. They've got a surplus, a bevy, a plethora of left-handed options down there. I think a lot of teams would love to have those amount of lefties. Lynchburg's got a lot of left-handers in that bullpen themselves. Haven't quite been needed today, but we'll see how the day finishes. There's a breaking ball from Penn that buckled Brandon Garcia. Ended up being called a ball. That tells you the kind of action it has. If you can get Brandon Garcia scrambled and folded a little bit, obviously it's a good pitch. 1-0 count. Tsutsui's at first. No steal that time. And there's a fastball that just missed from Jai Penn. He's snapping it back on the catch there. Penn doesn't seem to be really thrilled either with the calls or his performance, or perhaps some of each. Outfield has Garcia played slightly the opposite way. There's a fastball that's also up. And I think Penn feels like he's getting squeezed right now. The Ferrum dugout got a response from the umpires. He turned his head and said something to the Panthers. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Yeah, that one was not close. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks for the Lynchburg Hornets. 7 in the game now for Lynchburg. And for reference, Lynchburg walked 7 times in game number 1. Here's Joe Munitz. He's 0 for 3 today. And it looks like third base coach Luke Lowry wants to take the offensive timeout and have some conversation with Joe Munitz.
Yeah, I think with the last 2 hitters reaching on walks and Brandon Garcia reaching on 4 pitches with a walk, I think he's probably letting Joe Munitz know that you can, obviously with Joe Munitz being one of the more aggressive hitters in this lineup, you can be a little bit more patient, make him come to you. Honestly, what I wouldn't be surprised is if he's saying, take until you get a strike. Make him come to you. He's got to throw you pitches with runners on first and second.
Would you ever crowd the plate to make a pitcher more uncomfortable as a hitter?
Oh, I crowded the plate every single at-bat.
Okay, so nothing would change there. Munitz busting one into left center field, but the catch is made there. Maddox Tsutsui faked the tag up and then returned to second base. Good grab by Gabriel LeBron. And there's 2 outs. So he was not taking until he got a strike. Hard to fault Joe Munitz, though. I thought he hit that ball well.
Yeah, it was a good swing, and maybe Coach Lowry was telling him to be a little more aggressive. He's a good pitcher. He might come right back at you. And a 4-pitch walk for Garcia is a little bit odd for a pitcher as good as Penn. So just maybe the complete opposite of what I said.
Sure, yeah. Well, and that's the great thing about baseball, again, and the great thing about watching it as a third-party observer. You never really know what the conversations are, but as a fan, you get to say, oh, well, here's what I would be telling them in this situation, or those kinds of things. That's part of the fun. 0-1 count to Ben Jones. He'll take a strike. Jones 1 hit in game number 1. He's 0 for 1 in this one with 2 walks. There's a breaking ball that nearly caught the front right shoulder from Ben Jones, but he did dodge. And now it's even up at 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 outs. There's 2 on in the bottom of the 6th inning. 4-1 ball game. 3-run Lynchburg lead. Penn looks at the runner. There's one that just came in over the strike zone. Got a bit of a hold there from Jackson Hutchinson. Hutchinson thought it was close. Now it's 2-1.
And this is where crowding the plate, like Brandon Garcia, Joe Munitz, and Ben Jones do, is Penn picks off to second, not in time.
Awfully close. I think it was in time. Maybe Tsutsui just snuck the hand under the glove. Did the shortstop Castillo maybe try to tag him up too high? Hard to say.
Well, good job by Ferrum to kind of catch Tsutsui off guard at second base.
Yeah, I agree. He bounced the other direction, was lucky to get back in time. Whether he really did or not, the umpire called him safe, and that's all that matters now. 2-2. Ben Jones took a mean swing. 2 down now in the bottom of the 6th inning. Good speed at both bases for Lynchburg. Jacob Henry's on deck. Penn set. Now the pitch. Ben Jones busting this into the right center gap. This ball's down for extra bases. Benny Bombs has exploded again. Lynchburg will score 1. Garcia's going to score easily. Ben Jones cruising into third base. It is a stand-up triple. Lynchburg has used a big triple in both ends of the doubleheader now. Ben Jones really stung that ball.
Beautiful swing, and it just kind of looked like the ball floated into the right center field gap. A great barrel from Ben Jones. That's really just a perfect swing. You can't really do it any better than that.
It was a 2-strike, 2-out triple as well. So that's going to make it feel just a little bit sweeter for Ben Jones. Triple number 3 on the season, and that's power too, folks. I mean, everybody looks at the home run numbers for power, but that's power. When you can hit triples, you've got to be able to have the ball go to the fence. It's hard to get a triple without hitting it to the fence, and that's what Ben Jones does. 3 on the season now for Ben Jones in the triple department. As this one is caught in the air. Good grab by Gregory Mello on a ball that Jacob Henry hit fairly well. But Lynchburg does score 2 runs in the books there after Ben Jones hits one hard to the right center gap. And Lynchburg extends the lead. 6-1 Hornets through 6 complete.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and rope course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
We've reached the top of the 7th. Lynchburg will go to the bullpen. Trent Judd, number 46, on in relief of Nick Matfield. For Nick Matfield, it will be 1 run given up. We think that's unearned. We'll check back on that officially at the end of the day or later on this week or something. But Nick Matfield gave up 5 hits. He'd walk a couple, hit a couple. But overall, it was just typical Nick Matfield stuff. He ended up getting over the 200 strikeout plateau. Congratulations to Nick Matfield. Matfield will be in line for the win today if the scoreline stands. It would be Matfield's 6th victory of the season. It would be Nick Matfield's 25th win in his career.
Really great outing by Nick Matfield, and he's going to be followed up by Trent Judd. Last time pitched here at Foxy was against Greensboro on the 26th of March and came in to help out Davis Watson early in that matchup and did a great job throughout the whole game, too.
Judd is a guy who is really rising through that bullpen. He's throwing the ball great. This is appearance number 6 this season. The earned run average is 3.48. He's pitched 10 2/3 innings, 14 punch-outs to just 3 free passes. That is exactly what we've come to expect from the dominant power type of arms for Lynchburg. Maybe I shouldn't even just say the power arms. I should say all the arms for Lynchburg. Hitters batting just .238 against Trent Judd. It's a 2-0 count right now to begin. Does catch the outer edge there against Gabriel LeBron. Center fielder for Ferrum has struck out a couple times in this ball game. That was against Nick Matfield, of course. Check swing on a ball that was just at the letters, and now it's a 3-1 count for Trent Judd against Gabriel LeBron.
That's a perfect example of how that high fastball, I mean, hitters love to try and swing at it because of the eye level of it.
Ball 4. LeBron is on for the first time today. He did not play in game number 1. Last year, Trent Judd only had 4 appearances. He was 1-0 in those 4 appearances with an 8.59 earned run average. And last year walked more hitters than he struck out. Well, he's changed that up this season. Leadoff man is on for Ferrum. And the hitter is Jorge Olivo. There's a curveball called strike 1. It's a 6-1 Lynchburg lead. They scored 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 6th. Lynchburg using a big triple there from Ben Jones to plate 2, 2 out, 2 strike, extra base hit for Benny Bombs. 0-2 count now on Olivo.
Trent Judd has a really great mindset. You walk the leadoff batter, but he goes right at Olivo.
And that's how you got to do it. And swing and a miss. Got him on 3 pitches. Good stuff from Trent Judd. Here's the top of the lineup. Tyler Mason, 3 for 5 in game 1. He's 2 for 3 in this one. Call it a 5 for 8 day right now for Ty Mason, the sophomore from Brookneal, Virginia. Thought Lynchburg might debate a lefty-lefty matchup here with Ty Mason, but they're content to let Trent Judd go after him. Maddox Tsutsui is way in on that grass. He is taking away the base hit bunt right now. Mason swings at the first. Lynchburg has 1. Mason's got speed, but not enough as Lynchburg gets 2 for the price of 1 again. 3rd double play in the ball game. Lynchburg out unscathed. Hornets on top 6-1 after 6.5 in game 2 at Fox. Changes to report for Ferrum as we get to the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Matthew Shepard on to pitch. More on Shepard in a moment. But it was Mulhern, J.J. Mulhern, that actually took that spot from Gabriel LeBron, who walked. So it was not LeBron that walked. The clerical error there by us fans. We didn't get the change reported to us in time. J.J. Mulhern was the hitter for LeBron. He walked, and Mulhern will stay in and play center field for Ferrum. We did see Mulhern in game 1. He was 1 for 2 with a sac bunt and a hit by pitch. Now back to Matthew Shepard, who's got really good numbers. Did mention him briefly in game 1. This will be appearance number 12 for Shepard. He's made 2 starts, but it means 10 out of the bullpen. 3-2 this season with a 5.21 earned run average. And Shepard comes at you from the sidearm. He's got a really good track record for Ferrum, remembering Matthew Shepard from last year. I'll get his numbers from last year, but Shepard's got good stuff, and he'll face Ryder Warren. 0 for 0 so far for Ryder Warren. He's walked 3 times.
A good choice to go to the sidearm. Obviously, you have a ton of lefties, and you've thrown majority of them. And Mulhern, Shepard with that sidearm, you get a lot of pronation or more pronation on that fastball, and you're going to get even more movement. We see it out of Nick Matfield a lot, where he's got that sidearm to 3/4 arm action. It also sometimes can look a little funky coming out of the hand, too.
He's got the funky setup, too, there with where he comes set actually below the belt. You know, typically pitchers are at the belt line or above. Some guys still come set at the letters. But if you notice, Matthew Shepard, the hands come together, right there, mid-thigh, basically. 1-1 count on Ryder Warren. Warren will foul one away, or is it foul? This might be catchable down the left field line. Yeah, grab is made. Good running catch again over there by Eli Elliott. He's made some fine defensive plays for Ferrum, and there's one out. First-time rider Warren has been retired in this game.
I believe that's the third time that Ryder Warren's led off an inning here in this game.
Matthew Shepard is a senior from Virginia Beach, by the way. Here's Logan Webster. He's a Tidewater guy. He'll look at the slider and take it for strike one. In the career for Matthew Shepard, this is appearance number 67. So I mentioned he's got quite a file and a resume to draw from. Lynchburg will have a good scouting report. Webster's out in front of another breaking ball. Shepard last year was 3-1 in 12 appearances. He was 2-0 in 2023 in 14 appearances. 6-0 undefeated in 2022. In 18 outings. So in the career, Matthew Shepard is 14-4. He also has 9 saves. Predominantly a bullpen guy, but mentioned he did do some starting this year. And now he's got Logan Webster out on strikes for the second out of the 7th inning.
Yeah, really good job from Shepard, and I talked about how that righty sidearm is good against lefties, but it's just as good against righties because you got all that run that comes into a hitter. You really got to focus on trying to hit that to the opposite field if you're a right-handed hitter.
The hitter now is Connor Moore. 1 for 3. The one was a big one. 3-run home run over the right field fence. Shepard went after him with velocity. Inside corner, it's fouled away. Strike one. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 7th. Lynchburg leading 6-1. We'll start debating some potential bullpen options for Lynchburg. Matt Field threw the first 6 for the Hornets. Trent Judd pitched the 7th. Here's one hit well. It got under the glove of Castillo. Probably going to be an error in the books, but Connor Moore is aboard with 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, we'll definitely count as an error towards Castillo, but just another great swing by Connor Moore. It just found that barrel, and it was more of a skipping ground ball towards Castillo. And those are always tough plays to make, especially on an infield like Fox Field.
Yeah, that's the one I file under hitting it through a guy. If you hit it hard, infielders tend to make more errors. And sometimes hard to quantify that, but maybe not. You could just look at the amount of times the guy reached on air. This is a clean single for Eric Hyatt. First hit of the game for the hit man. He's aboard. Runners at the corners for Maddox Tsutsui. Lynchburg doing it with 2 outs again. Typical Hornet offense. They seem to come alive and do their best stuff when there's already 2 outs in the inning.
And there it is from Eric Hyatt. A single stayed inside on the baseball, focusing on that opposite field single. And then great base running by Connor Moore. As soon as that ball is hit to the right side, you know it's going to get down for a single. Your only thought is just, I got to get to third because that ball is hit right behind you. So great job from both Connor Moore and Eric Hyatt.
6-1, Lynchburg by 5. Tsutsui studies the fastball. It's a called strike. 2 outs with Brandon Garcia on deck. Ferrum's going to have 2, 3, 4 coming up in their half of the 8th inning. Getting down to crunch time again. Lynchburg played well in game 1. In the final 3 innings, really you have to say both teams played pretty good in the first 9 today. And the baseball has not been bad in game 2. It's an 0-2 count for Maddox Tsutsui. Sophomore came into the afternoon hitting 182. He's 2 for 2 in this ball game after going 0 for 3 in game 1. Hyatt was off and running as Tsutsui fouls one away.
Right off of Wake, keeping that counter today. Wish we were.
Yeah, I don't know. Not a ton of balls have hit Wake Fieldhouse today, but a few.
Really, since that first couple weekends, we haven't had too many.
Yeah, since we made a big deal about it and said we were going to keep track. They don't hit balls over there anymore. It's the power of suggestion. Another 0-2, sweeping breaking ball. They'll throw to third and try to get the runner there. Hyatt was going to stop and try to get hung up and force action there to hopefully get the runner to score. So Lynchburg trying a little first to third offense. Ferrum, their play was to go directly to third. Connor Moore got back in time, and Hyatt just settled going into second. 2 in scoring position now for Tsutsui. The 1-2 from Shepard is away for ball 2.
Yeah, Lynchburg tried that steal stop situation. Eric Hyde takes off for second and just tries to get into a rundown and really force this Ferrum defense to play perfect, as Connor Moore most likely would have tried to take home.
The 2-2 from Shepard. Sutsui fouls that away. And Lynchburg has done a little bit of the first to third offense this season. Seem to be inclined to try that a little bit more in situations like these. And that's something you're going to see more with the bottom of the order. You got your 3, 4, 5 up there. You prefer to just let those guys hit. That's kind of the old school baseball thought anyway, although some teams will do that stuff no matter the batter. The hitter in question right now is Maddox Sutsui. He waits on the 2-2 from Matthew Shepard. Sweeping, breaking ball is a called strike. It locks Sutsui up, and Lynchburg will leave 2 in scoring position. No runs on 1 hit. Hornets leave 2 stranded. And we've only got 2 left in regulation anyway. We move to the bottom of the 8th here. It's Lynchburg baseball on LHSN. Top 8 here at Fox Field in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Kyle Haney, Ethan Morotsky is with you. We've got John Faust on the controls now, and you're the final piece of the puzzle, baseball fans. Thanks for checking us out wherever you are at on this first Saturday in April. Trent Judd is still pitching for Lynchburg. Hornets have used 2. Ferrum has used 4 arms in Game 2. For Ferrum offensively, it's 1 run on 5 hits. They've left 6 on, all in scoring position. Lynchburg has turned 3 double plays defensively. Innings 4, 6, and 7 have ended for Ferrum because of the double play. For Lynchburg offensively, 6 runs on 7 hits. And it looks like the Hornets have, by my records, left 9 on base, 7 of those in scoring position. The hitter is Carlos Castillo, 2 for 5 in Game 1. He's 2 for 2 here in the back end of the doubleheader. Sutsui even with the bag at third for Lynchburg. Castillo was right on the first pitch, but foul. It's a long strike. Lynchburg has Castillo slightly shifted to pull in the infield. Outfield looks to be playing him straight away. Kyle Markowitz is on deck. He's 1 for 3 in this one, but came into the contest hitting over 440. Judd working from the stretch even with nobody on base. Now he's set and ready to go here. 0-1 as the wind continues to blow out to right center field. Castillo hits it that way, but Ryder Warren on the move and making the catch right in front of the letters on the jersey for out number 1 of the 8th.
Decent swing from Castillo, trying to drive it to the opposite way. But a good play by Ryder Warren, good read, especially with the tree and the sun starting to beat down on you in right field.
Here's Markowitz, senior from Hilton Head, South Carolina. He was 0 for 4 with a walk in Game number 1. Got a hit in this one, his first at bat. That was part of a 3-hit first inning for Ferrum, but they did not score. Mason was caught out stealing, and then some great pitching from Nick Matfield. Count should be 2-0 now as Judd misses with Sean Baxter on deck. Baxter extended his hitting streak to 18 games in Game number 1, but does not have a hit here in the tail end of the double dip. So Baxter will have a long hitting streak on the line here when he steps in just a moment. 2-0 pitch was a called strike from Trent Judd. 6-1, Lynchburg by 5. That one from Judd missed. Didn't really stick the landing, and yeah, he'll scrape the mound there as he goes by with the left foot. Looking in for the sign from Connor Moore. We'll be on the lookout for some defensive changes for Lynchburg. Judd with a dot there to make it a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. Hornets still undefeated at Fox. Oh, this one's hit well. This one is hit very well by Markowitz. Warren back, leaping, but he can't pull it in. This ball is gone. Kyle Markowitz has homered in the top of the 8th inning to get Ferrum closer. It's a 6-2 ball game now after the solo slam from Kyle Markowitz.
Really good swing. Those are the type of at-bats that can keep that can start a lineup going, especially when you've got a hitter like Sean Baxter right after him.
For Markowitz, it's home run number 4 on the season now. Ferrum has 13 jacks as a team. Markowitz is the solo leader in that category. Sean Baxter has 2. We said the wind was blowing out. Baxter swinging at the first one. Munitz is going to run this one down. And unless this game goes to extras, Sean Baxter's hitting streak is going to get stalled out at 18 games. He is hitless in game 2. 2 down now in the top of the 8th inning. Nice job by Trent Judd to bounce back after the home run. Good pitch.
Yeah, at bat after giving up a run, or even at bats after innings that you've given up a couple runs, are really important. So great job by Trent Judd to keep his composure.
Eli Elliott swings at the first. Capper to Ben Jones. That had a lot of spin. He'll underhand it to first base. Out there, inning over, not 3 up, 3 down. It was a solo home run from Kyle Markowitz, but it was very quick. Lynchburg still leading. It's been trimmed slightly. Hornets on top 6-2 after 7.5.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
New pitcher for Ferrum, Dylan Heil, will be the 5th arm that the Panthers have used. Carson Wetmore started. Wyatt Chafin came in. Jay Penn, and we screwed up the name there. Apologies to the Jay Penn fans, and there's a lot of them, even in the press box. Jay Penn is a Patrick County guy, like some of our LHSN crew, but Jay Penn pitched. Matthew Shepard, just 1 inning for Shepard. And now the new man is Dylan Heil. Numbers on Heil this season: he has started 6. This will be a total appearance number 9. Earned run average is 12.50. He's 0-3 in 18 innings of work. So Ferrum's pitching plan has been quite interesting to me because, you know, they've used guys early in the game, Ethan, that have a lot of starts, or excuse me, don't have a lot of starts. And then the guys that have started games have actually come in out of the bullpen. I mean, you think in this game, Jay Penn has made 6 starts this season. He appeared in relief. Dylan Heil has made 6 starts. He's appearing in relief. Matthew Shepard has made 2 starts. So it's almost pitching backwards in a different sense for Ferrum. They've used some guys early in the game maybe that we didn't expect. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The only real thing that I can think of is that maybe because you want to throw these guys to keep it close, like I talked about earlier, especially when you're getting to that point in the season where these games are so important because you're starting to kind of fan out and see who's really going to be where towards that postseason run.
Yeah, you've got guys that are rising and falling throughout the year from both offensive and defensive perspectives, sure. And, you know, if you're a team like Ferrum that's at 500, maybe those spots aren't settled. Maybe you don't have a defined 1, 2, and 3. Maybe you play the matchups. I mean, we clearly think that left-handed arms have been used for Ferrum because of Lynchburg's lineup. I think we've both thought that, and I think Evan Gates and I talked about that as well. So there is something as far as using the scouting and trying to play to the other team's strengths and weaknesses as well. Called strike one on Brandon Garcia. 2-1 is the count.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It goes back to them throwing all those lefties against this lefty-heavy lineup where it's about half and half, where, you know, some lineups you really only have 2 or 3, but this lineup has half lefties, and then you've got even more on the bench that can come in and do just as well. So I think that also has something to do with it.
There's something to be said for that. 3-1 coming up for Brandon Garcia. Whoop. He had to jump out of the way there. A walk. Hollywood is taking back-to-back free passes now. Took 2 walks in game number 1 as well, Brandon Garcia. He's 1 for 3. Actually, he's 1 for 2 in this game. There's a sacrifice bunt in there. Here's Joe Munitz, who's hitless in the back end of the double dip. He was 2 for 2 with 2 walks and a hit by pitch in game 1. But back to the pitching, I mean, there is something to be said for having those starters that can take the ball deep into games. There's also something to be said for changing up a lot, give the offense different looks. Some teams have subscribed to the theory of changing pitchers every time through the order. We're going to use one guy for the first 9, and then another guy's going to pitch the second 9, and so on and so forth. And those kinds of things can work as well. Then don't even get into the opener, you know, where you have a guy throw the first inning and then you bring in your starting pitcher, you know, like the Rays were doing for a bit. That's fun, too.
You go back a couple of years ago, the Milwaukee Brewers did the same thing against the Dodgers in the playoffs.
0-1 count as Joe Munitz tried to drag bunt down the first base line. It's a 6-2 ball game. Brandon Garcia leading off at first. Munitz will offer the bunt again, then pull it back on a high heater. 1-1 with nobody out, the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg did not need to hit in the 9th last game. Hornets in game 1 scored 5 runs on 9 hits. Lynchburg took 7 walks. For Lynchburg right now, it's 7 hits. And they're up to 8 walks in this one. Lynchburg has used the bunt to their advantage, both the sacrifice and the base hit variety. And that 1-1 breaking ball nearly hit Joe Munitz as he pulled the bat back in time. Garcia bouncing off. Ferrum defense in the double play depth with the third baseman creeping in. That's Gregory Mellows. Made some good plays. The 2-1 is high from Heil. And now it's 3 balls and 1 strike with nobody out.
We're seeing a lot of bunt opportunities for Joe Munitz. What could possibly be going down is that Brandon Garcia had a 5-pitch walk. We know that Heil is struggling to find the strike zone, so Joe Munitz could be forcing him to try and throw into the box with some fake bunts.
And it's still a 4-run game, so in that close game category, that one went behind Joe Munitz. It's a walk. Could be having a change. Yeah, signal has been made to the bullpen. It looks like head coach Eric Owens is not particularly thrilled with what Heil gave him right there. So we're going to see a 6th pitcher for Ferrum. And whoever it is, they will meet Ben Jones, who tripled and scored 2 in his last at bat. For Lynchburg, another opportunity to really break the game open. They had a few of these in game 1 and could never really do it. They end up winning 5-3 in game 1. Nothing wrong with that, but I think you'd love to have an explosive output and really put this game to rest.
Looks like Slade Keyser on the mound, right-handed pitcher from Warsaw, Virginia.
We'll get some numbers here for Slade Keyser. This is appearance number 11 for number 11. He's 0-1 this season in the 10 previous outings. 11 innings for Keyser. Earned run average is exactly 9. He struck out 11 and walked 10. Giving up 15 hits on the season. 3 of those are home runs. Ben Jones has been known to hit a few of those. And again, just the extra base hits for Ben Jones. I mean, the numbers there will really boggle the mind. Total extra base hits for Benny Bombs now. He's up to 59 in his career. Breakdown there looks like this. 35 doubles, 10 triples, 14 dingers for the junior from Durham, Ben Jones. He's getting ready to step in there. He's a career .330 hitter. Ben Jones has now driven in about 114 in his career. I'll double-check that number. But again, just all the stuff is mind-boggling for Ben Jones, everything he has done in 2.5 seasons. He's a junior second baseman from Durham, North Carolina. High school teammate with the guy standing at second base. Brandon Garcia is in a crowd of Ferrum players right now having a conversation. And then you've got Joe Munitz at first base for Lynchburg, while Keyser takes the final warm-up tosses in the bottom of the 8th inning. Nick Matfield started for Lynchburg. He'll be in line for career win number 25. Trent Judd did give up a solo home run in the 8th inning, but Trent Judd has looked pretty good. There was a walk in there for Trent Judd. But he has been effective for Lynchburg and got the key double play in there to end the 7th inning. One of 3 2 for the price of 1 balls that Lynchburg has picked up here in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Sun is starting to set on James C. Fox Field. Crowd seems to be into it, and we hope you are too. Here's Ben Jones. First baseman's creeping in. I'm not sure Ben Jones is ever a candidate to sacrifice bunt anymore, but that's the defensive positioning for Ferrum right now, and it's a 1-0 count as Keyser missed with a heater. Ferrum looking for their first winning season since 2020. Last full season of winning baseball was 2019 for the Panthers. 1-1 count as that one does catch the edge from Keyser. First baseman Baxter is going to back up a little bit now. I think he realizes Ben Jones is probably not going to put the bunt down. And, of course, now that I've said that, Ski, Ben Jones will probably drop it down right here. 1-1 curveball was too high. I mean, Ben Jones has bunted in his career, don't get me wrong, but I just think your odds are better with a guy like that letting him swing away. I mean, you saw the triple last at bat.
Well, with Ben Jones being that 3-hitter, one of your more effective hitters, with the amount of extra base hits that he's had, you go back before Ben Jones, 3-hitter was Avery Neves. We never saw him put a bunt down either. So maybe it could just be a 3-hitter on this Lynchburg lineup kind of thing. Well,
there's a reason why you're hitting third, and it's usually not because you're a great bunter. Not that Ben Jones can't do that, but you're just a run producer. You drive runs in, you get on and score runs. And Ben Jones has done that again. It's walk number 3 of the ball game for Benny Bases. 3 consecutive walks now for Lynchburg. First one that Keyser has issued. But you get 3 runners on. Sacks are packed for number 22. So this will be a change. Jacob Henry was in this spot, and now it's the pinch hitting specialist, Ty Howlett. Ty Howlett does have a couple starts this season, but in pinch hitting opportunities this year, he is 3 for 3 with 4 driven in. He's taken 1 walk. Ty Howlett has not made an out as a pinch hitter this season, and he was the hero on the road in Virginia Beach Wednesday. He's got a chance to really bust it open now. Fastball just missed from Keyser. Infield is drawn in for Ferrum. They probably feel like it's now or never. If they don't hold Lynchburg, they're not going to score a bunch of runs in the top of the 9th inning. We are in the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg looking to put it away a little bit early here, leading 6-2. Bases are loaded for Ty Howlett. He'll swing and lift this one into left field. Should be deep enough for Brandon Garcia to score. Catch is made on the run. It will be a successful sacrifice fly for Ty Howlett. So he has made an out as a pinch hitter now, but he ends up getting an RBI with the sac fly. Really impressive from Tyler Howlett, doing the job there to up the Lynchburg lead, 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, his pinch hitting numbers are through the roof. He'll stay 3-3, but with that sac fly, it adds just another RBI. I mean, you go back to that Randolph-Macon game here on Fox Field. He had that 2-out double that gave Lynchburg the lead to help later on win that matchup. So just a great job by Ty Howlett coming off the bench for this Lynchburg squad.
Yeah, excellent point. The sac fly will not hurt the average. It's still runners at the corners. Jones is itching to run. He'll stay put, though, as the first pitch to Ryder Warren is up and away for ball 1. So Howlett, I mean, I hate to call him a pinch hitting specialist because, again, he's started some games. He actually had 3 hits in a start earlier this year, but he seems to really just have a knack for those pressure pinch hitting spots. Jones will take off. It's a pump fake from Hutchinson. He just holds it. And now there's 2 in scoring position and a 2-0 count for Ryder Warren.
Ryder Warren got to have a good at-bat here. Just got to lift one to the outfield, get another sac fly for this squad, where you could possibly poke one into the grass and maybe score 2 runs with the speed that you have on second, too.
Infield drawn in again for the Ferrum Panthers. The 2-0 just missed. 3 balls and no strikes.
With the infield in, it also gives you that much more space that you can, again, poke one to the outfield and just, even if it's a jam shot or off the end of the bat.
It's a 5-run Lynchburg lead. Scored 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 6th, 1 here in the bottom of the 8th so far. Another walk. 4 of the last 5 Hornets have reached via the base on balls. And the bases are loaded again for Logan Webster. Webster is 1 for 3 in this one. He's got a stolen base. He struck out 1 time. He was 0 for 2 in game 1 with a walk and a sacrifice bunt. Looks like the infield's going to stay in for Ferrum. And scratch that. Middle is moved back into a double play setup. Third baseman Gregory Mello is back as well. First pitch to Logan Webster. Breaking ball catches the top end. And it's an 0-1 count.
And with 1 out, don't really want to. You can maybe bring your corner infielders in. As Sean Baxter is in the grass or at first base, but with Logan Webster, he's gotten 2 ground balls so far.
Logan Webster's going to pop one up. Infield fly rule was called, so the batter is out. Mello made the catch anyway, and now there's 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. The hitter will be Connor Moore. Got a 3-run jack in this ball game. Connor Moore reached on an error, a ball that we thought he hit really well that ate up the shortstop, Carlos Castillo. Eric Hyatt on deck if Lynchburg would get that far here in the bottom of the 8th inning. They lead 7-2. Bases are loaded. Keyser holds, looks in, now lifts the leg and fires. Moore swings at the first pitch and fouls it away. Hornets are back in action, hosting Hampton-Sydney on Tuesday of this week. 3 p.m. first pitch for that one. Then Lynchburg hits the road Wednesday, April the 9th to take on CNU. Another 3 o'clock start time there, I believe. The 0-1 from Keyser was inside. And Lynchburg will hit the road next weekend, so our next home ODAC doubleheader will come 2 weeks from today. But the end of the season is approaching pretty quickly. Lynchburg is 23-4. That means this is game 28. 1-1. Hit high by Moore. He got under it, though. Right fielder got twisted around slightly, but Ty Mason will make the grab over his shoulder. That brings a close to the 8th inning. Lynchburg did score a run. They leave 3 stranded. No hits again for Lynchburg. Ty Howlett's sacrifice fly brought in Brandon Garcia. And it's time to close it out. Looks like it'll be Trent Judd to do the job with a 5-run lead. We'll bring you the conclusion in just a moment on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a teaching and learning resources conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
It's the top of the 9th inning here at Fox Field. Lynchburg looking for a doubleheader sweep. They'll see if the broom closet is unlocked today against the Ferrum Panthers. split with Ferrum on the road last year in Franklin County. And Lynchburg is in good shape here, up by 5, but nothing is finished yet. Trent Judd would be looking for a 3-inning save here. He did enter in the 7th, and it would be career save number 1 for Trent Judd. It would give Nick Matfield his 25th career victory, and Nick Matfield would get win number 6 on the season. Tyler Kaltreiter got win number 6 on the year earlier today. Colin McGuire picked up save 3 on the mound earlier today for Lynchburg. Could be another doubleheader day, though, Ethan, where Lynchburg could get through only using 4 pitchers.
Yeah, when you don't use too many arms out of the pen, it's always going to be a great day. The good thing for this Lynchburg bullpen is that you're always going to have arms that are going to be ready.
Mello swings at the first pitch. Oh, lifts it. It got misplayed. Ryder Warren slipped, and that ball went over his head. Mello's going to cruise into second. Does he look for third? No, he'll stop there. I think it's probably got to go as an error for Ryder Warren, even though it feels like it's not his fault, although, I don't know. I mean, he just lost the footing, and he reached up to try to make the catch. Warren is a little bit hobbled out there. He's going to stay in the game. You don't see any of the athletic trainers making a move to go out there. I think it's probably an E9. Takes a double away from Gregory Mello, but it does make things a little bit interesting here as Ferrum will need to score 5 to tie, 6 to go ahead, but the Panthers are fighting. Mello swung at the first pitch and hit it fairly well. Here comes the first one to Jackson Hutchinson, the catcher from Ontario, Canada. Got the bat off his shoulder, but didn't take a bite, and now it's 1-0. Hutchinson came into the game 310 in 11 starts. He's grounded into a double play, grounded out to the shortstop, and flown out to right field. Hutchinson swinging and fouling it away to even the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, I think if you're Trent Judd, obviously you never want to give up any extra bases, whether it's an error or a double, but you're not really focused on that runner on second. You're up by 5. You're pitching with a lead here. Your only sole focus is the runner at the plate.
Judd kicks and spins, and that one is fouled away as well. How about this Lynchburg bullpen? Here's a great number for you. In their last 5 games, the earned run average is 2.55. That's for all bullpen pitchers. And really, the K per 9 is great for the bullpen. It's over 9. They're striking out over a batter per inning, giving up less than a hit per inning, the bullpen. It's another breaking ball from Trent Judd that was close, but now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lynchburg bullpen in the last 5 games, this is coming into today, struck out 19 and only walked 9. I'll total it up for you, including today here in just a moment. 2-2 from Trent Judd, hit the dirt in front of the plate. Good stop by Connor Moore. And now our count is full with nobody out and a runner on second in a 5-run ball game.
Yeah, I think so.
If you're Lynchburg, you just want to make sure you get the outs. Don't let Ferrum build any more momentum. And the Panthers will be thinking the exact opposite. That ball stung by Jackson Hutchinson. It's going to allow a run to score. Munitz fielded that very deeply, but also the right play to throw into second and keep Hutchinson at first. Double play still in order. Lynchburg has turned 3 of those in this game. Nice swing from Hutchinson.
Yeah, really great job staying back, driving that one into left center. You see Joe Munitz in center field was shifted a little bit to the right of second base, but a great job by him to be able to cut it off and not let that runner get onto second. Now you still have that force out too.
Fastball out. 1-0 count. The hitter is Mulhern. J.J. Mulhern subbed in. 0-for-0 in this game because of a walk. In game 1, J.J. Mulhern was not bad. He was 1-for-2 there. Sacrifice bunt and hit by pitch. Nearly got hit by that one from Trent Judd. And that's going to bring Michael Solbach out of the mound, or out of the dugout rather, to the mound. Solbach's going to have a word with Trent Judd. It's a 2-0 count. Still a 4-run Lynchburg lead, but feels close again. Nobody out here in the top of the 9th. Lynchburg, if they do need to hit in the bottom of the frame, it'll be Eric Hyatt to lead off. 8-9-1 would be due up for Lynchburg.
Yeah, good mound visit by Coach Solbach, just slowing things down a little bit for Trent Judd as he's down 2-0 in the count after what happened with Mello in right field with Ryder Warren missing the ball and then giving up a single right after from Hutchinson, just slowing the game down a little bit, letting Judd catch his breath, talking some things over about the next couple batters in their scouting report. So I really like the move from Coach Solbach.
Trent Judd has been through the lineup one complete time, by the way. He's the first Ferrum hitter to face Judd multiple times. Walked in his first plate appearance. To show the bunt, I think that's just to mess with Judd a little bit. There would be no reason to sacrifice down by 4, and it will be ball 3. This is the only player Trent Judd has walked. He's given up the solo home run. He gave up base hit to Jackson Hutchinson right there. 3-1 count as Judd gets across with the 4th pitch of the at-bat. Jorge Olivo is on deck. Senior second baseman is 0 for 3 in this ball game. Mike could see a change there. Called strike 2. Mulhern didn't agree with it, but now our count is full with nobody out. I think we are going to get a pinch hitter coming up next for Ferrum. I see some hot pink batting gloves that we didn't notice before. Swing and a miss. Good bounce back by Trent Judd there. Fell behind 3-0. Had a mound visit in there as well, but still managed to power the fastball right by J.J. Mulhern. That's strikeout number 2 for Trent Judd. The pinch hitter will be Christian Barcroft. Number 43 is a junior from Virginia Beach. Barcroft, a left-handed swinging bigger guy. Here comes a change for Lynchburg. So it's not going to be a save for Trent Judd, but 2 1/3 innings of quality work from the junior Trent Judd. I think he should feel really good about what he got done there. Lynchburg's going to make a change. It looks like we're going to get Alex Mooring, perhaps, to pitch to the lefty Barcroft. We'll just stay right here. There's one out in the top of the 9th inning. It's a 7-3 Lynchburg lead. Panthers have got single runs in the 3rd, 8th, and now the 9th. It was a solo home run from Kyle Markowitz. I said Sean Baxter wouldn't be able to extend that 18-game hitting streak. He might come up here in the 9th inning. This could be something here, Ethan.
Yeah, being able to come up and having that opportunity to extend the hit streak in your 5th at bat, it's definitely going to be a thought that's in your head. Hopefully that won't stir him away from that hit if he comes up again. If you're a Panthers fan, you're going to have to do it against Alex Mooring, who's a really great lefty out of this pen, a lot of velocity, a wicked slider. He's just come in and surprised everybody this year with how well he's been doing.
I believe Mooring's only had 1 appearance that was more than 1 batter. This is outing number 5 for Alex Mooring. The earned run average is still 0. Hitters are batting 0 against Alex Mooring. He has not yielded a hit this year. He struck out 2 and walked 2 in 2 1/3 innings of work. So we'll see if it's 1 for Mooring or maybe multiple. Ty Mason is on deck. He's a left-handed swinger. So it could be multiple batters for Alex Mooring. Of course, Austin Riney's been in that left-on-left matchup kind of spot. He may be available today as well. Riney did work a bit against Virginia Wesleyan on Wednesday. Lynchburg used 5 out of the bullpen against the Marlins. I mentioned it was outstanding work from that bullpen. 5 2/3 innings on Wednesday to really keep Lynchburg in range, and then they had big 4-run burst in the 9th inning. Lynchburg has played from ahead for the better part of this doubleheader. Lynchburg did fall behind 1-0. Ferrum led for basically an inning and a half. Lynchburg scored 4 in the bottom of the 4th to take the lead. They haven't relinquished that here, and Lynchburg was tied for a bit in game 1. But the Hornets haven't played from behind much. Yeah, nasty pitch from Mooring. I mean, that was under the hands from Barcroft, and you could tell he's a little bit befuddled there with that one.
Well, what makes this Lynchburg pitching staff so good is that you have lefties like Alex Mooring to bring in. You also have Austin Riney, like you mentioned, Trevor Barnes, Alex Crutter. There are plenty that you can bring out.
Ground ball could be over here. Backhand flip from Jones to Garcia. Another tic-tac-toe for Lynchburg. What a way to end the ball game. fourth double play of the game. Lynchburg turns it. They got out of town with a doubleheader sweep. 7-3. Hornets take it. They got game 1, 5-3. Nick Matfield, it's win number 6 on the season. Career victory number 25 for Nick Matfield. Connor Moore hit the 3-run home run. That was massive for Lynchburg. They worked the walks. Hornets end up taking 11 free passes from the Ferrum pitchers and some timely hitting for the Hornets. They get it done. 2 victories. Lynchburg goes to 24-4 on the season. Hornets are now 11-2 in ODAC play.
Yeah, really great job by Lynchburg to stay hot throughout the entire game. Everything kind of just clicked today against the Ferrum lineup, who competed the entire time. I mean, 7 hits and 3 runs. I mean, they never backed down. You had that 1 run in the 8th inning from the home run and the 1 inning from the 9th. So it's a really great job by this Ferrum lineup. You may have lost both games today and gotten swept, but you have to have all the confidence in the world coming out of this, because this is a number 2 team in the nation, Lynchburg, that you fought with for 18 innings. So cheers to the Ferrum Panthers. I mean, they both these squads gave us 2 really great baseball games today.
Yeah, I think you tip your cap to the Panthers. I think better days are on the horizon for Ferrum, but it'll take a lot of hard work, and you got to get some breaks too. We know how tough the Old Dominion Athletic Conference is. Ferrum is now 14-15 on the season. They fall to 4-11 in conference play. Lynchburg, again, 24-4. They're 11-2 in the ODAC and still undefeated at home. It's 13-0 at Foxy for Lynchburg. They have won 5 in a row. Lynchburg has now won 9 of their last 10. They are the number 2 ranked team in the country, and this sweep right here will ensure that Lynchburg stays atop of the ODAC standings regardless of what happens. Closing thoughts from you, Ethan Moratsky. A long doubleheader day, but a lot of fun for Lynchburg with a couple victories.
No, it was a beautiful day for baseball the entire way through. Sun started to go away into the trees a little bit at the end with some clouds, but just a great day for both these squads. Lynchburg came out with another sweep, and that just gives them more confidence going into a Code Red game on Wednesday against Hampton-Sydney, who they look to get some revenge against here on Fox Field. So if you're Lynchburg, you just got to stay hot. You got to keep the bats going. Your pitching has been doing fantastic all season, and realistically, really the only thing you can think about it for Lynchburg is to just stay consistent.
Consistency is king in this game and in life, and I think Lynchburg has really exemplified that this season. Hornets are 24-4. Yeah, did lose to Hampton-Sydney 3-1 a couple weeks ago on the road, so looking for revenge. It's a Code Red game. Some of our fans probably aren't too interested in that. It's more of an on-campus and a student thing. But if you're looking for a reason to come to the game, I mean, why not show up and show out and wear some red? Have a little fun with it, right?
Yeah, Code Red games are always fun, whether we're up here in the broadcast booth, you're on the field, or you're in the stands.
That's exactly right. I'm looking forward to it. It looks like the weather's going to turn a little bit rainy and cold here the next couple days. I think we should be fine Tuesday, but it won't be 80 degrees on Tuesday. I've seen that, so you may want to remember that when you pack your wardrobe for that morning there, Ethan.
Yeah, I won't be able to wear shorts and a t-shirt to those days, but I mean, hey, 60 degrees and a little bit of light. I mean, after an 80-plus degree day, maybe some rain is what we need.
Yeah, it's been dry lately, but now we're getting off the topic. Let's stick to baseball. We'll end it right there. 2 great victories for Lynchburg. They beat Ferrum 7-3 in game number 2. It was a 5-3 Hornet victory in game 1. Tyler Kaltreiter and Nick Matfield continue to be pretty much perfect on the season. Nick Matfield went over the 200 strikeout mark. Congratulations to Matfield and the rest of the guys on 2 great wins. Best of luck to Ferrum down the road. You never know. It could be a potential tournament matchup. Ferrum could sneak into that 7 or 8 seed. We could be seeing this again right here on Fox Field in a little less than a month. But we'll find out. Stay plugged into the Lynchburg social media destinations. Facebook, Instagram, and X. It sounds like there's going to be some incredible content coming from this one, and there already has been some today. Of course, the schedule and all the stats are available online at lynchburgsports.com. Big thank you to the LHSN crew. Long day for us, and then some of them are going to lacrosse. So appreciate your hard work. Fantastic as always. Thank you, Ethan Moratsky. My name is Kyle Haney. We'll say so long, baseball fans. Lynchburg with a doubleheader sweep. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.